Welcome to our division. Today, we will go together on a journey into the hidden worlds of the human mind, where we will uncover the secrets of influence and control. Today, we dive into dark psychology. The Art of Manipulation by Jack Richard, a book that reveals powerful techniques to persuade, deceive, and control the minds of others. From emotional manipulation to the nuances of NLP, this book provides a comprehensive guide to the dark arts of psychology. But beware, this knowledge is as powerful as it is dangerous. Stay with us as we explore the complexities of persuasion, the subtleties of deception, and mastering emotional control. Whether you're here to protect yourself or understand these concepts for personal growth, this video will keep you on the edge of your seat. So, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button, because you won't want to miss a moment of this deep dive into the art of manipulation. Let's get started. Introduction. To grasp the subtleties of manipulation, one must delve into the intricacies of the human psyche. The unconscious mind governs the majority of brain functions, from breathing and digestion to heart rate. It is the repository of creativity, imagination, and memories, and it orchestrates automatic responses to perceived threats. Emotions reside within this unconscious realm, making it fertile ground for manipulative tactics. Skilled manipulators exploit the unconscious mind, subtly influencing emotional reactions to achieve their ends. Manipulation hinges on psychological strategies. Manipulators employ these tactics to instill a false sense of security, fostering trust that paves the way for manipulation. The essence of manipulation lies not in coercing someone to act, but in making them desire to act as the manipulator wishes. This requires an astute understanding of the target's genuine desires, which can then be reshaped to align with the manipulator's objectives. Proximity to the target enhances the manipulator's efficacy, as trust must be cultivated over time with patience and precision. Emotional and psychological manipulation often intertwine, exploiting power imbalances. Manipulators identify and exploit weaknesses, perpetuating a cycle of manipulation. Once ensnared, the victim is unlikely to escape without external intervention. Despite the challenge of recognizing and countering manipulation, there are methods to fortify one's mind against such intrusions. Meditation, for instance, can anchor a person, enabling them to remain calm and perceptive in the face of manipulative behavior. Avoiding emotional entanglement with manipulators is crucial, though challenging, particularly when false kindness is employed to gain trust. Early detection of manipulative behavior allows for disengagement before attachment forms. A manipulator seeks dominance over others, and maintaining mental autonomy strips them of their power. One can deflect manipulation by trivializing insults and maintaining personal boundaries, thereby undermining the manipulator's influence. A robust sense of self-worth is a formidable defense against manipulation. Confidence in one's identity renders external attempts to diminish self-assurance futile. Escaping toxic relationships is another vital strategy. People are unlikely to change, and preserving one's well-being necessitates extricating oneself from harmful dynamics before the situation escalates. Recognizing manipulation involves identifying red flags, such as feelings of guilt induced by the manipulator's blame-shifting tactics. This dynamic is prevalent in abusive relationships, where the victim internalizes fault for the abuser's aggression. Manipulators also twist the victim's words to reinforce guilt. Understanding the emotional underpinnings of manipulation is essential, as emotions are pivotal in both executing and succumbing to manipulation. Manipulators exploit emotional bonds to extract information and identify vulnerabilities, often feigning emotions to destabilize the target's decisions. Awareness of seemingly innocuous behaviors that may signal manipulation is critical. Excessive inquiries about one's activities and possessive jealousy can indicate attempts at control. Manipulators create a facade of reliance, isolating their victims from others. Recognizing these tactics and training the mind to detect subtle manipulative cues can empower individuals to extricate themselves from such situations. Responses to manipulation vary based on its nature. In cases of aggressive manipulation, professional guidance from therapists or domestic violence hotlines is advisable. For non-threatening manipulation, disregarding the manipulator's words and establishing personal boundaries can mitigate their impact. Avoiding hasty decisions under manipulative pressure allows for rational deliberation, free from external influence. Enhancing social dominance can also shield against manipulation. Resilience, rather than aggression, fosters dominance. Success in one area of life can bolster confidence across the board. Emulating extroverted behaviors, even if inherently introverted, can increase social dominance. Observing and replicating the behavior of natural extroverts, practicing social engagement, and understanding one's unique attributes can all contribute to a more assertive persona. Ultimately, fortifying oneself against manipulation involves cultivating self-awareness, emotional resilience, and the ability to discern manipulative tactics. Whether through meditation, boundary setting, or social adaptation, individuals can safeguard their autonomy and integrity against manipulative influences. Chapter 1. Why do we need emotion? The most fundamental principle to grasp before delving into dark psychology is understanding emotions. Recognizing how emotions influence others, why they exist, and how to manipulate them is crucial for controlling people. Emotions are the driving force behind human behavior. By understanding how people feel, you can see how your actions affect their emotions. This awareness allows you to modify your behavior intentionally to elicit desired responses from others. The more control you have over another's emotions, the more you control their thoughts and actions. As emotions, thoughts, and behaviors are intertwined in a continuous cycle, what are emotions? Emotions, while diverse, share three fundamental characteristics. They are natural, reflexive, and instinctive. Point 1. Natural. Emotions arise naturally, developed through millennia of evolution. As life grew more complex, so did the emotional capacity needed for survival. Point 2. Reflexive. Emotions are reactions to external stimuli. Unprovoked, they remain relatively stable. For instance, experiencing pain can trigger sadness, anger, or fear, each aiding survival by seeking support, defending oneself, or fleeing, respectively. Point 3. Instinctive. Emotions occur automatically, without conscious thought. Humans possess two distinct thought processes: implicit, automatic, and explicit, controlled. Emotions fall under the implicit process, operating independently of rationality. Given their irrational nature, emotions are susceptible to various external influences, from daily experiences to diet. Why we have emotions? Despite their volatility, emotions serve vital biological functions, primarily for survival and communication. Point 1. Survival. Emotions act as motivators, driving behaviors crucial for survival and reproduction. Fear, for example, triggers caution, while happiness encourages repeating beneficial behaviors. Emotions guide actions to ensure basic needs are met. Point 2. Communication. Emotions are essential for nonverbal communication, reflecting unconscious thoughts, feelings, and needs through body language, actions, and expressions. Effective communication enhances survival by allowing individuals to express needs and understand others' needs, fostering cooperative behavior. Reading others' emotions also enables self-regulation. Anger, for instance, signals a boundary violation. Recognizing anger in others allows for behavioral adjustments to avoid further conflict. This mutual understanding supports social harmony, essential for a species that thrives in communities. In summary, emotions are integral to human survival and social interaction. Understanding and influencing emotions can enhance control over others, aligning their actions with desired outcomes. What emotions say? We experience dozens of different emotions. Joy might be different from exuberance, just as disappointment differs from agony. Although they may fall under similar categories, such as joy and exuberance under happiness, or agony and disappointment under sadness, they are distinct feelings. Instead of defining each emotion individually, we can explore broader categories. The 7 emotions presented here are considered fundamental, meaning all other emotions stem from these. Emotions are complex and exist on a spectrum, especially when we experience conflicting feelings. However, reducing the wide range of emotions to these 7 universal feelings helps simplify understanding. These 7 emotions are recognized worldwide, across all cultures, even among people who are blind from birth. Each evokes specific facial expressions that are universally understood. Anger. Anger arises when an individual feels wronged or perceives a boundary has been crossed. It triggers protective or defensive behavior and signifies a need for respect or space. Fear. Fear is felt in the presence of a threat. The individual perceives danger and the body prepares to fight or flee to ensure survival. Observing fear in others indicates a need for security and safety. Or contempt. Contempt emerges from deep disapproval or hatred towards a person or thing, often due to distrust or lack of respect. It signals a need for trust. Disgust. Disgust typically occurs in response to something harmful to one's health, such as spoiled food. It can also be directed at people who violate moral codes. Disgust indicates that something or someone is toxic and should be avoided. Happiness. Happiness signifies that everything is going well and needs are being met. It is a pleasant emotion that encourages the individual to continue the behavior that brought about this feeling. Sadness. Sadness is experienced during times of pain or loss, prompting withdrawal and signaling a need for support to heal. Surprise. Surprise occurs when something unexpected happens, requiring further attention to understand the new information that contradicts prior beliefs. Chapter 2. What is emotional manipulation? No one enjoys being taken for a ride. No one likes being played for a fool either. Unfortunately, many people have these unpleasant experiences in almost every facet of human interaction. Worst of all, it happens to a lot of us more than once. The intriguing thing is not that we were played for fools, rather, it is that we come out of the experience with a determination to never fall for such tricks ever again, only to find that we have been tricked again and again. Perhaps this book you are reading right now is the wake-up call you need to jar you out of your psychological slumber and do something practical about your decision not to have a repeat experience of emotional manipulation ever again. What is emotional manipulation? For the sake of clarity, let us have a working definition of what emotional manipulation is. Our emotional manipulation is the temporal takeover of your ability to think and act rationally. When someone acts or says things that distract or bypass your rational and conscious mind, and then hijacks your emotions to the point of influencing you to feel or behave in a certain way, they are, at that moment, manipulating your emotions. Such people, who have practiced the art of emotional manipulation or who have developed the bad habit of manipulating others, are capable of making you do what you would normally not do. Beyond making you behave in negative ways, shrewd influencers can completely ruin your career, destroy your love life, and cause havoc in your relationships. It doesn't matter how academically intelligent you are, if you do not take steps to protect yourself from emotional saboteurs by developing your emotional intelligence, you may learn the hard way why being street smart is as equally important as being book smart. Emotional manipulation is simply a mind game. Although some people have psychopathic and sociopathic tendencies, while others go through training to attain mastery in the art of mind games, everyone is born with the ability to manipulate others for positive and negative purposes. Children do not need formal training in neuro-linguistic programming before they can push their parents' guilt buttons, nor do they have to be coached before they use flattery to warm their way into the hearts of parents and adults right before they present their requests. Passive aggression doesn't have to be taught to any child before they use it to manipulate parents and adults into submission. These things are inborn and can be used for the benefit of all involved in any interaction, a win-win situation, or strictly for the selfish benefit of the manipulator. Usually, those who are manipulated emotionally have unknowingly surrendered a part of their self-esteem, self-worth, and self-image to the manipulator. This is why the longer a victim stays in a manipulative relationship, whether personal or professional, the more damage is done to their overall sense of self. Self-awareness is a very important quality to develop if you must accomplish your goal of not falling again for manipulators. The more aware you are of your emotions and your tendency to react to others, the greater your chances of gaining control of your thoughts, emotions, and behavioral responses. Look at it from this angle. Since emotional manipulation is all about mind games, the person with greater control of your emotions wins the game. So, if you gain control over your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, there is little to no chance that you will be played for a fool again and again. Let us now give our attention to finding out who a manipulator is, their goals, and the tools they use in the art of manipulation. Who is a manipulator? In the simplest terms, a manipulator is someone who uses people to influence the outcome of a situation, usually to their benefit. In other words, when someone gets you to think and act in ways that please them, they have manipulated you. The outcome that a manipulator seeks can include to use their victim to gain access to power or to seize power, to gain partial or total control in a relationship or at work, to take the credit for another person's hard work, to enjoy the benefits of their victim's hard work, to make another person take the fall for their faults. To achieve their devious goals, manipulators can use any of the following tools: deceit, deliberately withholding vital information, misleading with words, actions, or inactions, being dishonest, and being generally fraudulent. Guilt, making you feel responsible for an unfortunate outcome. Lies, deliberately twisting the truth or spreading outright falsehoods about their victims. False hope, making empty promises, using future events that may not ever occur as bait for their victims. An emotional manipulator has a deep-seated need to be in control. Underneath that desire to always be in control of people and situations is the feeling of insecurity. To mask that insecurity, an emotional manipulator will sometimes put on the appearance of someone domineering and powerful. A person who is in the habit of manipulating others has little to no regard for how his or her behavior affects their victims or others around them. Their desire to be in control and to feel superior is more important to them than anything else. This is why they carefully seek out vulnerable individuals who will dance to their tune and validate them. When you succumb to a manipulator or even react in an emotional outburst, you give them power over you. Why people are emotionally manipulated? From ill-famed world leaders to leaders in the workplace and other social settings, emotional manipulation has been used to rally followers around selfish causes or goals. Emotionally charged speeches, well-timed body gestures, sarcasm, intimidation, aggression, and false hope have been used to get people to stop thinking and just act blindly. The question is, why do people tend to fall for these types of mind control tactics easily? I am not implying that only people under another person's authority can be negatively influenced. In reality, your station in life doesn't matter much when it comes to emotional manipulation. You could be a follower, subject, sibling, child, subordinate, student, or any other person and still be able to influence your superior negatively. Isn't this why kids have their way with their parents? Have you not witnessed or heard of bosses who are incapable of asserting their official powers over a particular employee because that employee has them wrapped around his or her fingers? Why then do people of all classes and positions fall for manipulators? Two reasons stand out from all the other possible reasons: unhealthy self-esteem and fear. A person with a healthy self-esteem does not need flattery to recognize their self-worth, nor do they respond to covert and overt aggression. Since they recognize the inherent and inalienable worth of every person, it is difficult to get them distracted by a feeling of pity for anybody. Having healthy self-esteem ensures that you are not easily pushed into feeling guilty for someone else's actions or inactions. However, unhealthy self-esteem can make an individual seek validation of their self-worth from external sources. When a manipulator gets wind of this fact, they prey on that weakness by temporarily soothing their emotional need. As soon as the victim becomes comfortable and lets down their emotional guard, the manipulator nudges, and sometimes coerces, them into doing things they would not have normally done. Fear, on the other hand, drives people to succumb to a manipulator even long after they have discovered that the person is using them. Fear is the reason why a lot of people remain in a manipulative, controlling, and toxic relationship. They fear loss of basic needs. For those in a relationship where their daily sustenance depends 100% on a manipulative partner, they may continue to endure such emotional control tactics because of the fear of losing their only means of survival. Confrontation. Many people would rather avoid arguments and conflicts that are likely to arise from being firm and courageous. Confrontation gives them the jitters. Discomfort. This refers to doing everything possible to stay clear of the awkward feeling that being assertive can bring about. Some people prefer the seeming peace rather than the uneasiness that will result in their relationship if they were to take steps to protect themselves from being controlled emotionally, loss of friendship or partnership. Some people go to great lengths to keep their relationship even when it is causing them deep hurts and subjecting them to negative influences. They simply cannot picture themselves without the other person. They are loyal to a fault. This makes them open to all sorts of manipulation as the other person takes undue advantage of their loyalty, a loss of opportunity. This refers to remaining compliant and submissive to gain or keep an opportunity like free accommodation, gainful employment, and other benefits. It is important to note that emotional control may not always present as someone trying to dominate and oppress you, at least not at first. In many cases, it presents as being pleasant and nice, but later turns into manipulation and control. If you are in a relationship that has any of the above characteristics, then you are in an emotionally controlling relationship. It is doing a lot of damage to your self-esteem. Over a long time, you will feel worthless and completely dependent on the other person. There is a need to free yourself from such manipulation if you must regain your self-esteem. Chapter 3. Techniques to emotionally manipulate others. How would you feel or react when you realized that for the longest time you had been acting out of the script of someone else? That is, you have not been in control of your own actions and your life as a whole. If it sounds scary and probably annoying, that is what emotional manipulation is all about. While a lot of people talk about emotional manipulation, there are still many who don't know what it is all about. Emotional manipulation, sometimes called psychological manipulation or mind effing, refers to behavior intended to change the attitude and behavior of others by using deceptive, devious, and sometimes abusive means. The manipulator psychologically or socially influences their victims to respond or behave in ways that suit the manipulator's purpose. This is classic manipulation because while you are acting out of that person's script, you will think that you are still yourself. Emotional manipulation usually doesn't involve using force but has a lot to do with playing with someone's emotions and mind to exploit them. It's very hard to credit this concept with advantages, if any, because of the covert nature of the work that goes into it and the end results. Emotional manipulation compares to when someone uses what belongs to you to feed their own desires, but in a covert manner and without your permission. While the manipulator acting in secrecy is definitely an issue, the biggest issue is when the manipulator makes you do things you wouldn't normally do or things you seriously object to. Usually, when a person is ignorant of the tactics or techniques that the manipulator is using on them, they may not be able to break loose from the spell. They will keep convincing themselves that they are in charge of their life when they are actually not. But knowing the techniques can easily make them identify when they are being used. And while emotional manipulation is generally considered a bad thing, there may be times when you will need it to get what you want from people who have not been very cooperative with you. Having knowledge of the tactics used would go a long way in helping you in such situations. Emotional manipulators identify their victims' psychological weak points and then work on them. This is only wise because if one makes the mistake of manipulating another where they are the strongest, the manipulator will fail before they even begin. Expert manipulators look at an aspect that makes their victim vulnerable and work through that. Here are some of the best practical tactics and techniques to emotionally manipulate others. Projection. Projection is a diversionary tactic that manipulators employ to shift their shortcomings or deficiencies to another person. Instead of accepting responsibility for their errors, they would rather make another person take the blame. It is a psychologically abusive tactic that aims at taking the burden of guilt off their shoulders and mounting it onto someone else's. The main motive here is to paint themselves clean, and the other person looks dirty and unfortunate. Intimidation. To intimidate is to frighten or overawe another person, especially to make them do what one wants. Emotional manipulators usually apply the technique of intimidation to silence people whom they consider a threat. In the case of a confrontation, they would look the other in the eyes with strange body language to induce fear, distract their victims from their train of thought, and make them end the debate. Magnifying their own problems while diminishing those of others. Emotional manipulators start by pretending to be sorry for what you are going through, often putting on a show of short-lived empathy. This is usually a ruse to hide their true intentions. Soon after, they would quickly bring up their own problems or challenges and magnify them so much that yours end up looking insignificant. Intellectual bullying. Overwhelming someone with intellectual facts is a unique tactic that people use to manipulate others. They may not always be accurate in what they are quoting, but they rely on the other person's lack of access or chance to verify the information. This way, they place themselves before the other as an authority to have their way. Name-calling. Emotional manipulators often have an exalted, usually false opinion of themselves. To them, others are never right while they are never wrong. Most emotional manipulators are said to be narcissists. When you challenge their ego by questioning their thoughts and opinions, be prepared to be called more names than those on your birth certificate. Conditioning. Conditioning is a psychological training method where the victim is trained by the manipulator. The idea is to make the victim abandon their initial values and instead embrace those of the manipulator. For example, if a victim values honesty, the manipulator might present anything good in life as dishonest. This way, the victim associates honesty with wrong values, failing to proceed further and possibly ending up disgraced. Gossiping and stalking. When manipulators find it hard to control their targeted victim, they spread false information behind the victim's back or monitor their movements. The aim is to give others a bad impression of the victim and to intimidate the victim. Bad surprises. Manipulative people use bad surprises as a tool to throw their victims off balance. They might keep a promise only to break it at the last moment, aiming to get a psychological advantage over the victim. At the last moment, when the victim has no other option, the manipulator would bring out their demands that the victim would have no option but to meet. Personality marketing. This tactic involves a person selling their alleged good qualities to another before they get to know them personally. Manipulative people identify the qualities their targeted victim wants to associate with and market those qualities. This tactic is common among politicians who present themselves as possessing the qualities voters want in a leader, only to show their true colors after being elected. Demeaning sarcasm. Manipulators use demeaning sarcasm to mention things their victim is struggling with in an underhanded way, creating feelings of insecurity. This tactic is used when manipulators feel their victim is getting too much recognition or attention. Demeaning sarcasm involves making jokes about the victim's struggles or failures, aiming to make others realize the victim isn't as perfect or worthy as they thought. Triangulation. Triangulation is common in romantic relationships and is a leading characteristic of emotional narcissists. The manipulator validates their wrongdoing towards their victim by referring to another party's similar actions. For example, an abuser might justify their behavior by pointing out that a friend of the victim didn't make a fuss when they were mistreated. This tactic aims to make the victim look like they are overreacting and to justify the manipulator's actions. Boundary testing. Boundary testing is when manipulators test their victims to see how far they can go in crossing the victim's line before they trespass on the victim's personal boundaries. They cross one line at a time until they get deeper into their victim's head. This is a very common tactic among abusers. First, they might talk condescendingly to the victim. If the victim shows excessive understanding, the manipulator might next slap them. If the victim accommodates that as well, it won't be long before the victim becomes a punching bag. The reason this tactic succeeds is the victim choosing to show empathy rather than standing up for themselves. Narcissists, who are the most chronic emotional manipulators, thrive on this tactic. Their main concern isn't empathy, but rather the consequences of their actions. Therefore, the more they succeed in decapitating their victim emotionally and nothing happens, the more they escalate their abusive behavior. Judging others. This is one of those emotional manipulation tactics that is done openly. Everyone else apart from the victim knows and sees it. The manipulator deliberately picks on their victim, especially when they know that the victim cannot do anything about it right away. The most egoistic and self-centered emotional manipulators display this characteristic very often. They continually bring out their victim's faults and brush aside their good efforts so that other people view them negatively. This tactic also helps fuel the manipulator's ego because the more they judge the victim, the more they portray themselves as superior. The victim can save themselves from this tactic by severing ties with the manipulator and avoiding any consideration of their judgments. Chapter 4. What is empathy? The concept of empathy was introduced by German aestheticians in the mid-19th century, who called it Einfühlung, meaning the emotional knowledge of artwork, primarily defining the emotions and feelings that accompany an artwork. By the end of the 19th century, psychologist Theodor Lipps expanded the meaning of the word, explaining it as the feeling you have over a different experience. He further stated that when we imitate the actions of others, we voluntarily show empathy. Philosopher Martin Buber added a profound concept, describing the empathetic relationship as I and thou versus me and it. According to Buber, the opposite of respect for humans is the objectification and dehumanization of other people. Empathy can be defined as the mental and emotional attachment to others' emotions, needs, and struggles. Understanding and trusting others can be achieved by setting a common goal, ensuring that people have great connections that help solve their problems and those of others. Empaths are people who connect deeply with others' emotions and feelings, resonating with them. They show compassion and consideration towards others and are highly attuned to the emotions and feelings of those around them. Many empaths do not fully understand how their ability works. They often think they are simply sensitive to others' emotions. Empaths have shared characteristics. They are very sensitive to deep emotions. While most people put up a facade to hide their true feelings, an empath can see through these false emotions and discern the real feelings of the person. Empaths have big hearts and often help those hiding their true feelings express what they really feel. They show empathy to a wide range of beings, from close family members to strangers, animals, plants, and even non-living organisms. Empaths are not limited by time and space, meaning they can feel the emotions of people and things even from a distance. Many empaths are poets in action, possessing a high degree of creativity and imagination. They are often writers, singers, and artists, indicating that a significant number of empaths are found in the artistic community. Empaths are known to be multi-talented with diverse interests, showing a keen interest in cultural diversity and open-mindedness towards people from different backgrounds and cultures. Empaths transcend all tribes, races, cultures, and geographical locations. They can be found in families, neighborhoods, workplaces, and the broader community. Empaths span all ages, genders, careers, and personalities, making it challenging to categorize them within a specific group. The best description for empaths is listeners of life. They are fond of solving problems, thinking, and studying broadly. They believe in finding answers to every problem and are committed to searching for solutions. Empaths have the ability to sense others on different levels.
With Keratin Color by Schwarzkopf, get rich, striking colors on all hair types. What story will you tell?
Imagine what Da Vinci could have built if he had the smart buying tools on Amazon Business.
They observe people when they are speaking, understanding what they feel and think. They are skilled at studying body language and eye movements, although these abilities do not solely define an empath. These skills develop from a deep interest in studying humanity and understanding people's behavior. The ability to study someone through observation is part of the communication package for empathy. Empathy is a crucial tool for defining societal and personal functioning. It enables people to share experiences, needs, and desires among themselves, creating an emotional bridge that supports prosocial behavior. Empathy requires an intense interplay of neural connections, allowing individuals to perceive others' emotions, understand their feelings, and differentiate their emotions from those of others. Empaths are highly sensitive to media, which can affect them deeply. Violent or emotional dramas on TV, movies, news, and broadcasts involving children, adults, or animals can bring them to tears. They often hold back tears or even become physically ill upon seeing such scenes. Empaths are warm and welcoming, attracting people and animals from all walks of life. They show genuine compassion towards both living and non-living organisms, making them very attractive to others. People are often drawn to empaths, even total strangers, who find it easy to express their deepest feelings to them, despite not knowing them well. This trustworthiness, though not always understood, often leads to empaths providing a listening ear and finding solutions to others' problems or confusion. Empaths tend to be more cautious of outside feelings rather than their own, often neglecting their own emotions to focus on others. They value peace above all else and are committed to ensuring it in every situation. Chapter 5. Mind Control Through Empathy. When contemplating a mind control, what imagery surfaces in your mind? Likely, it evokes the notion of a mastermind orchestrating their followers like marionettes. In a circuitous manner, this holds a kernel of truth. Some individuals appear to wield an almost magical ability, compelling others to act according to their whims. In reality, no such mystical powers exist. If they did, those who could harness them would wield immense power. Thus, it prompts the inquiry, what exactly constitutes mind control? To elucidate this, we must delve into the mechanics of human free will. Generally, humans possess the autonomy to make choices. However, this faculty can be significantly influenced by surrounding circumstances. Reflect on this for a moment. If you found yourself imprisoned in a concentration camp during the Nazi regime, exercising your free will would be severely curtailed. Any expression of personal freedom would be swiftly quashed by the authorities. This suggests that while free will can be diminished, it cannot be entirely eradicated. Mind control, then, can be understood as the ability to manipulate circumstances to steer someone's decisions. This goes beyond mere influence or persuasion. It involves powerful techniques to play upon a person's instincts and reactions, compelling them to act in desired ways. These techniques are profoundly potent. This chapter explores how to employ such methods to align others with your plans and ideas without resorting to coercion or deceit. Smiling. The subtle power of a smile is often underestimated. Though commonly seen as a simple gesture to break the ice, a well-timed smile can significantly enhance rapport, increasing the likelihood of cooperation. There is a distinction between a genuine smile and a forced one. A disingenuous smile is easily detected and often makes the smiler appear uncomfortable. Think about routine encounters at a grocery store or bank where employees smile out of obligation rather than sincerity. Observe people in various settings. When someone genuinely smiles at you, they make natural eye contact and smile under appropriate circumstances, like a cashier handing you your receipt or a waiter greeting you at your table. Utilize the power of a smile in social interactions or negotiations, but ensure your smile is authentic. Train your mind to smile genuinely, fostering a mindset of genuine care for the person you are engaging with. This authenticity will resonate more effectively. Eye contact. Effective smiling and positive interactions are complemented by eye contact. This aspect, however, is nuanced. A deep, penetrating stare can make others defensive, triggering a flight or fight response and counteracting your intentions. Positive eye contact occurs naturally during appropriate moments. For instance, combining eye contact with a warm smile and firm handshake can foster a sense of safety, crucial in contexts like job interviews, where a relaxed interview is more receptive to your words. Conversely, showing submission or fear through your gaze may prompt others to exploit this perceived weakness. Recognizing signs of discomfort in others can also signal an opportunity to assert your objectives. Ultimately, eye contact is a formidable tool when genuine and sincere, without unsettling the other party. If they hesitate to meet your gaze, you may have an advantage to leverage. Persistence. Persistence is a delicate art. It entails not accepting no as a final answer but continuing to pursue your goals. Timing, however, is crucial. For example, asking your boss for a day off during a stressful moment reduces your chances of a positive response. Instead, choose a time when they are more relaxed. If initially met with rejection, withdraw gracefully and try again later. By studying people closely, you will develop an intuition for the right moments when they are more amenable. For instance, requesting a day off on a Friday afternoon is likelier to yield a favorable response than on a Monday morning. Justifications. There is a marked difference between a valid reason and a mere excuse. Providing a solid reason makes it easier to gain agreement, whereas excuses are often ineffective. Consider this scenario. If your boss queries why a task wasn't completed on time, an excuse like "I didn't get the necessary information soon enough" is unlikely to suffice. Instead, offer a reason such as, "The data processing was intricate and took longer to ensure accuracy," and then detail the complexities involved, showcasing your expertise. Effective justifications must be coherent and logical. Scrutinize your reasons rigorously to ensure they withstand questioning, bolstering your confidence in their effectiveness. Narrow ties. Cultivating close relationships is crucial for garnering support. Meaningful connections foster compliance because people believe in you. Conversely, lack of genuine relationships diminishes willingness to cooperate. Building trust capital is essential. Being forthright and reliable builds credibility, making others more inclined to support your ideas. Bonding over shared experiences or common interests can fortify these ties, making it easier to secure agreement through trust and belief in you. Active listening. Listening is a powerful yet often overlooked strategy for influencing others. Genuine listening conveys care and fosters narrow ties, essential for building trust capital. Demonstrating attentive listening is straightforward. Maintain eye contact and mirror some of their mannerisms, such as crossing arms or placing a hand under the chin. This mirroring technique signals empathy and attentiveness, strengthening the bond and enhancing your influence. Be forthcoming. Ultimately, the most effective way to cultivate credibility is through honesty and transparency. Trust capital is an invaluable asset, one that necessitates diligent accumulation. While you may be driven by self-interest, it's unnecessary for others to be aware of this. A key strategy for building this trust capital is to embrace truthfulness. Simply put, if there's no imperative to lie, then refrain from doing so. Habitual dishonesty will eventually be detected, leading others to perceive you as untrustworthy, a perception that undermines your objectives. Conversely, demonstrating a pattern of honesty fosters reliability and makes people inclined to rely on you in diverse situations. By cultivating a persona rooted in integrity, you make it difficult for others to question your decisions and actions. Your established track record will speak volumes on your behalf. When confronted with opposition, you can simply point to your history of accomplishments. It's important to recognize that establishing this level of credibility requires both time and consistent effort. Make a conscious effort to integrate honesty as a core component of your everyday behavior. The benefits of fostering a credible persona are substantial. You will gain far more from others through transparency than through deceit. Chapter 6. How to use manipulation for empathic relationships, friendship, and at work. The art of inspiration. Many people seek to learn manipulation and dark psychology techniques to influence and inspire others. They often approach trainers to learn how to induce a trance and formulate indirect suggestions. While they might succeed in practice sessions, they often falter when faced with real-life situations, failing to capitalize on the moment. This happens for two main reasons. Firstly, they are unsure of what they want. They lack clarity about their desires, especially in relation to the person they are interacting with. The solution is simple: write down your desires. When you have a clear list, you can easily identify opportunities to fulfill at least one of them. Before meeting someone, consider what you want to achieve and visualize the desired outcome. Usually, it makes sense to instill either the right behavior or the right attitude. Secondly, there is a fear that the suggestion might backfire, causing the other person to snap out of the trance and react negatively. These fears are valid, especially for beginners who might unintentionally provoke their victims' internal defenses. Safe suggestions, which we will explore further, can mitigate this risk. Courtesy rules. Treat suggestions as polite requests. It's much more pleasant to hear "Can you tell me the time?" instead of "Look at the clock and tell me what time it is." Requests are perceived as polite and are therefore more likely to be fulfilled. People generally find it impolite to refuse a polite request. However, not all requests are welcome. A person will readily fulfill a request if they understand what needs to be done, know how to do it, find it easy and stress-free, and see some benefit in doing so. If any of these conditions are not met, they are less likely to comply. A reminder. Our goal is to communicate in a way that dulls the vigilance of the interlocutor. The sentinel system of any living being responds to sudden, unmotivated changes in the situation. To avoid raising alarm, speak in a manner consistent with the other person's beliefs and perceptions. It's important to ensure that your words align with their reality, as people will not act against their core beliefs. Therefore, offer suggestions that are logical and consistent with their views. Inspired mood. Most decisions are influenced by emotions, whether consciously or not. Emotions often dominate our choices, and people will find ways to change decisions they are unhappy with, justifying the change logically. Although we live in a world that values logic, emotional influence can yield fantastic results. Compliments. Compliments are a powerful tool for suggestion. People are generally willing to accept positive assessments, especially when there is a reason for them. Compliments are polite and socially acceptable. They also imply a subtle expectation for the person to live up to the positive assessment. By offering compliments, you teach the person to accept your suggestions, as compliments create a positive association with the evaluator. Only PR, praising yourself, your products, or your services is a form of suggestion. Repeatedly highlighting your achievements and positive attributes shapes how others perceive you. However, it's important to ensure that self-praise is relevant and contextually appropriate. If you find self-promotion difficult, you can praise yourself indirectly through stories and anecdotes that highlight your positive qualities. Total correct suggestions. The best suggestions are those that you would not be embarrassed to be caught making. They should be easy to accept and lead to relaxed, subjectively beneficial actions. This is achieved by saying things that align with the other person's reality and whose behavioral consequences are not immediately obvious. Focus on mood, attitudes, qualities, or simple agreeable requests to make your suggestions more effective. Chapter 7. Coercive control. Coercive control is often associated with domestic abuse, and in some cases, this connection is accurate. However, many people who use coercive control in a loving relationship are simply looking to gain some control. Emotional manipulation can be a way to ensure your partner is aware of your needs and can meet them. While the term controlling partner might evoke images of a bully or an abusive person who rules the relationship with violence, dark psychology suggests a gentler form of persuasion to improve your relationship. Let's explore some behaviors that psychologists consider controlling traits and reinterpret them using dark psychology. 1. Isolation tactics. Psychologists argue that keeping your partner away from their family and friends to strip them of their support network is unhealthy. They recommend making time for yourself. Alternative view. If you love spending time with your partner, encouraging them to choose you over others is just persuasion. Balancing work and home life can be challenging, and gently persuading your partner to prioritize time with you is a way to nurture your relationship. 2. Chronic criticism. According to psychologists, constantly correcting your partner's behavior or other aspects of the relationship is abusive and indicates a lack of respect. Alternative view. Constructive criticism can help both partners improve and grow. Accepting and giving well-meaning comments about how to become a better partner can strengthen the relationship. Criticism, when reciprocal and constructive, can be a tool for mutual growth. 3. Making threats to prevent a breakup. Psychologists view discussing the consequences of a breakup, such as financial impacts or effects on children, as threatening behavior. Alternative view. Highlighting the realities of a breakup, especially in a committed relationship with shared responsibilities, is about being realistic. It's a way to encourage working through difficulties rather than making hasty decisions. 4. Using a scorecard. Psychologists suggest that pointing out imbalances in effort within the relationship is a form of mental abuse.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
Alternative view. A balanced relationship is essential. Encouraging your partner to take a more active role in shared responsibilities is about creating fairness and mutual support, not control. 5. Creating a debt. Psychologists warn that giving extravagant gifts early in a relationship can create a sense of debt that prevents a breakup. Alternative view. Giving gifts to show affection and share your lifestyle is generous, not manipulative. The sense of debt is often in the recipient's mind and not the giver's intention. 6. Spying on your partner. Excessive disclosure and monitoring are viewed by psychologists as unhealthy and controlling. Alternative view. Trust and transparency are crucial in a relationship. Sharing personal information and occasional checks can be about ensuring mutual trust and safety, not control. 7. Jealousy and accusations. Psychologists believe that jealousy and expressing it to your partner is a way of exerting control. Alternative view. Sharing your feelings of jealousy acknowledges your partner's attractiveness and can be flattering. It's a way to express care and request respect for your feelings. 8. Earning treats. Psychologists argue that setting goals with rewards is a form of control and dominance. Alternative view. Providing incentives for achieving goals is a way to motivate and support your partner. It's about working as a team to achieve mutual progress and happiness. 9. Making you tired of arguing. avoiding arguments to prevent conflict is seen by psychologists as controlling behavior. Alternative view, finding non-confrontational ways to resolve issues is about maintaining peace and happiness in the relationship. It's not about control, but about finding healthier ways to deal with conflicts. Point 10. Telling you what to eat. Psychologists see advising your partner on their diet as a form of control. Alternative view, advising your partner on healthy eating habits shows care and a desire for their well-being. It's about wanting to enjoy a long, healthy life together. Point 11. Banning you from seeing certain people, restricting your partner's social interactions is considered controlling. Alternative view, advising your partner to avoid negative influences is about caring for their well-being. You can make better decisions about their friends from an outside perspective and persuade them to make better choices. Coercive control, when reinterpreted through the lens of dark psychology, can be seen as a form of gentle persuasion aimed at improving the relationship. By understanding and using these techniques thoughtfully, you can enhance your relationship, ensuring that your needs and those of your partner are met in a balanced and mutually beneficial way. Chapter 8. Methods of manipulation. Manipulation techniques are designed to blur the mind and bend the will to the manipulator's desires. These techniques range from subtle to coarse. Understanding these methods allows you to evade traps without succumbing to paranoia. Let's examine some of the most common manipulation traps through a clinical lens. We often want to believe in a world full of reliable and loving people. While many people live by this ideal, there are always those who will exploit you if given the chance. Recognizing selfish behavior and the depths of betrayal, manipulation, and deception requires a careful approach, not paranoia. For selfish purposes, it's essential to be cautious in relationships with those who might play with your emotions and trust. Manipulation by lies. Lies are a common tool for manipulators. They create a dense web of falsehoods, distorting reality to victimize you. The best defense is to identify inconsistencies and recognize bluffs. Trust must be earned. Avoid sharing personal and financial information until you know someone well. Be wary of offers that seem too good to be true. Verify the sources of information and the validity of statements before acting. This approach protects you from being ensnared in a web of lies, taking advantage of your emotional investments. Manipulators often exploit emotional investments, forcing people to act against their best interests. Psychopaths tend to use this method. Prevent such situations by not verbally expressing your emotional investments to strangers. Don't expose your weaknesses unnecessarily, as there may be those who seek to exploit them. Share your heart only with a few trusted individuals. Ego whipping through provocation and humiliation. In politics, sports, and various human activities, provocation and humiliation are powerful manipulation methods. Provoking someone to act foolishly through public humiliation can manipulate a wounded ego. If provoked, pause and consider the consequences of your actions. Avoid reacting impulsively, as provocation is always aimed at achieving a specific purpose. Deliberate before responding to avoid falling into a trap. Falsification. Instant temptations and ambitions can ruin lives. Desiring something intensely can become a weakness. Manipulative traps often exploit these desires. Avoid seeking short-term gains and focus on long-term plans to evade temptations. Recognize that those who constantly feed your desires can control your life.
This was me, struggling to keep up with posting consistently on YouTube and getting less views than normal until I...
Addictions to drugs, alcohol, money, or sex can lead to ruin. Preventing dependence on material things and obsessive desires protects you from being dominated by manipulators. Pure brainwashing. Brainwashing is a manipulation tactic used by marketing, advertising, and extreme conservative groups. Repetition can overpower reasoning. Protect yourself by filtering information through a logic filter. Don't accept things at face value, research and verify before believing. Independent thinking is your best defense against brainwashing. Subtle emotional blackmail. Emotional blackmail is common in relationships and often goes unnoticed. Manipulators use your emotions for their own interests. Know where to draw the line, as self-sacrifice loses its meaning beyond a certain point. Recognize when enough is enough to protect yourself from emotional manipulation. Deprivation. Deprivation is an emotional manipulation that drives people to unwanted actions. It peaks in family and social life, making you obey others. Overcoming deprivation requires independence and creating your own source of income. This autonomy frees you from manipulation. Ego caress, arrogance. Ego manipulation involves caressing your ego with lies, inflating it until the manipulator can control you like a puppet. Arrogance can be disastrous. To escape this, practice humility and fairness. Pay attention to these emotional techniques, as manipulation can also be used positively. People can be guided to make good choices, but it's a risky game. Building your independent opinions and judgments helps protect you from becoming a victim of mental manipulation. Manipulation techniques can be subtle or blatant, but understanding them helps you protect yourself. Don't let others think for you, think for yourself. Keep a distance from anger, desires, ambitions, and lies. Listen to everyone, talk to some, and trust only a few. Prudence, patience, independent thinking, and good judgment are your best defenses against manipulation. Chapter 9. The Pillars of Manipulation. Manipulation often involves strategic methods to influence others subtly or overtly. Understanding these pillars helps in both employing them for ethical purposes and recognizing when they are used against you. 1. They use storytelling. Storytelling is a powerful manipulation tool because it engages the emotional part of the brain, making it more receptive than a barrage of facts and statistics. Stories can make one think with their emotions rather than logic, enhancing the persuasiveness of the argument. However, be cautious of falling for bad arguments masked by compelling stories that increase suggestibility and reduce focus on facts. Point 2. They know their audience. Successful manipulators, like great attorneys, do extensive background research on their audience. This knowledge allows them to tailor their communication style to resonate effectively. In any situation requiring persuasion, understanding the audience's preferences and biases helps in crafting messages that minimize miscommunication and maximize impact. 3. They show and not tell where possible. Visual evidence and storytelling captivate the mind more than pure data. Effective manipulators present tangible evidence repeatedly to reinforce the perceived truthfulness of their case. Be wary of those who excessively emphasize a piece of evidence, as it might be a misdirection tactic. Always question and verify the evidence shown. Point 4. They are reasonable. Sometimes, showing flexibility and agreeing on minor points can lower an opponent's defenses, making them more receptive to your main argument. This technique involves a strategic recalibration.
Collaboration is key for team success. With ClickUp, you can easily manage your team's tasks and timelines in one app. Using our Gantt chart feature, you can map out your team's tasks and set dependencies to ensure everyone is on the same page. Adjust timelines, change colors, and add more tasks as your project progresses. ClickUp's Gantt chart feature makes project management a breeze, so you can focus on what really matters. Say goodbye to multiple apps and hello to seamless team collaboration with ClickUp. Get started
to appear reasonable, thus confusing the opponent into believing they are being understood, while subtly leading them into a trap. Point 5. They appeal to emotion. Emotions play a crucial role in manipulation. By provoking emotions such as anger, pity, or trust, manipulators can disrupt rational thinking. Maintaining emotional control while exploiting your opponent's emotional vulnerabilities can be decisive in manipulation. Emotions often outweigh facts in persuasive battles. Point 6. They watch the audience's body language. Body language is a significant communication tool. Skilled manipulators adjust their body language to suit the situation, using mirroring techniques to build rapport or intimidate. Observing and interpreting body language can provide insights into the audience's feelings and reactions, aiding in strategic adjustments to enhance persuasion. 7. They use leading questions. Leading questions guide the respondent towards a specific answer, shaping their perspective. These questions assume agreement and only seek to confirm the degree of that agreement. Being aware of such questions helps in avoiding traps that lead to unintentional acceptance of premises that do not align with your views. Point 8. Listening skills. Effective manipulators are excellent listeners, picking up subtle cues and details that reveal the target's vulnerabilities. By listening attentively, they gather information that helps in tailoring their approach to close the deal or win the argument. Over-answering and providing unnecessary information can inadvertently aid manipulators. 9. Empathy. Building rapport through empathy makes targets feel understood and valued, increasing their susceptibility to persuasion. Likeable salespeople often use empathy to comfort and reassure clients, facilitating sales. Recognize empathy tactics to discern genuine concern from manipulative strategies. Point 10. Assuming the sale. Salespeople often assume the sale by directly asking for details and signatures, bypassing the decision-making process. This technique removes the choice from the buyer and subtly pressures them into compliance. Recognize this tactic to avoid being rushed into decisions. Point 11. Confidence. A confident demeanor can inspire trust and lead people to follow the manipulator's lead. Confidence, even without substantial backing, can sway opinions and decisions. Awareness of this can help in distinguishing between genuine expertise and mere confidence. Point 12. Creating a scarcity mindset. Manipulators create a sense of urgency by suggesting that an offer is limited in time or availability, increasing its perceived value. Recognizing this pressure tactic allows for more measured decision-making, preventing hasty choices driven by fear of missing out. Point 13. Honesty, where possible. Manipulators blend truth with omission or slight distortions to craft convincing narratives while maintaining plausible deniability. This strategic use of truth helps in manipulating perceptions without outright lying. Always seek comprehensive information to uncover potential manipulative omissions. Point 14. Curiosity. Simple, seemingly innocuous questions can be a manipulator's tool to gather information and lay groundwork for persuasion. Each response provides insights into the target's preferences and vulnerabilities. Being cautious with the information shared can mitigate this tactic. Point 15. Communication skills. Skilled manipulators adapt their language and communication style to their audience, engaging effectively and persuasively. Subtle linguistic adjustments can make significant differences in how messages are received and interpreted. 16. Preparation for objections. Preparation is key in manipulation. Anticipating and preparing for objections reinforces the manipulator's position as an expert. By having ready answers to potential questions, they maintain control of the narrative and enhance their credibility. Understanding these pillars of manipulation equips you with the knowledge to both apply ethical persuasion techniques and recognize manipulative tactics used against you. Chapter 10. Methods of persuasion. For some people, the art of persuasion comes naturally. They seem to effortlessly get the response they want from others. On the other hand, some people struggle to convince even their closest friends, despite having compelling messages. Regardless of where you fall on this spectrum, with practice and effort, you can learn to use persuasion effectively. The 3 parts of persuasion. The process of persuasion typically involves 3 key components. 1. The communicator, the medium or source of persuasion. 2. The persuasive appeal, the nature of the message. 3. The audience, the target person or group for the appeal. Understanding and accounting for these elements is crucial for successful persuasion. By observing daily instances of persuasion, you can train yourself to recognize and employ similar tactics. Using the Aristotelian appeals. Aristotle, one of the most famous persuaders, identified 3 main approaches to persuasion. Ethos. Ethos focuses on trust, integrity, and character. This appeal is based on the persuader's reputation and how others perceive them. Demonstrating good character and even minor flaws can humanize you, making you more relatable and trustworthy. Pathos. Pathos involves evoking emotions in your audience. Engaging storytelling and referencing injustices can capture interest. Using the right language and choosing words that amplify or subdue situations is key to effectively employing pathos. Logos. Logos relies on logic, rational explanations, and evidence. This appeal is effective for people who prefer facts and data over emotional arguments. Providing verifiable information helps in convincing this audience. Additional persuasion techniques. Foot in the door. This technique involves asking for a small favor before requesting a larger one. Starting with something minor, like borrowing a cup of sugar, makes it easier to build up to bigger requests. Reversal tagging. Reversal tagging uses sentence phrasing with 2 opposing structures, an affirmative statement followed by a tag question. The first statement must be strong to serve as the main persuasive element. Reverse psychology. Reverse psychology suggests the opposite of what you want to evoke an emotional response and influence action. It works best when the target does not suspect manipulation. Cognitive dissonance. Creating a sense of discomfort or dissonance in your target can persuade them to take action to restore balance. Offering a solution to their discomfort increases the likelihood of compliance. Counter-attitudinal advocacy. This technique involves advocating for a position contrary to your own beliefs to reduce dissonance and justify behavior. It is commonly used in cults and gangs to change beliefs and align actions. Hurt and rescue principle. This principle involves inducing discomfort or fear in the target, then presenting your desired action as the solution. Care must be taken to avoid appearing aggressive or intimidating. Auction model. Effective when dealing with multiple buyers, this strategy plays parties against each other to create a competitive buying frenzy. Human nature's competitive instinct drives up the perceived value. Various persuasion techniques can be employed depending on your goals, the nature of the request, your comfort level, and the difficulty of persuading the other person. Experiment with different methods to find what works best for you. Chapter 11. Secrets of Persuasive People. Whether you are trying to convince your boss or a friend on a certain issue, persuasion is a crucial skill in all areas of life. Persuasive individuals stand out because they have a knack for getting what they want. They are convincing, making you lean towards their way of thinking even when you initially doubted them. Let's explore the various characteristics that make persuasive people so effective. 1. They understand their audience. Persuasive individuals have a deep understanding of their audience, which allows them to communicate effectively. Knowing your audience is the first step to engaging them properly. Research. They conduct thorough research to understand the demographics and interests of their audience, forming conclusive insights. Observation. They observe other interactions with the audience, learning from competitors or previous engagements. Personal interaction. They strive to know their audience personally, even if it takes time. Engagement monitoring. They track engagement and comments, particularly on social media, to understand preferences. Surveys. When time permits, they conduct surveys to gather opinions on various topics. 2. They know how to connect. Connection is key to persuasion. Persuasive people connect with others by recognizing their humanity and engaging on a personal level. Emotional vulnerability, they are open emotionally, which builds trust. Active listening, they listen actively, showing genuine interest and respect for others' views. Building trust, by being empathetic and understanding, they create strong personal connections. 3. They don't force. Effective persuasion does not involve force. Persuasive people avoid pushing their audience in unwanted directions. Confidence and assertiveness, they present their ideas confidently but not aggressively. Patience, they are patient, allowing the audience time to accept their ideas. Non-argumentative, they avoid arguing intensely, focusing on the strength of their points. 4. They use appropriate body language. Body language enhances verbal communication. Persuasive individuals use expressions, gestures, and tone of voice effectively. Positive tone, they maintain a positive tone throughout their communication. Eye contact, they make eye contact to build rapport. Open posture, they use open body language, such as uncrossed arms and leaning forward. 5. They are clear and straight to the point. Clarity is essential in persuasion. Persuasive people convey their ideas succinctly and clearly. Content mastery, they know their subject matter thoroughly, avoiding repetition. Simplified communication, they explain concepts clearly, even to those unfamiliar with the topic. Audience understanding, they tailor their communication style to match their audience's level of understanding. 6. They are genuine. Genuineness is crucial for building trust. Persuasive people are honest and authentic, making them trustworthy. Self-awareness, they understand their strengths and use them effectively. Confidence, they exude confidence, showing they know what they are talking about. Trustworthiness, their genuineness makes others comfortable sharing information with them. 7. They aren't perfect. Admitting imperfection can be persuasive. Persuasive people listen to others and acknowledge their points of view. Open-mindedness, they are open to corrections and alternative perspectives. Respect for others, they respect others' opinions, which fosters mutual respect and consideration. 8. They stay relevant. Relevance is key to maintaining interest. Persuasive individuals avoid irrelevant questions and comments. Active listening, they listen to the audience and respond with relevant questions and comments. Focused communication, they keep their communication focused on the topic at hand. 9. They help the audience to visualize. Visualization aids understanding. Persuasive people use visual imagery, stories, and examples to make their points clear. Storytelling, they use stories to illustrate complex ideas. Imagery, they create vivid images in the minds of their audience to make their points memorable. 10. They make the right first impression. First impressions are critical. Persuasive people make a strong initial impression that influences how they are perceived throughout the interaction. Positive presentation, they adopt a strong posture, smile, and use a firm handshake. Effective opening, they use compelling opening statements to capture interest. 11. They know when to stop. Knowing when to pause is crucial. Persuasive people understand the importance of timing and observation. Strategic pauses, they pause to evaluate the effectiveness of their communication. Audience feedback, they listen to audience feedback and adjust their approach as needed. 12. They have goals. Having clear goals guides persuasive communication. Persuasive people start with a goal in mind and steer their audience toward it. Directional communication, they direct the conversation towards their desired outcome. 13. They prepare for objections. Anticipating objections is essential. Persuasive individuals prepare responses to potential objections. Preparedness, they think through possible objections and have responses ready. Flexible responses, they adapt their responses based on the specific objections raised. By understanding and embodying these characteristics, you can enhance your ability to persuade others effectively. Practice these traits and techniques to become more persuasive in your interactions. Chapter 12. Dark Persuasion. Persuasion happens everywhere in day-to-day life. It can be seen in how we interact with others, leaning in to persuade people to keep talking while ignoring them in hopes that they will be persuaded to go away. We persuade others to help by asking them and pleading our case, or we persuade people to do something by suggesting it. What makes persuasion dark versus regular persuasion, and how does dark persuasion work? If you want to understand why dark persuasion is so manipulative, you must first understand what it entails, as well as how it differs from harmless persuasion, defining dark persuasion. At its simplest, persuasion is the act of coaxing or influencing someone into doing or believing something that they did not do or believe prior. Think of asking someone to do something that would never have occurred to them before. Perhaps you ask your partner to help you carry something because it is too heavy, and your partner has not yet offered help. If your partner then decides to carry something for you, you have successfully persuaded them. There is nothing inherently manipulative or wrong about doing this. You are simply asking for help and your partner obliges. Dark persuasion, then, adds a level of darkness. Remember, darkness implies selfishness or harm. The propensity for darkness is the propensity to do things for one's own selfish interest with no regard for what it may or may not do to those around the manipulator. They do not care if people get hurt, betrayed, or upset. The only thing that matters to people who have a propensity for darkness or dark psychology is that one's own wants and needs are met. Taking those two definitions, of darkness and persuasion, you can then infer that dark persuasion is the art of influencing people to act in a way that is primarily or only beneficial to the manipulator with no regard for those being manipulated. Anything that the manipulator attempts to get from others is selfishly motivated. This selfishness, this darkness, is what makes dark persuasion so dangerous or harmful to others. Persuasion versus dark persuasion. If persuasion is acceptable, but dark persuasion is harmful, what is the real difference, you may ask? The difference lies in the intention. Persuasion, by and large, does not seek to inflict harm, and if anything, often seeks to better both the person doing the persuading and the person being persuaded. Oftentimes when trying to persuade someone, you are doing so because you believe it would be better, and this is from a good spot, seeking to benefit the other person as well. You are not trying to convince the other person to do something for your own benefit, and only your own benefit. Ultimately, the one-sided selfishness is what differentiates the two from each other. Persuasion is not necessary, but can be selfish, but dark persuasion always is. Dark persuasion is almost always one-sided, though the other person may believe there is some sort of benefit to him or her as well. In contrast, persuasion often seeks to balance the benefits of all involved, attempting to spread as much good as possible. All parties involved in normal persuasion usually benefit in some way, shape, or form, but only the manipulator benefits in dark persuasion. Dark persuasion does not concern itself with morality, whereas persuasion does. The dark persuader does not care about right or wrong, but the persuader does. How dark persuasion works. Persuasion, and therefore dark persuasion, works through 7 elements. These elements enable you to influence other people, no matter whether you seek to persuade someone with the best of intentions genuinely or you wish to darkly persuade someone into the behavior you know they would not necessarily care for. Understanding these 7 elements is crucial to understanding exactly how to persuade others. 1. Reciprocity. Reciprocity is the idea that when someone helps or gives you something, you should return the favor. Even if it is as simple as someone smiling at you, you should smile back. No matter how big or small, the favor should be returned. This typically works in everyone's favor when everyone reciprocates because everyone sees benefits. If Alice asks Brenda for help moving furniture in exchange for homemade cookies, and Brenda agrees to do so, the future time that Brenda needs help with something, Alice is going to be more likely to volunteer or agree to help. We inherently want to help others who help us. It is part of our wiring as a social species. However, this idea of reciprocity also applies in dark persuasion. If you seek to tap into dark persuasion, you are going to seek to create a sense of obligation in your target. You will do something for the other person with the intent of cashing in on the favor you feel you are owed. Many people are likely to give in to this notion, as well, and will oftentimes, even if begrudgingly, attempt to reciprocate. 2. Consistency and commitment. Consistency is important within persuasion because of three key factors. It is valued, creates a schedule that can be used to manage all of one's many responsibilities, and it can simplify situations that are otherwise difficult to juggle due to having a routine. This means that consistency, in effect, makes people's daily tasks more streamlined. People are able to get through everything easier when they have a set routine that enables them to meet all of their responsibilities that have proven effective in the past. The consistency in routine allows for reliability as well. Someone who is consistent is typically also quite reliable because of his or her routine. Therefore, someone who is consistent becomes easy to persuade. Once that person has agreed to do something for you, you can be certain they will follow through due to their own skills at self-motivating to remain consistent. In dark persuasion, you can take this to mean that once someone who is consistent has said they will do something, they will motivate themselves to do so, even if, halfway through, they realize that it is something that they have no desire to do or is something that does not quite line up with their own belief systems. Going hand in hand with consistency comes commitment. Those who are consistent typically follow through with commitments no matter what. They self-motivate to get the job done due to their consistency. Those who have proven themselves consistent typically will continue to follow that pattern, believing remaining consistent and reliable is integral to who they are as a person. This self-motivation is, in essence, a form of self-persuasion. By simply getting a commitment, you may not even have to do the persuasion part. The other person will do the work for you. This means that once you bind this person to do something, it will almost absolutely happen. Commitments are valued and not taken lightly. Even if you do find that the other person is balking at the agreement and seeming as though he or she may back out of the arrangement, appealing to that commitment, reminding the other person that they had promised or otherwise committed him or herself to completing the commitment is often enough to keep them in line. Within dark persuasion, then, by earning a commitment, particularly from someone consistent, you are able to ensure that you do not have to work hard to hold the other person accountable. Ultimately, those interested in dark persuasion and covert manipulation seek to get results with the least amount of effort, so by getting someone that you know is consistent and dedicated to meeting commitments, you are able to lessen your workload. You know that you are not likely to need to nag at the other person to follow through, which means you do not have to do as much follow-up work. 3. Authority by and large. People defer to authority and are more likely to do whatever someone asks if they see clear signs of authority presented to them. For example, a person may listen to what a nurse has to say about care at home but may not follow through. If that same person were told the same thing by a doctor whose lab coat declared them the head of the ER department, however, they would be far more likely to do as told. This is because the person unconsciously defers to higher authorities. In the person's mind, the nurse may not be as worthy of being an authority as the doctor who is the head of the emergency room, even though the information provided is exactly the same. In terms of being able to persuade others, then this implies that it is important to cue that the predator is an authority in some way. You can convince people to buy products if you have a business degree hanging on the wall, and you can sway someone by using your credentials with your name on nameplates, business cards, and other identifying items. Consider if someone talked to you about what you should do with your insurance on your car. Would you be more inclined to listen to a random person in casual clothes or someone wearing a shirt emblazoned with the logo of a popular, well-known insurance company? The answer is the one who has identified themselves as a representative of an insurance company. You would assume they are an authority on the product if their shirt marks them as someone involved with the insurance business. The dark persuaders, then, could take this a step further. Either through misrepresenting experience or even lying about credentials, they are able to be seen as more reliable. They may give some reason they have more working knowledge over a situation, and because of that, they should be seen as a default authority on the matter. For scarcity, people always want what they cannot have. Because oftentimes, people see the proverbial grass is greener on the other side. By imposing scarcity on a product, demand goes up. If an unpopular item is being removed from a menu, people will suddenly want it more until it is gone, at which point, that item that never sold well in the first place is suddenly missed. Many restaurants follow similar structures, offering items for a limited time only, although realistically, they would be able to produce enough to. Chapter 13. Methods of Deception. Deception involves the use of lies and omissions to persuade a victim to align with the deceiver's intentions. This type of interaction or communication can manifest in different forms depending on the context. Psychologists have identified three main classifications of deception: camouflage, simulation, and disguise. Understanding these classifications helps us recognize the common techniques used by deceivers. Let's explore these classifications and their associated tactics in detail. Camouflage. Camouflage involves concealing the true intentions of the deceiver in a way that the victim cannot easily decode. Similar to how animals and plants use camouflage to hide from predators or to approach prey undetected, deceivers employ methods that are hard to detect without careful observation. Camouflage is often applied as half-truths during interactions. Part of the communication is true, but there is a hidden, malicious element. The victim may not realize the deception until the deceiver reveals it, often after achieving their goals. This makes camouflage one of the toughest forms of deception to detect. Simulation. Simulation, the second classification of deception, involves presenting false information to mislead the victim. There are three types of simulation. 1. Fabrication, altering reality by adding or reducing details to a story to convince the subject. For example, a suspect in court might claim they stole food because they were starving, when in reality they intended to sell it for financial gain. 2. Mimicry, imitating something or someone to confuse or deceive. A deceiver might steal an idea and present it as their own. For instance, an author might use the name of a popular writer to fool readers into buying their book. 3. Distraction, diverting the victim's attention from reality to focus on falsehoods. A deceiver might use excuses to distract someone from the truth. This requires constant fabrication of new lies to maintain the deception. Disguise. Disguise involves feigning a different appearance or identity to conceal one's true intentions. It means the deceiver appears as someone or something different, tricking the victim into trusting them. Disguise is more complex than temporary changes. It often involves the deceiver adopting a completely different persona to achieve their goals. Common techniques of deception. Deceivers use a variety of tactics to control their targets' minds. Here are some common techniques. 1. Lies. The deceiver makes up false information and presents it as fact, leading the victim to accept it as the truth. 2. Concealment. Important information is intentionally omitted to prevent the victim from recognizing the whole truth. This can be done through half-truths. 3. Creating illusions. Deceivers create convincing, imaginary scenarios to sway the victim into believing or partnering with them. 4. Equivocations, using ambiguous or contradictory language to hide the truth and confuse the victim. This allows the deceiver to avoid giving definite answers. Point 5. Understatements, minimizing the significance of a situation, making it appear less important than it is, to influence the victim without revealing the full impact. Point 6. Seduction, enticing the victim through praise, charm, flattery, or financial support to lower their defenses and lure them into a trap. Point 7. Rationalization, providing weak or far-fetched arguments to convince the victim to accept something unpleasant or difficult. Point 8. Playing the servant, pretending to act for a noble cause to gain the victim's trust and lower their defenses. Point 9. Diversion, misleading the victim by attacking their self-defense mechanisms, often using peer pressure or other manipulative tactics. Point 10. Playing the victim, evoking sympathy or pity by pretending to be weaker or hurt, gaining the victim's cooperation and trust. Point 11. Feigning authority, pretending to have authority or expertise to increase trust and likability, leveraging the victim's tendency to trust authoritative figures. Conclusion: deceivers employ various techniques to manipulate their targets, often using multiple tactics simultaneously. Recognizing these methods can help protect against deception. If you suspect someone is deceiving you, it is best to create distance between you and the potential deceiver to avoid falling victim to their manipulation. Remember, these tactics are not exhaustive, and deceivers may use other methods as well. Stay vigilant and informed to safeguard against deception. Chapter 14. Deception Detection. Detecting deception in oral or written statements involves various methods and techniques. Let's explore some ways to identify signs of deception and spot a liar. How to detect an anomaly. Professionals often analyze linguistic text to detect anomalies, focusing on grammar, language, and syntax to understand how an event is described. Detecting nonverbal cues such as eye movement and verbal behavior is crucial. Oral statements are also studied for inconsistencies, signs of deception. Here are some signs of deception to watch out for. 1. The lack of self-reference. Truthful individuals typically use the pronoun I when describing events. Deceptive people may minimize the use of I references or omit important information. 2. Answering a question with a question. Deceptive individuals may avoid directly lying by answering a question with another question to dodge the issue. Tips from the FBI on spotting a liar. The FBI offers valuable insights into spotting deception. 1. Focus on building rapport. Establishing rapport during interviews can lead to more information. Avoid being accusatory to encourage cooperation. Point 2. Surprising the suspects. Ask unexpected questions to catch deceptive individuals off guard and prevent rehearsed responses. Point 3. Listening more than you speak. Liars may speak more to sound legitimate. Pay attention to verbal cues like speaking faster, louder, clearing throat, or coughing frequently. 4. Pay attention to how a person says no. Watch for unusual behavior like looking away, hesitancy, or closing eyes when saying no. 5. Watch for changes in behavior. Be wary of sudden changes in behavior, short answers, feigned memory lapses, or exaggerated responses. Point 6. Ask for the story backward. Truthful individuals typically add details and recall events naturally. Ask them to recall the event backward to detect inconsistencies. 7. Beware of compliments. Insincere compliments may indicate deception, especially if someone is trying to make a good impression. Point 8. Asking a follow-up question. People may be uneasy due to personal embarrassment or dependency on the conversation outcome. Asking follow-up questions can help uncover inconsistencies. Conclusion. Detecting deception requires careful observation of verbal and nonverbal cues. While these signs can indicate deception, they are not foolproof. It's essential to proceed with caution and gather more information if you suspect someone is being deceptive. Over time, with practice, you can become more adept at spotting deception. Chapter 15. Neurolinguistic Programming Secrets. Neuro-linguistic programming (NLP) has been utilized to fixate messages in people's minds, often with the aim of influencing behavior. Let's delve into the secrets of NLP and how it can be used for manipulation. A brief history of NLP. NLP originated from research on human cognition and learning conducted by Richard Bandler and John Grinder in the 1970s. It focuses on modifying human behavior through language and sound, aiming to influence behavior without conscious engagement. Core concepts of NLP. 1. Subjectivity recognizes that individuals perceive the world differently based on their experiences. Engaging all senses in learning helps internalize content effectively. Point 2. Consciousness. Humans have dual layers of consciousness and unconsciousness. Consciousness rationalizes daily actions, while unconsciousness drives instinctive behavior. Point 3. Learning occurs when individuals internalize their experiences through sensory perception. Experience is crucial for meaningful learning. NLP modeling. NLP attempts to model how the human mind perceives the world. While there's no universal model, practitioners offer models to help individuals replace habits or thoughts. NLP can be effective in coercing others through chants, slogans, and visual imagery. NLP as a means of communication. Verbal communication, words, tone, pitch, speed, and volume are crucial in communication. Skilled manipulators know how to use their voice to implant intentions effectively. Nonverbal communication, gestures, body language, and mannerisms play a significant role. Manipulators pay attention to nonverbal cues to maintain control. Building rapport. NLP is used to build rapport by acting in a friendly, non-threatening manner. Building trust through rapport is a powerful manipulation tool. Manipulation techniques. Indoctrination. Companies use NLP techniques to indoctrinate employees by reinforcing values and norms. Verbal and nonverbal cues. Manipulators use both verbal and nonverbal cues to influence others' perceptions and behaviors. Charm and rapport. Skilled manipulators use charm and rapport to gain trust and control over others. Conclusion. NLP can be a powerful tool for manipulation, influencing behavior, and communication. Understanding its principles can help individuals recognize and defend against manipulation tactics in various settings. Awareness of verbal and nonverbal cues is essential for detecting manipulation and maintaining autonomy. Chapter 16. NLP Techniques. Neuro-linguistic programming (NLP) offers various techniques that can be used to influence behavior, change thought patterns, and improve emotional well-being. Let's explore some of these techniques. Anchoring. Anchoring is a technique based on Ivan Pavlov's classical conditioning experiments with dogs. It involves creating a neurobiological connection between a specific stimulus and a desired emotional state. Here's how you can use it. Create an anchor. Associate a specific gesture or sensation with a desired positive emotion by recalling a memory when you felt that emotion strongly. Trigger the anchor. When you're feeling stressed or low, trigger the anchor to change your emotional state. Reinforce the anchor by recalling more positive memories associated with it. Content reframing. This technique helps combat negative thoughts and feelings by reframing the meaning of situations. Here's how it works. Reframe negative situations. Change the meaning of negative situations into something positive. For example, reframe a breakup as an opportunity for personal growth and new beginnings. Focus on empowerment. Shift your focus to the lessons learned and potential for growth rather than dwelling on negativity. Rapport building. Rapport building involves generating empathy in others by mirroring their verbal and nonverbal behaviors. Here's how to build rapport. Pace and mirror. Mimic the other person's body language, gestures, or tone of voice subtly to create a sense of similarity. Use nonverbal cues. Smile when they smile or adopt similar body postures to build a connection. Dissociation. Dissociation helps sever the link between negative emotions and their triggers. Here's how to use it. Identify triggers, recognize words or phrases that evoke negative emotions, and detach those emotions from the triggers. Healing and empowerment. By dissociating negative feelings from triggers, you can effectively treat mental health conditions and deal with difficult situations positively. Future pacing. Future pacing involves leading oneself or others into a future state and rehearsing desired outcomes. Here's how it's done. Visualize future outcomes. Mentally rehearse future situations with desired outcomes to anchor changes or resources. Influence responses. Influence how individuals respond to future situations by guiding their mental imagery. Influence and persuasion. Ethical influence and persuasion are central to NLP. Here's how it can be used effectively. The Milton model. Use abstract language patterns to induce a trance-like state and trigger subconscious responses. Ethical influence. Ethically persuade and influence others using vague language patterns while respecting their autonomy. NLP techniques can be powerful tools for personal development, communication, and influencing others when used ethically and responsibly. Chapter 17. NLP for Influence. Influence and persuasion are essential skills in various aspects of life, from business to personal relationships. Here are strategies to influence and manipulate effectively using NLP techniques. 1. Don't ask, do. Instead of expecting others to understand your point of view, take action, provide solutions. Instead of asking for approval, offer solutions and examples that make it easy for others to see the benefits. Lead by example. Instead of waiting for collaboration, take the initiative and demonstrate what needs to be done. Point 2. Launch an avalanche. Secure a significant yes from influential individuals to create a domino effect. Start at the top. Secure support from key influencers or leaders, making it easier to gain support from others. Create momentum. Once you have the initial support, others are more likely to follow suit. Point 3. Ask for an inch, take a mile. Start small and gradually escalate your requests. Start small, begin with a modest request to reduce resistance. Progressive engagement. Gradually ask for more as trust and rapport are established. Point 4. Set clear deadlines. Create urgency to prompt action. Establish time limits. Set deadlines to encourage prompt decision-making. Create real urgency. Avoid artificial deadlines and instead create genuine urgency. Point 5. Give 10 times as much. Offer value before asking for anything in return. Over-deliver. Provide value far beyond what is expected. Build trust. Demonstrate your commitment and generosity to build trust and reciprocity. Point 6. March for something bigger. Align your goals with a larger purpose. Focus on impact. Highlight the broader impact of your goals. Create meaning. Connect your objectives with something meaningful to inspire action. How NLP can bring you to influence the masses. Neuro-linguistic programming offers strategies to enhance perception, communication, and behavior. Here's how you can apply NLP principles to become more influential. 1. Create a compelling vision. Clearly articulate your vision to inspire others. Point 2. Build relationships. Establish genuine connections to foster trust and collaboration. Point 3. Gain insight into others' thinking. Pay attention to verbal and non-verbal cues to understand others' perspectives. Point 4. Model success. Learn from successful individuals and replicate their strategies. Point 5. Access internal resources. Help others tap into their internal resources to overcome challenges. Point 6. Respect personal values. Understand and respect the values of others to create an environment where they can thrive. By applying these NLP principles, you can enhance your influence and effectiveness as a leader, communicator, and collaborator. Chapter 18. NLP Anchors. Anchoring is a powerful neuro-linguistic programming (NLP) technique that allows you to control and maintain your emotional states effectively. Let's explore what anchoring is, how it originated, the types of anchors, the anchoring process, and its applications. What is anchoring? Anchoring is the process of associating an external stimulus with an internal state, allowing the internal state to be triggered by experiencing the external stimulus. Here's a breakdown association. It's about linking an external stimulus with an internal state through repeated pairings, positive states. NLP focuses on anchoring positive emotions to promote well-being and positive change. Origin of anchoring. Anchoring finds its roots in Ivan Pavlov's experiments with dogs, demonstrating classical conditioning. Pavlov observed how dogs associated neutral stimuli with food, leading to conditioned responses. Types of anchors. In NLP, anchors can be based on any of the 5 senses: auditory, verbal phrases or sounds, visual, images or visual cues, kinesthetic, physical touch or sensations, gustatory, taste-related stimuli, olfactory, smells or scents. The process of anchoring. Here's how you can anchor a positive emotional state. 1. Identify the desired state. Decide what emotion you want to anchor, like peace and calm. Point 2. Recall a vivid experience. Remember a time when you felt that emotion intensely and relive it fully. Point 3. Anchoring. Choose a specific gesture or action as your anchor and apply it at the peak of your emotional state. Point 4. Change state. Distract yourself briefly to break the intensity of the emotion. Point 5. Test the anchor. Try the anchor again to see if it triggers the desired state. The 5 keys to successful anchoring. I-turn. Intensity of experience. I choose a highly intense emotional experience. Timing of the anchor. T. Apply the anchor at the peak of the emotional state. Uniqueness of the stimulus. You use a unique and easily accessible anchor. Replication of the stimulus. R. Reapply the anchor multiple times to strengthen it. Number of times. N. Test the anchor repeatedly to ensure effectiveness. Applications of NLP anchoring. Anchoring can be applied in various ways. State management. Control your emotions in situations like exams or presentations. Stacking anchors. Create a stack of anchors for different positive emotions. Chaining anchors. Fire anchors sequentially to transition between states. Collapsing anchors. Replace negative states with positive ones by anchoring and releasing. Anchoring empowers you to manage your emotions effectively and access resourceful states whenever needed. By mastering anchoring techniques, you can enhance your emotional control and well-being significantly. Chapter 19. Using NLP in real life. NLP anchor techniques are valuable in real-life situations, but they often require flexibility and awareness of subtle cues. Here's how you can effectively use NLP anchors in everyday interactions. Understanding real-life anchoring. Moment-to-moment usage. In real life, you won't always follow a structured NLP session. You need to be attentive and flexible, setting anchors on the fly based on the situation. Attention to intensity. Ensure the person reaches an intense state before setting an anchor. Otherwise, the anchor may not be effective. Pre-existing associations. Be aware that the chosen stimulus may have pre-existing associations. For example, music can evoke personal memories that may not match the intended response. Practical applications. 1. Coaching sessions. Anchor meaningful goals with specific words or phrases when clients become animated while discussing them. Later, fire the anchor to reignite motivation if they lose it. 2. Presentations. Use spatial anchoring by standing in different spots to associate each spot with a specific state. Move to a different spot when delivering bad news to avoid anchoring negativity to one area. 3. Sales meetings. Dissociate from mistakes by stepping out of the spot where the error occurred and making it clear that it's not typical behavior. Point 4. Following a speaker. If following a speaker who didn't engage the audience well, stand in a different spot and use a different tone to avoid association with the previous speaker's performance. Additional tips. Matching predicates. Notice the sensory words people use, visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and set anchors accordingly. If you match their primary representation system, they may notice it consciously. Experimentation. Try setting anchors both within and outside of people's awareness and observe which yields better results during testing. By applying NLP anchors effectively in real-life situations, you can influence outcomes positively and improve communication dynamics. Flexibility and awareness are key to mastering this skill. Chapter 20. NLP in Business. NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming, is highly beneficial in the business world, enhancing various skills and improving communication. Let's explore how NLP is applied in business. 1. Enhancing skills. NLP enhances negotiation and selling skills, making managers better coaches, motivators, and influencers. It multiplies excellence by using modeling techniques, where successful behaviors are replicated and incorporated into business practices. 2. Improving communication. NLP improves communication by understanding verbal and nonverbal cues from customers and prospects. It helps emulate successful strategies used by other businesses by understanding how successful people work and converse. 3. Sales and customer service. NLP provides sales staff with the ability to understand nonverbal cues and effectively answer customer questions. It improves negotiation skills, making everyone in the business more persuasive and effective. NLP boosts morale by improving communication and understanding among team members. 4. Customer service excellence. NLP is a powerful tool for customer service, helping to understand customers' complaints, suggestions, and nonverbal cues. Understanding customers' needs and emotions helps in resolving issues effectively and creating positive experiences. 5. Entrepreneurial pursuits. NLP is effective in boosting entrepreneurial pursuits by building skills in teamwork, coaching, sales, productivity, personal development, and leadership. It helps in setting and achieving meaningful and achievable business goals by changing thinking patterns and motivating action. 6. Goal setting and achievement. NLP assists in setting realistic and achievable business goals by changing thinking patterns and motivating action. It helps in overcoming challenges and stress in business by providing techniques to manage emotions and mindset effectively. 7. Personal development. NLP techniques help in personal development by studying successful people's strategies and overcoming fears and anxieties. It improves confidence, public speaking skills, and fosters healthy relationships in both personal and professional life. In summary, NLP is a valuable tool in business for improving communication, enhancing skills, boosting morale, providing excellent customer service, setting and achieving goals, and fostering personal development and success. Businesses that integrate NLP principles often experience improved efficiency, productivity, and overall success. Chapter 21. Dealing with manipulation in a relationship. Dealing with manipulation in a relationship can be challenging, especially when it's not easy to get out of the relationship. Here are some strategies for handling manipulation. Focus on yourself. Victims of manipulation often focus on the manipulator rather than themselves, which only empowers the manipulator. Focus on your well-being and happiness rather than trying to change the manipulator. Avoid sharing your emotions and feelings with the manipulator, as they may use them against you. Assess the value. Evaluate whether the relationship is worth the effort. Sometimes, leaving the relationship may be the best option if it's causing significant harm. In cases where leaving is not possible, such as parent-child relationships, assess how the manipulation is affecting you and seek ways to alleviate it. Use assertiveness. Take back control by asserting yourself in the relationship. Instead of complying with the manipulator, remove yourself from situations that upset you. Refuse to engage in manipulative tactics by calmly stating your need for space or time to think. Confront the manipulator. Confront your fears and anxieties that arise in manipulative situations. Understand why you feel guilty or submissive. Communicate assertively with the manipulator about their behavior and how it affects you. Set boundaries firmly but respectfully. Seek help if needed, seeking support from a therapist or psychologist can be beneficial in dealing with manipulation in a relationship. Manipulators may not realize the impact of their behavior, and therapy can provide a safe environment for addressing issues. Understanding manipulation. Manipulation can take various forms, including teasing, sarcasm, or controlling behavior. It's essential to recognize signs of manipulation, such as feeling controlled or pressured to comply with your partner's wishes. Signs of manipulation. Pay attention to your feelings and instincts. If you feel uncomfortable or pressured, it might be a sign of manipulation. Analyze your partner's behavior logically and honestly. Consider what you would advise a friend in a similar situation. Dealing with manipulation requires self-awareness, assertiveness, and sometimes seeking outside help. Remember that your well-being and happiness are essential, and setting boundaries is crucial in maintaining a healthy relationship. What to do if you are being manipulated? If you find yourself being manipulated in a relationship, here are steps you can take to address the situation. 1. Have a plan. Before approaching your partner, plan how you want to handle the situation. Consider using some of the approaches mentioned earlier to deal with manipulation effectively. Point 2. Approach calmly. Avoid accusing your partner, as it can escalate the situation. Focus on expressing your feelings rather than criticizing their behavior. Use I statements to express how you feel and provide examples of what has been happening. Point 3. Stay engaged. Be prepared to carry out the conversation and listen to your partner's response. How your partner responds will determine if the problem can be resolved. Acceptance of responsibility is crucial for solving the issue. Point 4. Evaluate their response. If your partner acknowledges their behavior and shows willingness to work on it, there's potential for improvement. However, if your partner belittles your feelings or dismisses them, reconsider the relationship's future. Point 5. Stay aware. Regardless of the decision you make, remain aware of how others treat you. Be cautious not to fall back into old patterns of manipulation, whether you choose to stay and work on the relationship or not. Point 6. Maintain open communication. If you decide to work things out, regularly share your feelings with your partner. Effective communication can help prevent the recurrence of manipulation and foster a healthier relationship dynamic. Addressing manipulation in a relationship requires assertiveness, self-awareness, and effective communication. Remember to prioritize your well-being and make decisions that are best for you. Chapter 22. Sales and Manipulation. In the realm of selling, they say, you can sell anything with the right mindset. A truth wrapped in shadows, where persuasion dances close to manipulation and lines blur like whispers in the wind. Think of the used car salesman, weaving tales to turn rust into gold, reputation tarnished yet skill undeniable. Criticism rains upon them, for the art of manipulation hides beneath the cloak of persuasion. In the vast landscape of business, where fortunes sway and destinies entwine, the dance between persuasion and manipulation unfolds, shaping decisions with invisible hands. Before introducing a product, businesses court the needs of customers, crafting offerings designed to stir emotions deep within the human heart. Tactics emerge, subtle yet potent, like a whisper that ignites a flame. Imagine a salesperson, weaving a tale of statistics and discounts, painting a picture where safety meets urgency. Facts become hooks, emotions the canvas, and urgency the brushstroke that seals the deal. But beware, for manipulation lurks in the shadows of exclusivity and fear, weaving illusions of specialness where none truly exist. The dance of persuasion becomes a game of shadows, where truth and illusion blend in the flicker of desire. At the heart of sales lies psychology, where emotions sway like leaves in the wind. Advertisements whisper promises of happiness, playing on fears and desires buried deep within the soul. Yet, in this dance of manipulation, there is a beacon of truth. Be bold, be confident, and hold fast to logic in the face of emotional tides. Stand tall against the waves of persuasion, anchored in the truth of your own knowledge. Advertising, with its subtle whispers and suggestive shapes, seeks to ensnare the heart before the mind can awaken. But armed with awareness, you can see through the veil of illusion, guided by the light of reason. In the realm of real estate, where dreams are bought and sold, realtors spin tales to capture the imagination. But amidst the charm and allure, remember to tread with caution, guided not by emotion, but by clear-eyed logic. So, when the winds of manipulation blow, and the siren song of persuasion beckons, remember to stand firm, anchored in your truth. For in the dance of sales and manipulation, it is clarity of mind that lights the path forward. Unveiling the illusions of sales tactics. Beware the whispers of the realtor, weaving tales of aesthetic allure, for they seek to ensnare your heart, while reason remains obscure. Counter their emotional claims with steadfast resolve, hold your boundaries firm and clear, your truth to absolve. In the aisles of the supermarket, where tricks abound, they paint a picture of sale, yet truth is seldom found. Labeling products as discounted, a deceitful charade, playing on the fear of missing out, a game of masquerade. But now, armed with knowledge, you see through the guise, no longer swayed by illusions or fabricated lies. You stand tall, unyielding, against manipulation's art, for you know the tricks of the trade that seek to ensnare the heart. As a business owner, you wield these tactics with care, harnessing the power of persuasion, with intentions fair. Not from malice, but from a desire to succeed, using positive reinforcement to fulfill every need. So, go forth with wisdom, armored and prepared, navigate the sales floor with confidence bared. May these insights guide you to success's gleam, in the dance of persuasion, may your dreams redeem. Chapter 23. Whispers of Influence. The Art of Subliminal Messages. In the depths of perception's veil, where whispers softly sway, lies the art of subliminal messages, in a clandestine display. A subtle dance of auditory and visual cues, unseen by conscious eyes, yet they hold the power to shape thoughts and make hearts rise. Merkel and Cheeseman unveiled the secrets, in psychodynamic activation's light, where unconscious desires bloom, hidden from plain sight. In the realm of subliminal persuasion, where truths and illusions blend, lies the key to unlocking desires, a journey without end. Drink Coke and eat popcorn, a phrase from days of old, wove its magic in the minds, its power strong and bold. A silent call to action, whispered in the theater's glow, guiding choices, shaping minds, with a subtle, unseen flow. But do these messages deliver truth or lead astray? Greenwald and Spangenberg nod, a sales surge in their sway. Crafted with care, not too obvious to see, they touch the soul, evoke emotions, setting desires free. From scripture's The New Psychology to Dunlap's Pointed Arrow's Tale, subliminal whispers have woven their spell, without fail. In the flash of a moment, in the blink of an eye, they shape perceptions, guiding actions as time flies by. Jane's Vickers Cinema whispers, a testament to their might, drink Coca-Cola, they said, and sales soared to new height. In audiotape's gentle murmur, a warning against theft's deceit, stores found salvation, as losses waned, in whispers sweet. Yet, in the realm of music sway, subliminal messages hold sway, guiding hearts, stirring souls, in a subtle, unseen way. Responsibility lies in the hands of those who wield this art, for its power shapes minds and can tear worlds apart. In the tapestry of persuasion, subliminal messages weave, guiding actions, shaping thoughts, with intentions to deceive. Yet, in their mystery lies a power, both subtle and grand, a tool for those who seek to lead, with a gentle hand. As the journey continues, and the whispers softly glide, subliminal messages remain, shaping destinies far and wide. In the silent realms of influence, where truths and illusions blend, lies the power to shape the world, from beginning to end. Whispers unseen. The power of subliminal messages. In the realm where whispers hide and shadows softly play, dwell the secrets of subliminal messages, guiding hearts along the way. Two kinds they are, both silent yet profound, visual and auditory, in persuasion they're crowned. Visual whispers dance in the mind's eye, painting pictures subtle and sweet, stirring cognition, sparking interest with every discreet feat. They aim to touch the soul, to play with self-esteem's delicate thread, crafted with care. They lead where desires are silently led. Drink Coke and eat popcorn, a phrase that echoes through time, in theaters and beyond, where marketing's whispers chime. They shape perceptions, nudge decisions in the silent sway, a gentle push, a subtle call, leading minds astray. But beware, for visual whispers must tread with utmost care, avoiding provocation, ensuring messages fair. They've become a marketing gem, in every aspect they're found, guiding choices, shaping lives, with a whisper's gentle sound. Auditory whispers, a melody in the air, embedded in music, they weave thoughts without a care. A complement to visuals, they speak to every ear, in background murmurs, they make desires clear. Once overlooked, now a force in its own right, auditory subliminal messages shine in marketing's light. From supermarkets to entertainment's grand stage, they whisper softly, shaping thoughts in every age. As the whispers spread, reaching far and wide, prepare for challenges, with wisdom as your guide. Counter negativity with solutions strong and sure. In the realm of persuasion, let expertise endure. Consult the masters, learn from those who've soared. In subliminal messaging, find wisdom to afford. For in the whispers unseen, lies the power to persuade, a silent force, a subtle art, in every message laid. Chapter 24. Unraveling the Secrets, NLP in Life, Love, and Work. In the tapestry of human interaction, subtle threads weave connections deep and unseen. Understanding these threads allows us to navigate the intricate dance of influence and perception. Let us delve into the realm of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, and explore how it shapes our interactions in real life, relationships, and work, deciphering the unspoken, the language of eyes. In the silent language of the eyes, a world unfolds, each glance, a story waiting to be told. For when words falter, and silence reigns supreme, the eyes reveal truths, like a flowing stream. Visual responsiveness, the dance of perception. Upward and right, a mental picture is drawn, leftward, a memory, silently reborn. Straight ahead, a gaze lost in space, each movement, a glimpse of inner grace. In the subtle shift of gaze, secrets lie, a window to the soul, where truths reside. With every flicker, a tale untold, in the dance of eyes, mysteries unfold, auditory responsiveness, echoes in the mind. To the right, a sound takes shape and form, to the left, a memory, gentle and warm. Inward and left, a dialogue quietly spun, downward, left, then right, negative self-talk begun. In the realm of sound, echoes play, a symphony of thoughts, night and day. With every whisper, a world is heard, in the silent corridors, where dreams are stirred, kinesthetic responsiveness, feeling within. Downward they gaze, to the right they turn, emotion stirring, a fire begins to burn. In the depths of the soul, unease may reside, in the language of touch, truths are implied. With every sensation, a story unfolds, in the language of touch, connections hold. The warmth of a hand, the brush of a skin, in these tender moments, love begins. A verbal responses, the rhythm of speech. Speak not in haste, nor in a hurried race, but in the rhythm of heartbeats, a steady pace. Repeating key words, embedding them deep in the listener's mind, their influence will seep. In the cadence of speech, melodies play, words like music, guide the way. With every intonation, a message conveyed, in the dance of words, connections are made, touching lightly, a connection sublime. A gentle touch, as words softly flow, drawing attention, in a familiar glow. But tread with care, in this delicate art, misunderstandings lurk, keep a vigilant heart. In the brush of a hand, emotions ignite, in the warmth of a touch, hearts take flight. With every contact, a bond is formed, in the language of touch, connections adorned at the power of words, hot and vague. Feel free, hear this, phrases that ignite, emotions and thoughts, in the listener's sight. With hot words, sensations come alive, influence we wield, as connections thrive. In the power of words, worlds collide, meanings entwined, hearts open wide. With every utterance, a universe is spun, in the symphony of language, connections are won. In the dance of life, where words and gestures meet, NLP guides us to connection sweet. In understanding and empathy, our strength does lie in the language of the heart. Let our spirits fly, mastering the interspersed technique, navigating life with NLP. In the intricate dance of communication, sometimes what is said is not always what is meant. The interspersed technique embodies this art, allowing us to convey hidden messages beneath the surface of our words. Let's explore how to wield this technique and harness the power of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, to influence and shape our interactions, unveiling hidden meanings, the interspersed technique. In the tapestry of speech, hidden meanings lie, beneath the words, truth silently vie. With the interspersed technique, we craft our tale, stating one thing, while another we unveil. John is generous, we may openly declare, but beneath the surface, a message we share. Forbid and gullible hold the key, to shape perception, subtly and free. Influence is the aim, not coercion's hand, to modify behaviors, to help us understand. In workplaces and relationships, its power we find, guiding us gently, in the depths of the mind. Embracing NLP, the path to transformation. To embark on this journey, traits you must hold, to unlock the secrets, both new and old. Let ambition guide you, with dreams so vast, to rewrite your story, from the first to the last. Courage must accompany you on this quest, to challenge the familiar, to give your best. In the face of fear, you stand tall and strong, for change awaits, where you truly belong. Openness is key, to embrace the unknown, to let go of doubts, to let new seeds be sown. Though skepticism may linger, give it a try, for transformation awaits. If you're willing to fly, curiosity ignites the flame of change, to question, to wonder, to rearrange. Explore the depths of your mind's terrain, and find new vistas, where possibilities reign. Discipline, oh discipline, keeps you on track, through valleys of doubt and mountains you lack. With determination as your guiding star, you'll journey far, no matter how far. Conclusion, in the realm of NLP, the interspersed technique shines, revealing hidden truths in subtle lines. With ambition, courage, openness, and more, you'll unlock the door to a life you adore. So, dare to wield the power that lies within, and let the journey of transformation begin. For in the depths of your soul, you'll find the magic of NLP, guiding your mind. Chapter 25. Predators. In the shadows of human nature, there lurks a darker side, where manipulation becomes a tool and empathy fades away. This chapter delves into the realm of predators who prey on others for their own gain, weaving webs of deception and manipulation. The darkness within, users of dark
A wider smile brightens more than just your teeth. Colgate
psychology. In the depths of the human psyche lies the capacity for harm, dark psychology, a realm where predators charm. Manipulating others for selfish gain, leaving victims broken, writhing in pain. Lawyers. In the courtroom drama, where truth's lines blur, lawyers wield words like a sinister lure. Crafting narratives to sway the jury's view, painting murderers as saints, their deception askew leaders. Leaders walk a fine line, between light and shade, some lead with honor, while others manipulate with tirade. Using power and coercion to control their domain, their rule built on fear, destined not to sustain politicians. In the political arena, where lies are spun, politicians dance, their web tightly spun. Confident facades hide a world of deceit, seeking votes at any cost, their ambition discreet public speakers. On the stage of persuasion, where words hold might, public speakers manipulate with skillful sleight. Appealing to emotions, twisting truth with guile, their rhetoric a weapon, crafted to beguile narcissists. With egos inflated, narcissists roam, manipulating hearts from their self-made throne. Craving attention, they weave a toxic spell, leaving shattered souls in their self-serving swell. Sociopaths in the realm of sociopaths, empathy's void, their charm a facade, their motives alloyed. Manipulating freely, without remorse or guilt, leaving scars unseen, their intentions built. Salespeople. In the world of sales, where deals are made, salespeople manipulate, their tactics laid. Playing on fears, painting illusions bright, to ensnare the unsuspecting in their deceptive light. Traits of users of dark psychology. In the shadows, manipulative souls dwell, crafting illusions, their tales they tell. Here lie the signs, heed and beware of those who manipulate, spreading despair. A dark triad. Within the dark triad's chilling embrace, lurk traits of harm, leaving scars in space. Narcissism, with egos towering high, Machiavellianism, where morals sigh. Psychopathy, devoid of empathy's grace, leaving behind chaos, in their heartless chase. Passive-aggressive. Covertly spinning webs of deceit, passive-aggressive, their tactics discreet. Microaggressions veiled in innocence's guise, leaving wounds unseen, beneath silent cries. Forgotten events, conveniently misplaced, leaving hearts wounded, emotions effaced. Stubbornness. In their stubbornness, they firmly stand, denying fault, their pride in command. Doubling down on their deceitful play, shifting blame, refusing the light of day. Unyielding in conflicts, igniting spite, leaving chaos and pain in their relentless flight. Infallibility. Claiming infallibility, refusing to see, denying their wrongs, where truth should be. Blaming others, creating scapegoats in strife, their facade of perfection, masking a life. In denial they dwell, blind to the plea, unaware of the damage caused, in their twisted spree controlling. Seeking control, their ultimate quest, to dominate and manipulate, at their behest. Dictating terms in every interaction, leaving others off balance, in dissatisfaction. Refusing compromise, in their power's crest, leaving others feeling helpless, oppressed. Conclusion, beware the signs, heed the call of those who build invisible walls. In their web of deception and control, they ensnare the unwary soul. Chapter 26, Tips to protect yourself against emotional predators.
We're collecting a lot of data. So we're collecting like the agent that's on the machine. There's actually a drive.
Unravel the traits of emotional predators, their deceptive ways, like hidden sabers. They omit truths, ignore rules without remorse, deny facts, then bully when faced with discourse. Blaming others, playing the victim's role, manipulating emotions, taking their toll. There's no one solution to deal with their art, no single tactic to shield your heart. Learning to protect yourself is a winding road, where trial and error is how wisdom is stowed. So, release the burden of seeking perfection. Each stumble is a step toward introspection. Some ways to shield may seem clear, but hard to apply, while others remain elusive, floating in the sky. Jot down notes, in margins, or on blank pages near. Create your own guide to hold what's dear. Protecting yourself is a journey, you see, a path to reclaim your autonomy. In the battle against emotional predators' might, your strength lies in learning, shining your light. Identify emotional predators. The first step to shield your soul's domain is to recognize emotional predators, hidden in plain. As you delve into their traits and schemes, you may glimpse echoes in your own dreams. Fear not, for we all may sometimes stray, in moments of stress, lose our way. Teenagers, in their developmental phase, may temporarily adopt such ways. But emotional predators, they differ stark, their behavior leaves a lasting mark. It takes time and keen observation to discern their true motivation. Their tactics aren't just for defense, but to prey on others, with no pretense. Using their tactics for self-defense doesn't make you share their offense. Choosing to play their game, with care, is a shield against their dark, unfair. Emotional predators lack insight's grace, blinded by their own deceptive embrace. They lack introspection, they cannot see the harm they cause, the pain they decree. So if you see their traits in you, know it's a sign of insight true. You're more introspective, you truly see the impact of actions, the ripples decree. Be flexible about how you define yourself. In the dance with emotional predators, be wise, they seek out emotions to control and disguise. But within you lies the power to regain control, to shape your responses and protect your soul. Your emotions may sway like leaves in the breeze, but your strategic responses hold the keys. You control the helm amidst the stormy sea, guiding yourself to where you wish to be. While changing the predator may be your aim, remember, changing yourself holds greater gain. Know yourself deeply, that's where strength lies, yet true power comes when you're willing to revise. You alone hold the power to change your course, to strengthen your defenses, to find your force. You can't change the predator's dark design, but you can change yourself, your light to shine. Be wise, shaping your responses, you hold the sway, influencing the predator's moves in the fray. So be flexible in how you define your role, for in your evolution lies your soul's stronghold. Avoid and disengage when possible. Listen closely to the wizard's wise decree, from emotional predators, it's best to flee. When you spot their shadow in your domain, avoidance is your shield, disengagement your gain. Steer clear when you can, from a safe distance afar, observe without entangling in their dark repertoire. No need to confront or reveal your insight, just gracefully step back, keep your distance tight. If asked why you're slipping away, a simple excuse will do, no need to betray. It's not you, it's me, an old line you can borrow, keep it vague, no need to explain your sorrow. Be too busy, let circumstances play the role, decline engagement, let distance be your goal. When disengaging, keep your words brief and clear, no need to justify, let silence draw the line near, invisible you become, a ghost in their sight, shielding your emotions, hidden from their light. For emotions are their fuel, their tool to deceive, so show none at all, and their grip you'll relieve. If already entwined in their web of deceit, disengage if you can, find a way to retreat. But if trapped in their grasp, family or work bound, stay cautious, stay strong, until freedom is found. Be strategic when you do engage. Sometimes avoidance isn't an option, it's true, especially if the predator's part of your crew. If you must stay engaged, be wise and smart, use tactics to protect your soul and heart. In family or work, where you can't break free, strategic engagement is the key you see. Your goal, to restore balance, regain control, against the predator's grip, take a stand, be bold. Playing her game better doesn't make you the same, set your own rules, don't play by her aim. In the battlefield of emotions, be strategic, be wise, don't bring a knife to a gunfight, let that be your guise. Every tactic you employ, every move you make, aims to restore balance, for your own sake. Though the tactics may seem similar in sight, yours come from defense, from the will to fight. So be strategic, be cunning, in your every maneuver, protect yourself and loved ones, let your strength shine through her control information. In the game of protection, information is key, to unravel the truth, to set yourself free. The predator's lies and distortions, you must see, mine all sources of truth, from every decree. She'll pry into your heart, your values, your fears, to exploit your emotions, to fuel her cruel gears. So, guard your truths, let out what's strategic and smart, keep your vulnerabilities hidden, protect your heart. Like a card player, deceive her with your hand, mislead her, confuse her, make her misunderstand. Strategically withhold, release inaccurate cues, keep her guessing, unsure of the real you. But beware, playing with emotions can be a risky game, for the theatrically inclined, it's not always the same. Better to stay invisible, emotionally secure, protecting yourself, your motives obscure. Types, sources, and direction of information flow. In the dance with the predator, information holds power, 3 types, 2 directions, in this complex hour. About you, about her, about the situation's twist, managing this flow, your shield in the mist. From yourself, from her, from third parties around, information gathered, truths to be found. But be cautious with whom you share your tale, for some may betray, while others may prevail. You release to yourself, to her, or to others' ear, each word, each detail, holds your safety dear. Be wary of bearing your soul too wide, for the predator thrives where emotions reside. Chapter 27. Emotional Intelligence. Emotional intelligence, a beacon in life's vast sea, guiding us through, helping us to be free. In every realm, it holds a significant role, a key to understanding, making us whole. What is emotional intelligence? Picture someone who listens with care, whose words soothe, showing they're aware. They leave you hopeful, feeling understood. This is emotional intelligence, so good. To know oneself and sense others' needs is a trait admired, in words and deeds. We aspire to be like those who excel in emotional intelligence. They cast a spell. The importance of emotional intelligence beyond professional success, it's self-care too, understanding emotions, essential to pursue. To identify, manage, and comprehend emotions within and those of a friend, smoothly they navigate life's ebb and flow, understanding emotions, they wisely know. In the journey of life, they gently guide, with emotional intelligence, as their pride. Self-awareness. In the mirror of self-awareness, we gaze, understanding ourselves in life's maze. Emotional cues, power dynamics we see, confidence in our intuition, setting us free. Do you truly see yourself? Take an honest look, do you dare? Know your strengths, your burdens bear. Emotional intelligence starts within, acknowledging flaws, where
Therapy has always been such a scary idea to me because I simply did not know where to get started. I didn't know how to
begin. Self-management. Self-regulation, keeping emotions in line, controlling impulses, a sign so fine. In the face of change, we stand tall, thoughtful actions, answering the call to motivation. In the heart's fire, motivation gleams, driving us forward, chasing our dreams. A personal drive, strong and true, commitment to goals, carried through the power within. Self-motivation, a guiding light, through darkest times, shining bright. Resilience and optimism, hand in hand, fueling our journey across the land. A shield against manipulation. With motivation as our loyal guide, dark psychology's tricks we can override. Setting demands, being assertive and bold, for long-term success, our path unfolds. Embracing challenges. Loving challenge, embracing strife, in every endeavor, we find life. Productive, useful, in all we pursue, with motivation, there's nothing we can't do. Empathy, the heart's compass. In the journey of understanding, empathy shines, a beacon in the darkness of troubled minds. It's more than just awareness, it's a soulful connection, feeling others' emotions, with heartfelt affection, understanding and compassion. Empathy, a mirror reflecting others' plight, seeing through their eyes, in the dimmest light. It's about embracing diversity, extending a hand, to stand beside them, to truly understand. Strength in sensitivity. In sensitivity lies empathy's power, to sense the unspoken, like a delicate flower. It's feeling the hidden, the joys and the pain, building bridges of trust, amidst the emotional rain and navigating relationships. With empathy as your guide, you navigate the sea, mastering connections, with grace and empathy. A skilled communicator, in every discourse, resolving conflicts with understanding, of course, social skills, bridges of connection. In the tapestry of life, social skills weave, connecting hearts, helping others believe. It's more than just talking, it's a dance of rapport, building trust, opening every door, influence and charisma. With social skills, you lead with ease, guiding others, like a gentle breeze. Charismatic and trustworthy, you stand tall, influencing others, inspiring them all, listening and understanding. A good listener, with empathy in your eyes, understanding others, beneath their disguise. It's about being approachable, easy to confide, creating bonds that nothing can divide, strength in connection. Social skills, a beacon of light, in the darkest moments, shining bright. With each connection, you grow and learn, navigating relationships, at every turn. Emotional intelligence, your guiding light. Emotional intelligence, vital for mental health, in the storm of emotions, finding wealth. Navigating life's twists with grace and ease, understanding oneself and others to appease. Social intelligence, navigating friendships. In the realm of social interaction, wisdom prevails, distinguishing foe from friend, as the tale entails. With emotional and social intelligence as your guide, you journey through life, with joy as your stride, empowering yourself against manipulators. Emotional intelligence, a double-edged sword, used by some for gain, for others, a guard. In the face of manipulators, cunning and sly, emotional intelligence helps you defy, seeing through their facade. Manipulators, masters of deceit, use empathy to make their lies complete. But with emotional intelligence as your guide, their tricks and falsehoods you can't hide. Recognizing manipulation. Fear they sow, with outrageous lies, but truth prevails when you're wise. With emotional intelligence, you discern what's real and what they wish to burn. Self-knowledge as armor. Know yourself, strong and true, no manipulator can alter your view. With self-compassion as your guide, their attempts to control will slide, blocking their influence. Emotionally intelligent, you stand tall, their words and schemes you won't enthrall. No impulsive decisions, no emotions astray, you keep your calm, come what may. Refusing to engage in insanity. In the chaos they create, you find clarity. Emotionally intelligent, you maintain parity. Their games you won't play, their traps you see, for in your strength lies your victory. Taking responsibility. With emotional intelligence, you're in control, no manipulator can take their toll. You have self-respect, awareness profound, their influence on you won't be found. In the battle against manipulation, you stand strong. With emotional intelligence as your shield, manipulators' power you shall wield. Empowered, resilient, you navigate through, for in your heart, you know what's true. Chapter 28. Creating value and awareness, it's a business strategy. In the world of commerce, perception is key, creating value where scarcity we see. Limited time, quantity, or stock makes desire rise, like a ticking clock. Understanding supply and demand. The law of supply and demand, well known and true, drives customers to what they feel they must pursue. When something's scarce, its value climbs, and in the market, it's a game of times. Creating perceived value. Stores play this game with cunning delight, building demand, keeping products out of sight. They offer freebies, discounts, and more to lure customers to their store. Inducing scarcity. For you, dear businessman, here's the trick: make your product scarce, make customers quick. Tell them it's limited, only a few in store, and watch them rush, wanting more and more. The power of scarcity. I'd hate to see you miss this chance, you say. As urgency builds, they'll want to pay. Limited stock, a deadline near, makes your offer all the more dear, creating urgency.
Since you're new to H&R Block, we'll go through your tax returns from the past 3 years for any money your last guy might have missed.
I could get money back from the last 3 years?
This one time, I scored a client for you.
Now that's a slam dunk.
Switch to H&R Block and get a free second look review.
Reserve one for you, you kindly insist, but they must act fast, or it'll be missed. Imply the effort, the paperwork to do, and watch them commit, all thanks to you. Using scarcity to your advantage. With emotion and scarcity, you pave your way, creating value, making sales each day. Customers flock to what they fear to lose, and in your business, success you'll choose. Conclusion. Understanding and confronting dark psychology. Throughout history, we've seen examples galore of manipulation, persuasion, and much more. From Manson to Hitler, Bundy, and beyond, dark psychology's tactics, they cleverly donned. Charles Manson, the cult leader. Charles Manson, with words so sly, created a cult with manipulations high. His family committed acts of dread, all under his influence. They were led in Adolf Hitler, the manipulative leader. Hitler, with charisma, led astray, convincing many to follow his way. With persuasion and manipulation's art, he tore nations and lives apart. Ted Bundy, the charismatic killer. Bundy, charming, handsome, and smart, lured victims in with a deceptive heart. His charisma hid his deadly aim, and many fell victim to his deadly game. The Stanford Prison Experiment. Zimbardo's study, a window to see how manipulation can bend reality. In a mock prison, roles quickly turned, showing how easily minds are churned. Understanding dark psychology. Dark psychology, it's nothing to fear, but knowing its tactics, you'll see more clear. Armed with awareness, you'll stand tall, less likely to succumb to its call. Facing manipulators. Know the signs, and trust your gut. Against manipulators, you'll keep your strut. But be wary still, for they may devise new tactics to ensnare and disguise ending abuse. Remember, using these tactics to abuse is a form of harm, a terrible ruse. If you're in a situation that feels wrong, find a way out and stay strong moving forward. Leaving might seem hard, leaving your zone, but for your well-being, you must hold your own. Don't go back thinking it wasn't that bad, stand firm, for your happiness, don't be sad.in. Conclusion. Dark psychology, a lesson learned, with awareness, its power overturned. Stay vigilant, stay true to you, and in the face of manipulation, you'll break through. Realize that change won't happen overnight. It takes time, courage, and a lot of might. If they truly want to change their way, counseling and effort must fill their day. A fear may grip you, but don't lose sight, you're capable of breaking free from the night. Starting anew may seem daunting and tough, but support is there, even when times are rough. Even if you feel isolated and alone, there are shelters, groups, where help is shown. Rebuilding confidence, it's a slow climb, but remember, you're worth it. Every time, master manipulators may try to take your light, but you're stronger than their might. Prove them wrong, show your strength within, you can fight this battle, you're destined to win. Use the knowledge gained, be aware and wise, identify manipulation, see through the lies. Don't let dark psychology hold you down, you have the power to turn things around. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to support us by subscribing, liking, and sharing the video.
Upon embracing strategic objectives. Provide. Welcome to Audiovision. Today we're presenting Dark Psychology 202, a compelling audiobook that delves into the most advanced secrets of psychological warfare, manipulation, and mind control. Whether you're curious about dark NLP, cognitive behavioral therapy, or stealth persuasion, this audiobook has it all. Don't forget, like, share, and subscribe for more insightful content. Inception. Imagine if I divulged to you the ability to procure your desires in life. You might harbor skepticism, wouldn't you? Yet it holds true. The capability to attain your aspirations resides within you. One of the primary impediments obstructing your path is the influence of others, correct? Hence, within the contents of this manuscript, I shall elucidate the art of subverting and circumventing individuals through the realm of dark psychology. The term dark tends to repel individuals, often intertwined with malevolence. While the methodologies delineated in this compendium could indeed be wielded for nefarious purposes, inherently they do not embody wickedness. The moral compass of their application rests solely on your discretion. Enclosed within these pages are arcane revelations that can empower you to exert dominance over anyone you choose. These methodologies are infallible and wield immense potency. Upon embracing these techniques, you shall witness swift and triumphant outcomes. Upon mastering these techniques, you shall wield substantial influence over the psyche of others. Once you gain entry into their minds, you shall possess the ability to manipulate their thoughts at will. Whether it involves persuading someone to believe your falsehoods, coercing compliance, or even inflicting psychological and emotional turmoil to emerge victorious in a psychological battle. This tome delves into profoundly intricate subjects. Proficiency is honed through practice, a crucial element in mastering these stratagems. It is imperative to execute these tactics with finesse to avert revealing your manipulative intentions overtly. The key to success in employing the skills expounded in this volume lies in maintaining a covert demeanor. For further enlightenment on dark psychology, perusing my acclaimed work, Dark Psychology 101, is recommended. Acquainting yourself with covert manipulation through Dark Psychology 101 before delving into these advanced tactics is advisable. However, at times one must leap before looking, making it ideal to commence with the sophisticated tactics delineated herein. Initially, we shall unravel the enigmatic facets of human psychology, pivotal in comprehending the application of the methodologies encapsulated in this manuscript. A profound understanding of the intricacies of the human psyche is imperative for its manipulation. Mastery in psychology is a hallmark of a proficient manipulator. This compendium shall unveil the operational mechanisms of the human psyche and elucidate how basic human psychology can be leveraged to your advantage. Subsequently, we shall delve into the crux of the matter, elucidating strategies to vanquish adversaries. Psychological warfare, an ancient stratagem rooted in exploiting human psychology to dismantle foes, proves remarkably efficacious. Noteworthy is the legality of psychological warfare, offering a viable recourse compared to resorting to physical violence, which could culminate in legal repercussions. Furthermore, the discourse shall encompass dark NLP, an extension of NLP techniques tailored to elicit compliance for unsavory deeds or facilitate deception with ease. Given the proven efficacy of NLP, dark NLP emerges as a potent tool for orchestrating dark psychological maneuvers. CBT, denoting cognitive behavioral therapy, shall also be elucidated. Esteemed by therapists for its efficacy, dark CBT can be wielded to coerce behavioral modifications and manipulate thought processes against one's volition, sculpting individuals to conform to your desires. No comprehensive discourse on dark psychology would be complete without addressing the realms of manipulation and persuasion. Securing one's objectives in this realm is paramount. Despite encountering resistance, adept manipulation and persuasion can ensure a favorable outcome, compelling individuals to acquiesce. In instances where conventional methods falter, resorting to mind control becomes imperative when dealing with recalcitrant individuals. Employing kamikaze mind control proves instrumental in bending individuals to your will, molding them in accordance with your dictates. The art of deception poses a perennial challenge, with the primary pitfall being exposure. Unveiling a falsehood jeopardizes credibility and jeopardizes relationships. Equipping oneself with the skills to deceive even astute interrogators is paramount to evading detection while disseminating falsehoods. Additionally, mastering the art of covering one's tracks ensures impunity for one's actions. Fostering amicable relations is pivotal in navigating the intricacies of social dynamics. Employing an array of psychological stratagems and methodologies can engender affinity. Techniques encompassing seduction, fostering friendships, and cultivating trust shall be unveiled in Chapter 9. Concluding our discourse, we shall expound on the art of constructing a facade. The essence of dark psychology lies in discretion and subtlety. Thus, the final chapter is dedicated to imparting the art of crafting a facade that garners favor while concealing one's true intentions. Are you prepared to embark on this odyssey? Upon traversing the contents of this compendium, you shall emerge as a savant in Dark Psychology 202. Armed with profound insights into human psychology and adeptness in manipulating individuals to seize control of their minds, the power vested in this knowledge is yours to wield at your discretion. Chapter 1. Profound Insights into Advanced Human Psychology. In the preliminary stages, you delved into rudimentary human psychology, a fundamental cornerstone. However, the time has come to unravel the intricate layers of psychology that underpin the efficacy of the methodologies expounded in this treatise. A profound comprehension of the inner machinations of the human psyche is imperative to navigate the realm of dark psychology, particularly the sophisticated techniques delineated in 202. Understanding human motivation, the crux of manipulation and persuasion, pivotal themes within this discourse, necessitates a profound understanding of human motivation. Unraveling the essence of what truly motivates individuals equips you with the acumen to engender a sense of motivation conducive to achieving your objectives. Motivating individuals to align with your desires forms the bedrock of manipulation and persuasion. While the detailed exploration of manipulation and persuasion awaits in subsequent chapters, elucidating the underlying principles is paramount. What instigates individuals to act? How can this knowledge be harnessed to serve your ulterior motives? Motivation seldom stems from a singular impetus, but rather a confluence of factors that impel individuals towards action. To motivate someone, you must render the action enticing, mitigating perceived discomfort or inconvenience to ensure the individual does not perceive the task as burdensome. At its essence, motivating an individual entails showcasing the benefits of the action while simplifying the task. Even when soliciting significant actions, the art lies in portraying them as trivial, devoid of substantial inconvenience. The task must exude a sense of pleasure or benefit to the individual. The philosophy of rewards. Motivation hinges on the innate human inclination towards seeking rewards for their endeavors. Individuals are disinclined to engage in tasks devoid of any form of recompense. The pursuit of rewards, be it tangible or intangible, propels individuals to invest their time, energy, and effort. This intrinsic drive is exemplified in Ivan Pavlov's seminal work with dogs in the 1890s, affirming the reward theory. Pavlovian conditioning, a cornerstone of contemporary psychology, shed light on the motivational dynamics of animals, including humans. The dogs in Pavlov's experiments exhibited salivation in anticipation of food upon his entry, illustrating the association formed between him and the reward. This conditioning, replicated in subsequent studies with rats and humans, underscores the efficacy of rewards in eliciting desired actions. A reward serves as a catalyst for action, often triggering unintentional or unconditioned responses, a concept pivotal in covertly motivating individuals. Leveraging this conditioning enables you to essentially train individuals to comply with your wishes. Returning to the realm of motivation, offering a reward is imperative to motivate individuals effectively. The reward must align with their desires or needs, instilling a fervor to strive towards it. To maintain a covert approach, conditioning can be employed, subtly paving the way for individuals to attain their desires by fulfilling your requests. Rather than overtly offering desired rewards, the art lies in subtly guiding individuals to perceive that their actions will culminate in the fulfillment of their desires. The calibration of rewards is crucial, correlating with the perceived effort an individual anticipates investing in a task. Matching the magnitude of the reward to the task at hand is essential, ensuring a proportional exchange. Engaging in negotiations to ascertain a mutually agreeable reward fosters cooperation. For a more clandestine approach, astute observation to discern an individual's true desires is recommended. Illustrative scenarios. Consider an individual in your professional milieu yearning for acceptance and camaraderie. Observing his persistent endeavors to garner approval and affection, evident in his eagerness to engage in conversations and nervous laughter, despite his current isolation, presents an opportunity for motivation. By extending the hand of friendship and implying that compliance with your wishes will facilitate inclusion, you can orchestrate a scenario where fulfilling your requests leads to social acceptance and admiration. Reinforcing his actions with affirmations of friendship and integrating him into social circles will engender a sense of reward, motivating him to align with your objectives. In another scenario, envision a teenage daughter fixated on external validation and admiration, yet averse to household chores. Rather than issuing directives that yield little motivation, a strategic approach involves promising a shopping spree for coveted attire in exchange for meticulous completion of household chores. Aligning the desired outcome with her aspirations ensures a heightened motivation to surpass expectations, driven by the allure of social validation. Key revelations. Contrary to conventional belief, extravagant rewards are not always requisite to motivate individuals. The currency of acceptance, affection, and validation holds substantial value for most individuals. Offering approval and praise serves as a potent reward, fostering a sense of validation and acceptance. Social acceptance emerges as a pivotal component of the reward system, particularly effective for individuals lacking popularity or confidence. Furthermore, individuals are inherently driven to evade negative emotions such as guilt or shame. Leveraging guilt as a motivational tool can compel individuals to act to avert negative emotions. By highlighting the repercussions of their inaction or offering a pathway to redemption for past transgressions, individuals can be galvanized into action. The utilization of guilt as a motivational lever can instigate compliance by evoking a desire to assuage negative emotions. Conditioning as a tool. Harnessing the power of conditioning enables you to mold individuals to conform to your desires. By instilling an unconditioned response, akin to Pavlovian conditioning, you can forge an association between yourself and a reward. The mere anticipation of the reward, rooted in past associations, suffices to motivate individuals, underscoring the potency of conditioning in eliciting desired actions. Pavlov's experiments with dogs elucidated that the mere sight of the lab assistant, who was not the bearer of food, elicited salivation due to the established association. The dog's response to Pavlov, irrespective of the presence of food, further exemplified the conditioning effect. Employing stimuli in close temporal proximity aids in conditioning individuals, fostering associations that motivate desired actions. Reward conditioning and autopilot responses. Initiating a robust reward system can yield profound results in conditioning individuals to associate you with positive outcomes. By consistently rewarding individuals for their actions, you establish a pleasant association that motivates them to comply with your wishes, even in the absence of tangible rewards. This strategy aligns with the objective of fostering friendships and garnering favor to facilitate the attainment of your objectives. Individuals who harbor positive sentiments towards you are inclined to engage in actions that please you, driven by the desire to maintain the positive association and secure your continued presence in their lives. Consider a scenario where your office team lacks motivation. By incentivizing them with a pizza party upon meeting deadlines or sales targets, you instill an expectation of reward. While the pizza party need not be a constant occurrence, the mere prospect of the reward motivates individuals to strive towards their goals, perpetuating their diligence. Periodically reinforcing this conditioning with intermittent rewards sustains their motivation and commitment. Exploiting conditioning for covert influence. Building upon the example of the previously ostracized individual in the office, your act of befriending him and integrating him into the social fabric of the workplace engenders a sense of warmth and camaraderie. This positive association prompts him to value your presence, viewing you as a source of acceptance and inclusion. Consequently, he becomes reliant on your companionship, attributing his newfound social standing to your influence. This dynamic transforms him into a willing accomplice, motivated to fulfill your requests to maintain the positive association and sense of belonging you have cultivated. Subtle conditioning techniques. Conditioning individuals through subtle means can yield profound results in shaping their behaviors. By associating pleasurable experiences with specific actions, you can motivate individuals to engage in desired behaviors without overt coercion. For instance, rewarding a child with ice cream for achieving academic success establishes a positive correlation between academic performance and indulgence, fostering a drive to excel academically to reap the rewards. Similarly, leveraging intimate rewards such as enhanced intimacy in relationships can incentivize desired behaviors, perpetuating a cycle of positive reinforcement. Becoming a neutral stimulus for desired responses. Harnessing the principles of Pavlovian conditioning, you can transform yourself into a neutral stimulus that elicits desired responses from individuals. By creating associations between yourself and favorable outcomes, individuals are conditioned to respond positively to your presence, even in the absence of explicit rewards. Cultivating a powerful association between yourself and desirable outcomes fosters a sense of positivity and motivation in individuals, compelling them to align with your wishes. Leveraging psychological biases for influence. Exploiting cognitive biases such as confirmation bias can be instrumental in shaping individuals' beliefs and behaviors to align with your objectives. By reinforcing existing beliefs or prejudices through selective presentation of evidence, you can manipulate individuals' perceptions and elicit desired responses. Similarly, capitalizing on biases like self-serving bias and modesty bias enables you to influence individuals' self-perceptions and motivations, fostering compliance and control through strategic manipulation of their cognitive frameworks. Harnessing the power of competition and social dynamics. Recognizing the inherent competitive nature of individuals, you can leverage envy and competition to motivate individuals to strive for desired outcomes. By inciting jealousy and fostering a sense of competition, you can compel individuals to pursue goals and objectives with heightened fervor. Additionally, understanding attribution error and its impact on individual self-perceptions allows you to exploit this bias to manipulate their beliefs and behaviors, fostering compliance and control through strategic influence. Embracing the principle of liking for influence. The principle of liking, derived from Cialdini's principles of influence, underscores the significance of social approval and popularity in garnering influence over others. By cultivating a likable persona and fostering positive social interactions, you can engender respect, favor, and trust among peers. Leveraging social dynamics and the perception of popularity can amplify your influence, enabling you to shape trends, influence behaviors, and garner widespread support for your ideas and initiatives. Understanding what matters to individuals. Individuals hold certain values and beliefs dear to their hearts, which, when threatened, evoke strong defensive reactions. Identifying what individuals are deeply passionate about can grant you significant leverage over them. Recognizing the limits of individuals and respecting their boundaries is crucial in utilizing dark psychology effectively. Pushing individuals beyond their limits risks alienating them and undermining cooperation. Gradually eroding individuals' self-esteem and confidence can pave the way for exerting greater influence over time, but initial caution is paramount to avoid resistance. While most individuals can be broken down over time through sustained emotional abuse and manipulation, there exists a core of self-esteem that remains resilient to erosion. Attempting to obliterate an individual's ego entirely is not only ethically questionable but also counterproductive, potentially leading to adverse outcomes such as alienation or even triggering violent responses. Employing control tactics with restraint is advisable to avoid detrimental consequences. Identifying core values and identity markers. Understanding what individuals hold dear, whether it be their families, personal achievements, or prized possessions, provides valuable insights into their identities. People are fiercely protective of the things they value, as these elements form integral components of their self-concept. Leveraging this knowledge as a potent weapon enables you to influence individuals and negotiate effectively to achieve your objectives. Individuals who lack confidence, a strong sense of identity, or significant attachments are often more susceptible to manipulation due to their vulnerability and lack of assertiveness. Detecting low confidence and vulnerability. Individuals with low confidence exhibit telltale signs such as self-destructive behaviors, avoidance of compliments, and social awkwardness. Their lack of conviction in their words, coupled with discomfort in receiving praise, reflects their internal struggles and insecurities. Observing their posture, eye contact, and overall demeanor can provide valuable insights into their confidence levels. Leveraging their vulnerabilities and insecurities can facilitate manipulation and control, as individuals with low self-esteem are more likely to acquiesce to external influence. Harnessing social connections and authority. Recognizing the significance of social connections in shaping individuals' self-acceptance and identity underscores the power of social influence. By becoming an influential figure in someone's life and leveraging social approval, you can shape their self-image and beliefs. Establishing authority through assertiveness and confidence enables you to command respect and obedience, compelling individuals to comply with your directives. The Milgram experiment serves as a stark reminder of the extent to which individuals will obey authority figures, highlighting the potency of authority in influencing behavior. Utilizing deception and subconscious manifestations. Deception, ingrained in human nature from an early age, serves as a defense mechanism to safeguard one's image and relationships. Leveraging dishonesty strategically can preserve personal freedom and relationships while shaping perceptions to align with your objectives. Understanding the subconscious mind and its manifestations in behavior, gestures, and verbal cues provides valuable insights into individuals' deep-seated thoughts and instincts. Uncovering repressed memories and unresolved issues can serve as potent triggers for manipulation and control, enabling you to exploit vulnerabilities and exert influence. Employing subliminal mind tricks and false memories. Subliminal advertising and suggestion can influence individuals' thoughts and behaviors without their conscious awareness. Planting ideas and triggering associations through subliminal cues can shape perceptions and influence decision-making subtly. Leveraging the power of suggestion to implant false memories can disrupt individuals' sense of identity and emotional well-being, enabling you to exert control and manipulate outcomes covertly. Understanding the intricacies of the subconscious mind and employing subliminal techniques can yield significant influence over individuals, shaping their beliefs and actions to align with your objectives. Chapter 2. Strategic Psychological Warfare and Overpowering Your Adversary. Psychological warfare, a potent tool throughout history, offers a formidable means to dismantle adversaries without resorting to physical violence. By mastering psychological tactics, individuals can effectively neutralize threats, gain dominance, and resolve conflicts in their favor. This chapter delves into the intricate strategies and methods of psychological warfare, emphasizing the importance of a calculated approach to achieve desired outcomes. Harnessing psychological warfare for strategic victory. Psychological warfare, while often associated with malevolent intentions, can also serve as a strategic tool to navigate personal conflicts and overcome challenges. By leveraging psychological tactics, individuals can outmaneuver adversaries, secure respect, and avert physical altercations. The art of psychological warfare empowers individuals to assert control, resolve conflicts, and emerge victorious without resorting to overt aggression or violence, cultivating a winning mindset for success. Central to the efficacy of psychological warfare is the cultivation of a winning mindset. Believing in one's ability to triumph and deserving of success forms the foundation for effective psychological manipulation. Embracing a ruthless approach devoid of remorse or hesitation is essential to achieving desired outcomes. Doubt and insecurities only serve to undermine confidence and impede progress, necessitating a steadfast commitment to success and unwavering self-belief. Strategic targeting and goal alignment. A critical aspect of psychological warfare involves precise targeting and goal alignment. Identifying key vulnerabilities such as the mind, peace, reputation, and idols enables individuals to exploit weaknesses and exert influence over adversaries. By disrupting peace, tarnishing reputations, and dismantling cherished beliefs, individuals can destabilize adversaries and compel compliance. Strategic targeting of vulnerabilities ensures maximum impact and facilitates the attainment of desired objectives. Leveraging blackmail and discrediting tactics. Blackmail emerges as a potent tool in psychological warfare, offering individuals leverage through the revelation of secrets. Exploiting an adversary's vulnerabilities and compelling compliance through the threat of exposure can yield significant power. Discrediting tactics, whether through the dissemination of damaging information or undermining an individual's reputation, can effectively weaken adversaries and erode their credibility. By leveraging secrets and exploiting vulnerabilities, individuals can exert control and manipulate outcomes to their advantage. Turning social dynamics and authority to your advantage. Understanding the significance of social connections and authority enables individuals to wield influence and shape perceptions effectively. By positioning oneself as an authority figure and leveraging social approval, individuals can shape beliefs and behaviors to align with their objectives. The Milgram experiment underscores the power of authority in influencing behavior, highlighting the potency of authoritative influence in psychological warfare. By leveraging social dynamics and authority, individuals can assert control and manipulate outcomes to achieve strategic objectives. Utilizing deception and subconscious manifestations. Deception, ingrained in human nature, serves as a strategic defense mechanism to preserve personal freedom and relationships. Leveraging dishonesty strategically can shape perceptions and influence decision-making covertly. Understanding the manifestations of the subconscious mind in behavior, gestures, and verbal cues provides valuable insights into individuals' deep-seated thoughts and instincts. Uncovering repressed memories and unresolved issues can serve as potent triggers for manipulation and control, enabling individuals to exploit vulnerabilities and exert influence. Employing subliminal mind tricks and false memories. Subliminal advertising and suggestion offer covert means of influencing individuals' thoughts and behaviors without their conscious awareness. Planting ideas and triggering associations through subliminal cues can shape perceptions and influence decision-making subtly. Leveraging the power of suggestion to implant false memories can disrupt individuals' sense of identity and emotional well-being, enabling individuals to exert control and manipulate outcomes covertly. Understanding the intricacies of the subconscious mind and employing subliminal techniques can yield significant influence over individuals, shaping their beliefs and actions to align with strategic objectives. Chapter 3. Unveiling the intricacies of dark NLP. Neurolinguistic programming, NLP, serves as a powerful tool for communication and persuasion, enabling individuals to enhance various aspects of their lives. However, delving into the realm of dark NLP takes these techniques to a more manipulative and controlling level. This chapter explores the depths of dark NLP, offering insights into how to wield this dark art to gain power and influence over others. Dark NLP transcends traditional NLP practices, providing a potent means to shape behaviors, thoughts, and emotions for personal gain. Understanding the essence of dark NLP. Dark NLP represents a sophisticated extension of traditional NLP principles, focusing on manipulating and reshaping the thoughts and behaviors of others. By leveraging the core tenets of NLP and applying them to influence individuals, dark NLP enables practitioners to exert control and sway over others' minds. This method can be wielded for both benevolent and malevolent purposes, offering a pathway to reshape perceptions, instill beliefs, and drive actions in desired directions. Harnessing the power of dark NLP in various domains. Dark NLP transcends boundaries, offering a versatile tool that can be applied across diverse areas of life. Whether employed for seduction, persuasion, deception, or personal empowerment, dark NLP provides a comprehensive toolkit to navigate relationships, careers, and personal interactions with unparalleled control. By mastering the techniques of dark NLP, individuals can assert dominance, influence outcomes, and shape realities to align with their objectives, fostering a sense of invincibility in all spheres of life. Unveiling the mechanics of dark NLP. At the core of dark NLP lies the ability to deconstruct individuals' behaviors into elemental components and affect change through subtle influence. By guiding individuals to reconsider their actions and perspectives, dark NLP offers a direct pathway into their minds, enabling practitioners to rewire thought patterns and shape behaviors. Leveraging sensory stimuli, gestures, and language nuances, dark NLP practitioners can prompt individuals to envision new possibilities and adopt alternative perspectives, fostering a profound impact on their thinking and decision-making processes. The subtleties of dark NLP techniques. Dark NLP hinges on a nuanced understanding of individuals' insecurities, fears, desires, and doubts, which serve as potent leverage points for manipulation. By targeting these vulnerabilities, practitioners can instigate profound changes in individuals' behaviors and beliefs, exerting control and influence over their actions. By delving into the intricacies of individuals' identities and motivations, dark NLP practitioners can craft tailored strategies to elicit specific responses and shape outcomes in alignment with their objectives. Strategic application of dark NLP principles. Dark NLP practitioners can leverage individuals' hopes and fears to steer their actions and decisions in desired directions. By framing conversations and interactions in alignment with individuals' aspirations and anxieties, practitioners can influence emotional responses and prompt specific behaviors. Subtle insults, disguised as compliments, can erode individuals' self-esteem, while strategic language choices can evoke emotional responses and shape perceptions effectively. Mastering dark NLP techniques for control. Through techniques such as pacing, leading, and mirroring, dark NLP practitioners can establish rapport and forge false bonds with individuals, fostering a sense of connection and trust. By aligning with individuals' sensory modalities and mirroring their gestures and expressions, practitioners can create a facade of similarity and deepen the illusion of closeness. Employing meta-modeling techniques enables practitioners to challenge individuals' broad and vague statements, prompting self-reflection and doubt, thereby influencing their thought processes and decision-making. Embracing the depths of dark NLP mastery. Dark NLP offers a comprehensive toolkit for influencing and controlling others, enabling practitioners to navigate complex social dynamics and shape outcomes to their advantage. By mastering the intricacies of dark NLP techniques, individuals can assert dominance, influence behaviors, and manipulate perceptions with precision and subtlety. Through strategic application of dark NLP principles, practitioners can unlock the power to shape realities, influence decisions, and control outcomes in alignment with their objectives. Utilizing speech to influence and achieve your goals. The power of speech lies in its ability to shape perceptions and influence behaviors, both in others and oneself. By employing positive language and assertive yet friendly communication, individuals can effectively guide others towards desired outcomes. Avoiding negative terms and framing instructions in a positive light encourages action and cooperation, fostering a conducive environment for achieving goals and influencing behaviors effectively. Harnessing the influence of positive language. Positive language serves as a catalyst for eliciting desired responses and behaviors from others. By framing instructions and requests in an assertive yet positive manner, individuals can inspire action and cooperation. Instead of focusing on what not to do, emphasizing what individuals should do in a positive light encourages compliance and motivates individuals to act in alignment with expectations. By projecting desired outcomes and using affirmative language, individuals can steer behaviors and shape responses effectively. Strategic communication for desired outcomes. Crafting messages that resonate with individuals' hopes and fears enables practitioners to influence behaviors and decisions effectively. By avoiding direct prohibitions and instead projecting positive expectations, individuals can guide others towards desired actions without instilling resistance or defensiveness. Leveraging individuals' aspirations and anxieties through strategic language choices fosters emotional responses that align with desired outcomes, enabling practitioners to influence behaviors subtly and effectively. Empowering self-perception and visualization. Believing in oneself and visualizing success are pivotal components of achieving desired outcomes. By cultivating a positive self-image and magnifying one's strengths and attributes, individuals can bolster confidence and manifest success in various endeavors. Visualizing desired outcomes and embodying success in one's thoughts and actions paves the way for actualizing goals and aspirations, fostering a mindset of achievement and empowerment. Celebrating success and establishing routines. Acknowledging and celebrating successes reinforces positive behaviors and motivates individuals to strive for further achievements. By incorporating rewards and celebrations into goal attainment, individuals can cultivate a sense of accomplishment and drive towards continued success. Establishing routines and maintaining stability in daily life fosters organization and focus, enabling individuals to pursue goals with clarity and purpose, while incorporating leisure and relaxation ensures holistic well-being and self-care. Modeling behavior and influencing others. Modeling behavior after successful individuals and role models provides a blueprint for achieving desired outcomes and shaping behaviors effectively. By emulating the traits and strategies of successful figures, individuals can navigate challenges and pursue goals with determination and focus. Becoming a model for others and setting an example through behavior and actions encourages positive behaviors and influences others to follow suit, fostering a culture of success and achievement. Chapter 4. Transforming CBT for Personal Influence. Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, CBT, stands as a widely acclaimed therapeutic approach known for its effectiveness in reshaping thought patterns and fostering emotional well-being. While traditionally used for healing and personal growth, CBT can also be harnessed for manipulation, mind control, and emotional influence. By leveraging CBT techniques, individuals can wield significant power over others' minds, molding thoughts and behaviors to align with their own desires. Unveiling the mechanics of CBT for influence. CBT operates on the premise of empowering individuals to take charge of their thinking patterns and emotional responses. By identifying and correcting cognitive distortions, individuals can heal emotional wounds and foster positive mental health. However, when applied with a manipulative intent, CBT can serve as a potent tool for influencing and controlling others' thoughts and behaviors, enabling practitioners to shape perceptions and guide actions towards desired outcomes. Exploring cognitive distortions and replacement thought patterns. Cognitive distortions represent negative and unhelpful thinking patterns that individuals often fall prey to. By identifying and correcting these distortions, individuals can cultivate more positive and constructive thought habits, From assuming and all-or-nothing thinking to catastrophizing and excessive need for approval, cognitive distortions can be replaced with more helpful thought patterns through CBT techniques. By fostering balanced perspectives, seeking out positives, and focusing on the present moment, individuals can transform their thinking and enhance their emotional well-being. Utilizing dark CBT for personal influence. Dark CBT delves into the realm of manipulation and control, enabling individuals to reshape others' thinking patterns for personal gain. By challenging cognitive distortions and guiding individuals towards more helpful thought patterns, practitioners can influence behaviors and shape perceptions effectively. Through strategic questioning, comparisons, and thought redirection, individuals can lead others towards desired outcomes, molding their minds to align with specific objectives. Empowering self-perception and visualization for influence. Believing in oneself and visualizing success are pivotal components of leveraging CBT for personal influence. By cultivating a positive self-image and magnifying strengths and attributes, individuals can bolster confidence and manifest success in various endeavors. Through positive self-talk, banishing insecurities, and celebrating successes, individuals can reinforce positive behaviors and motivate themselves towards continued achievement. By modeling behavior after successful individuals and role models, individuals can set an example for others and influence behaviors effectively. Embracing the transformative power of CBT. CBT, when wielded with intention and purpose, offers a transformative tool for personal influence and control. By understanding cognitive distortions, replacing negative thought patterns, and fostering positive self-perception, individuals can reshape their own thinking and influence others' behaviors effectively. Through strategic application of CBT techniques, individuals can navigate social dynamics, shape perceptions, and guide actions towards desired outcomes, fostering a sense of empowerment and control over their own lives and the lives of others. Questioning and manipulating thought patterns in dark CBT. In the realm of dark cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, the power lies in questioning and reshaping individuals' thought patterns to achieve personal influence and control. By employing a series of probing questions and manipulative techniques, practitioners can guide individuals towards desired outcomes, instilling doubt, fostering negative thinking patterns, and influencing behaviors effectively. Harnessing the power of self-questioning. Self-questioning serves as a pivotal tool in dark CBT, enabling practitioners to identify and challenge individuals' existing thought patterns. By asking probing questions such as, "Why do I think this?" and "Could I be wrong?" practitioners can pinpoint cognitive distortions and guide individuals towards more helpful thought patterns. Documenting responses in a CBT journal facilitates self-reflection and enables individuals to track their progress in reshaping their thinking effectively. Utilizing questioning techniques for influence. In dark CBT, practitioners can leverage questioning techniques to nudge individuals' thinking in desired directions and instill doubt in their beliefs. By adapting questions to fit unique situations, practitioners can challenge individuals' perspectives and guide them towards specific thought patterns. For instance, by questioning positive beliefs and introducing doubt, practitioners can chip away at individuals' self-esteem and manipulate their emotional responses effectively.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, contracts, PDFs. To stay focused, I use a free Google Chrome extension called Speech.
Encouraging cognitive distortions for manipulation. While traditional CBT aims to correct cognitive distortions, dark CBT reverses this approach to induce emotional suffering and negative thinking patterns in individuals. By encouraging harmful thought patterns and cognitive distortions, practitioners can manipulate individuals' perceptions and instill self-doubt and uncertainty. From fostering catastrophizing and pessimism to discounting the positive, practitioners can lead individuals towards negative thought patterns and emotional distress effectively. Stirring doubt and planting seeds of self-hatred. Challenging individuals' set thinking styles and calling their beliefs into question can stir doubt and confusion, leading to self-hatred and emotional turmoil. By consistently challenging individuals' assertions and beliefs, practitioners can disconcert them and plant seeds of doubt deep within their minds. This can lead to self-doubt, depression, and other psychological issues, altering individuals' perceptions and emotional well-being significantly. Bringing up painful memories for emotional manipulation. Exposing individuals to painful memories can hinder their healing and emotional well-being, making them vulnerable to manipulation. By triggering memories through scents, images, or conversations related to traumatic events, practitioners can evoke emotional responses and influence individuals' behaviors effectively. This tactic can be used to instill fear, anxiety, or emotional distress, altering individuals' thought patterns and perceptions to align with desired outcomes in dark CBT practices. Chapter 5. Mastering Manipulation and Persuasion for Personal Gain. In the realm of manipulation and persuasion, the art of using individuals as tools to achieve personal goals is a powerful skill. By viewing people as pawns in the game of life, practitioners can wield manipulation tactics to influence behaviors, shape perceptions, and gain the upper hand in various situations. While manipulation is often associated with negative connotations, it can also be used for positive purposes, benefiting both the manipulator and the manipulated individual. Building rapport and priming for manipulation. Effective manipulation begins with building rapport and priming the subject for persuasion. By establishing a relationship and leveraging psychological tricks, practitioners can make individuals more receptive to manipulation. Priming through emotional manipulation involves playing with the subject's emotions, starting with meaningful flattery and gradually introducing doubt and self-esteem issues. By creating an emotional roller coaster and instilling guilt and self-doubt, practitioners can weaken the subject's defenses and make them more susceptible to manipulation. Leveraging emotional weapons for influence. Guilt, love, and trust serve as powerful emotional weapons in manipulation tactics. By identifying what the subject feels guilty about, practitioners can induce guilt and manipulate behaviors effectively. Leveraging what the subject loves or cherishes enables practitioners to reward or punish behaviors, fostering dependency and control. Trivializing the subject's opinions and desires, as well as undermining their self-esteem, can further weaken their defenses and make them more compliant to the manipulator's wishes. Using trust, reputation, and insecurities as weapons. Trust, reputation, and insecurities are potent tools in manipulation tactics. By exploiting the subject's desire to be trusted and liked, practitioners can influence behaviors and decisions effectively. Threatening to damage the subject's reputation or questioning their trustworthiness can compel them to comply with the manipulator's demands. Identifying and exploiting the subject's insecurities, whether through casual observations or intentional remarks, can further weaken their resolve and make them more vulnerable to manipulation. Harnessing affection and love for control. Affection and love serve as compelling weapons in manipulation tactics, enabling practitioners to leverage the subject's emotional attachment for personal gain. By threatening to withdraw affection or love, practitioners can coerce the subject into compliance and manipulate behaviors effectively. Threatening to leave or withholding affection can instill fear and uncertainty, making the subject more reliant on the manipulator for validation and approval. In conclusion, mastering manipulation and persuasion requires a deep understanding of human emotions, vulnerabilities, and desires. By skillfully leveraging emotional weapons, trust, insecurities, and affection, practitioners can influence behaviors, shape perceptions, and gain control over individuals to achieve personal goals and aspirations. While manipulation tactics can be powerful tools, practitioners must exercise caution and discretion to avoid harming others and maintain ethical boundaries in their interactions. Playing the victim. Mastering the art of portraying oneself as a victim can serve as a powerful tool in navigating life's challenges. By adeptly assuming the victim role, one can effectively rationalize their actions and evoke a sense of guilt in others. Central to this strategy is the genuine belief in one's victimhood, achieved through rationalization and reflection on past grievances to absolve oneself of guilt. Establishing innocence and vulnerability is key to embodying the victim persona. By projecting an image of an innocent victim besieged by life's adversities, one can elicit sympathy from others. Sharing poignant narratives of hardship, such as childhood abuse, can justify present struggles and garner support. By framing challenges as external forces beyond personal control, one can evoke empathy and solidarity from others. When faced with unfavorable actions from others, deploying the victim card strategically is essential. Rather than resorting to overt displays of distress, maintaining composure and articulating hurt in a composed manner can yield greater success. By calmly expressing the impact of others' actions and outlining consequences, one can assert boundaries while positioning oneself as blameless. Upholding a facade of moral superiority is crucial to prevent backlash when playing the victim card. In instances of relationship infidelity, leveraging the victim card can deter transgressions. However, caution must be exercised to avoid actions that compromise one's victim narrative. Maintaining secrecy and preventing incriminating evidence is vital to preserving innocence and the efficacy of playing the victim card. Furthermore, sharing accounts of mistreatment with third parties can amplify the victim narrative. By subtly highlighting offenders' actions without overt complaint, shock and indignation can be incited in others. Exaggerating perceived wrongs can vilify the offender while positioning oneself as an unwitting victim, garnering support and confrontation on one's behalf. Guilt emerges as a potent tool in victimhood, influencing opinions and behaviors. Strategic use of guilt is advised, as overuse of the victim card can diminish its impact. By judiciously employing guilt as a persuasive tactic, one can navigate interpersonal dynamics with finesse and achieve desired outcomes. Dr. Cialdini's 6 Principles of Influence. Utilizing the 6 Principles of Influence can empower individuals to sway others towards desired actions. These foundational principles of persuasion and manipulation serve as guiding tools to gain influence and achieve objectives effectively. Reciprocity, the first principle, entails fostering a sense of indebtedness in others by offering favors and warmth. Social proof, the second principle, emphasizes the importance of being well-liked to garner support and influence. Commitment and consistency, the third principle, leverages familiarity and consistency to appeal to individuals' preferences and build loyalty. Authority, the fourth principle, underscores the influence of perceived expertise and assertiveness in commanding compliance. Scarcity, the fifth principle, capitalizes on creating urgency by highlighting limited availability to prompt action. Liking, the final principle, focuses on fostering positive impressions through warmth and rapport-building gestures. Denial emerges as a potent psychological tool in manipulation and self-justification. By denying uncomfortable truths to oneself, individuals can rationalize their actions and maintain a sense of moral righteousness. Leveraging denial in interpersonal dynamics involves exploiting others' denial to influence their perceptions and behaviors. Additionally, vehemently denying accusations and projecting innocence can deflect scrutiny and reinforce one's victim narrative, ultimately shaping others' beliefs and actions. Chapter 6. Penetrate their minds with kamikaze mental domination. Kamikaze mental control offers a direct path into someone's psyche, enabling you to sow the chaos you seek. By mastering this technique, you can effectively brainwash individuals and wield complete authority over their thoughts. Subtly implanting ideas in their minds allows you to steer their actions towards your desires without detection, emphasizing the need for stealth to avoid compromising your mission. Contrary to cinematic portrayals, mind control does not necessitate lengthy hypnosis sessions. Subliminal tactics serve as the key to infiltrating someone's mind. Gradually reshaping their thought patterns is achievable, whether through prolonged conditioning or a single impactful manipulation. Mind control, while often associated with nefarious intentions, can also be wielded for benign purposes. While coercing someone to commit heinous acts may be unrealistic, influencing individuals to align with your wishes or thought patterns is feasible. The ethical implications of mind control are contentious, yet discretion ensures clandestine operation and shields you from scrutiny. The influence of subliminal communication. Subliminal messaging operates subtly, allowing you to implant suggestions and influence individuals without overt detection. Utilizing fleeting visual or auditory cues triggers subconscious responses without conscious awareness, enabling manipulation without direct confrontation. In advertising, subliminal techniques prove highly effective. Brief flashes of images can subconsciously prompt consumer interest in products, exploiting the brain's processing of stimuli without conscious recognition. Leveraging this concept empowers you to subtly shape others' thoughts and desires to your advantage, evading detection while exerting influence. For instance, inducing desire in someone can be achieved by briefly exposing them to suggestive images or sounds, prompting immediate behavioral shifts. Similarly, triggering specific cravings through sensory stimuli, such as scents, can alter individuals' preferences and actions to align with your intentions. Enhancing mind control through subliminal methods involves conditioning individuals to respond to specific stimuli, reinforcing desired behaviors through repetitive exposure. By leveraging these techniques discreetly, you can manipulate thoughts and emotions to orchestrate desired outcomes effectively. Inducing brainwashing. Brainwashing entails a systematic process of altering individuals' beliefs and perceptions to align with your agenda. By instilling psychological manipulation and abuse, you can cultivate dependency and mold individuals into compliant mental subjects over time. Initiating brainwashing necessitates dismantling existing identities and worldviews, achieved through gaslighting and undermining self-esteem while fostering reliance on your validation. Isolation serves as a potent tool to sever external support systems, eroding individuals' sense of self and reinforcing dependence on your influence. Subsequent brainwashing involves challenging individuals' beliefs and opinions, coercing them to adopt your perspectives through persistent persuasion. By dismantling their existing mental frameworks and reshaping their thoughts, you can effectively reprogram their identities to suit your objectives. Gradual exposure to stimuli can normalize new behaviors or beliefs, gradually integrating them into individuals' realities. This process, whether used for positive or negative ends, underscores the profound impact of environmental influences on shaping behavior and cognition. Mind wipe techniques. Mind wipe encompasses the erasure of memories or thoughts from individuals' minds, offering practical applications in reputation management and deception. By selectively manipulating memories or perceptions, you can control narratives and conceal truths to your advantage, albeit with varying degrees of difficulty. Preventing memories from solidifying involves interrupting the memory-making process, disrupting the encoding of experiences through distractions or sensory overload. Utilizing drugs or altering memory triggers can impede memory formation, facilitating selective memory erasure. Disrupting memory associations by retraining individuals to dissociate triggers from memories can gradually diminish recollection. Encouraging individuals to suppress memories leverages the brain's defense mechanisms, albeit requiring cooperation and ongoing reinforcement to sustain repression. Thought control strategies. Influencing individuals' thoughts entails redirecting their cognitive processes through various persuasive methods. Employing techniques like cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, or neurolinguistic programming, NLP, enables you to guide individuals' thinking patterns towards desired outcomes. Subliminal messaging and psychological warfare tactics further empower you to shape individuals' self-perceptions and behaviors covertly. Hypnosis applications. Hypnosis, often misrepresented in media, offers a potent tool for implanting suggestions in individuals' subconscious minds. By inducing a trance state, you can enhance receptivity to ideas and associations, albeit within the constraints of individuals' inherent natures and susceptibilities. Creating a relaxed environment and guiding individuals into a hypnotic state facilitates suggestion implantation and behavior modification. Aligning your goals with the subject's objectives enhances the efficacy of hypnosis sessions, fostering cooperation and achieving mutual outcomes. Utilizing hypnosis clandestinely involves subtly influencing individuals' thoughts and actions without overt awareness. By leveraging triggers and conditioning responses, you can induce specific behaviors or thought patterns covertly, exploiting subconscious associations to achieve desired outcomes. Utilizing propaganda for persuasion. Propaganda serves as a potent tool for influencing individuals to align with your perspectives and advocate for your cause. Effective propaganda instills fear and challenges existing beliefs, prompting individuals to take action to avert perceived threats. By presenting a solution to mitigate feared outcomes, you can mobilize individuals towards your desired objectives. Political propaganda exemplifies the power of fear tactics in shaping public opinion. During election cycles, advertisements often employ fear-inducing messages to sway voters, highlighting potential consequences and urging action to prevent unfavorable outcomes. Leveraging similar strategies can advance personal agendas by emphasizing potential losses and proposing actionable steps to avert undesirable scenarios. Appealing to individuals' core values and concerns enhances the efficacy of propaganda efforts. By tapping into emotional triggers such as family well-being, you can motivate individuals to engage in actions that align with your objectives. Framing messages to convey personal relevance and empowerment fosters a sense of importance and agency among recipients. Disseminating propaganda can be achieved through various channels, including anonymous letters, flyers, chain emails, and online platforms. Leveraging the internet, particularly social media, offers a vast reach and influence over audiences. By strategically sharing posts and videos that resonate with target audiences, you can shape perceptions and incite desired actions effectively. The proliferation of fake news underscores the impact of misinformation in shaping public opinion and behavior. By manipulating news narratives to instill fear and provoke reactions, individuals can be swayed to act based on fabricated threats. Leveraging false rumors or misleading information can incite responses that align with your objectives, exploiting the power of fear and uncertainty to drive desired outcomes. Chapter 7. How to deceive an FBI interrogator. Understanding the key to spotting deception is an essential part of learning how to be a good liar. You can lie through your teeth, but if you do not know how to avoid detection, you will do more harm than good. A good liar can act naturally but also be prepared. They know what to say and do when they are about to be discovered for their dishonesty. A good liar is also wise about lying. They wonder why they lie when they don't have to. Lying takes a lot of energy. They know that if they save that energy for when they really need it, they can lie better on the rare occasions when they do lie. They also know that they can gain an honest reputation and not be distrusted by others. So here are a few tips on how to be a better liar so that you can fool even the FBI interrogators who are experts at catching liars. Have a reason. You can't become a good liar by lying all the time. Sure, practice makes perfect, but if you lie repeatedly, you risk becoming sloppy. You will damage your reputation for honesty. If you are known to be a liar, no one will believe you. If people suspect you are lying about everything, they are more likely to find out about your lies in the future. It is far better to have an honest reputation, where you are perceived as a good person who does not lie. That way, there is less reason to suspect them of being dishonest. Of course, this means that one should be honest rather than dishonest. Lie only when you really need to lie. Basically, lie only when you have a legitimate reason to lie. Weigh each situation in your mind. What are the consequences of telling the truth? Might you make someone unhappy by telling the truth, but will that unhappiness disappear? Is it something that others can overcome? Or will it ruin your reputation, friendships, etc.? If you have much to lose by telling the truth, still consider telling the truth. If you tell the truth, people will often forgive you. If you lie, things are 10 times worse. However, if you just can't tell the truth, you can consider lying. The more you need to lie, the more likely you are to pull it off. You stand to lose a lot and have a great incentive to lie. Therefore, do your best to tell a convincing lie. Rehearsal. Before you tell a lie, it is best to get it straight in your head.
The gray area between hacker-hunter is not as gray as it used to be.
There are hackers out there that want nothing more than to cause damage and wreak havoc.
Make sure you are properly organized so that you do not make any mistakes when you tell your story. First, determine your target audience. Who are you lying to and why? What story makes the most sense to that person and minimizes the risk of being found out? To tell the best lie, know who you are lying to. Next, come up with a logical story. Fill in all the gaps. Think of lots of details to make the story believable. Think of questions or problems that others might bring up and come up with explanations. You may have to think fast, but don't let that make you nervous. This is your chance to be very creative. Next, practice the lie in your head so that you memorize it. That way, when the moment comes to interrogate you, you will be prepared with what to say. You will not have to rush to make up details on the spot or spend time making up incoherent stories to cover it up. Watch your tenses. Liars tend to mess up the tense of their sentences when making up parts of a story. When someone is recounting a true event that happened in the past, they naturally use the past tense. When they switch to fabrication, their brains suddenly become present and they try to fabricate a story on the spot. Therefore, they begin to use the present tense. Watching for sudden switches in tense and unexplainability in conversation is a great way to tell if someone is not being honest. But you can also use this knowledge for your own superior lying. Avoid being detected by rehearsing your story in advance and being careful to maintain the same tense. Tell the truth as much as possible. Another great secret to lying well is to use misleading methods. Tell the truth. The more truth in a lie, the easier it is for others to confirm it. It makes you appear more honest. Also, if someone finds out about a little falsehood you have slipped into the truth, they can blame the error in the truth on a faulty memory. Lying by omission. Lying by omission is another way. You tell the truth but omit certain important details. But you want to make sure that the detail is completely hidden. People know all about lying by omission. They look to you for that. You need to be able to fake it well in case someone sees through your omission. If you omit parts of the story, make sure there are no obvious holes. You want to make sure that the story is connected. So if you omit something, the whole story will still be cohesive. You can make up some details to fill in the gaps. Intentional misleading. How you present things is another great way to mislead people without outright lying. You can use phrasing that allows people to draw false conclusions on their own. If they find out the truth and then try to fill you in as having lied, you can say, "I know you did it. Really, you did." Deliberate misleading is a pretty sophisticated technique. Learning how to use language to intentionally mislead someone without getting caught is an art. But that's why you graduated from Dark Psychology 202, right? The art of misleading involves letting the other person draw the wrong conclusion for themselves. By offering just a few specific words, you can make them believe something you are not really saying. People tend to derive ideas from their own biases. By knowing their biases, you can figure out what conclusions they are likely to draw from the words you use. Below are a few examples that can show how misleading works. From there, you can build your own misleading story when needed. A woman asks if you are his girlfriend. You like her and don't want him to hit on you, but on the other hand, she is not yours. Instead of lying about being a girlfriend, you can say, "We talk." It's vague, but it means different things to different people. This guy will probably guess from that you two are doing something. Your mother wants to know where you've been. You can go to a friend's house and then start talking about how your best friend Mark's sister kept saying funny things. Your mother will infer from that you were probably at Mark's house. In fact, you do not tell her whose house you were at. Your boss asks you why the project is not moving forward. You honestly didn't have time to finish it, but you didn't want to lose your job. So you say, "Well, here's what I'm going to do. An event happened that made it difficult to move forward, but I am working on it." Your supervisor may assume that the event you are referring to is a hurdle you encountered on the project. In truth, your boss will not think that it is just a personal event that is preventing you from dedicating your full time to this project. True details in a lie. When you lie, you can also include pieces of the truth. When telling a lie, include as many details of the truth as possible. The more truthful details you can include in your story, the better. Fabrications should be avoided as much as possible for two reasons. First, the less you make up, the less you have to remember. Making things up takes energy and effort, so it is better to save as much of that energy as possible.
Build a thriving community and monetize with memberships and pay-per-view. With built-in AI tools, save time and create engaging content. Don't just dream it. Customize your platform. Build a community. Grow your revenue. Take control of your content. Try FanHero for.
The second reason is that the details of truth are verifiable. It makes it seem like you are telling only the truth. Say you went to a friend's house. Then tell them the true details you heard through your friend about the house and the party. This will make it appear that you were actually there. False confession. Admitting something embarrassing or revealing a secret confirms one's innocence. By claiming to have done something embarrassing or personal, they want to distract people and convince them of their innocence. They can also build trust and create a false bond by telling someone a secret. For example, let's say you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. You don't want to admit what you were really doing, so you make up something else nefarious that is a little better than what you were actually doing. So they can say, "I was meeting my mistress," or "I was in a porn store." This embarrassing admission both explains why you were there and makes the other person uncomfortable. It also makes it harder for the other person to ask questions. They will also think you are telling the truth because it must have been hard for you to admit the truth. Posture and eye contact. Physical cues often betray deception, revealing signs of mental strain and emotional discomfort inherent in lying. These physical indicators, known as tells, can expose deceit if not carefully managed. Understanding common behaviors exhibited by liars when attempting to deceive others is crucial in avoiding detection. Grooming. Excessive grooming, such as adjusting facial hair or tidying clothing, may signal subconscious feelings of guilt or discomfort, prompting compensatory grooming gestures during conversation. Organizing. Lying individuals may exhibit a need for organization to counteract feelings of disarray associated with deceit. Straightening papers or arranging surroundings can be attempts to mask internal turmoil. Lack of eye contact. Avoiding direct eye contact is a common evasion tactic employed by liars to conceal deception. Averting gaze or focusing elsewhere can indicate discomfort with the truth. Too much eye contact. Conversely, excessive eye contact may be used to feign honesty and sincerity. Striking a balance in eye contact is essential to appear natural and genuine. Stuttering. Stammering or using filler words can indicate mental strain as the liar struggles to fabricate a coherent story. Mumbling and incoherent speech may suggest deception. Fidgeting. Nervous gestures like fidgeting, hair twirling, or nail biting can betray anxiety and unease. Potentially revealing dishonesty. Remaining calm and composed is key to avoiding suspicious behaviors. Believe your own lie. People often resort to lying when faced with disapproval, leading to a shift from inherent honesty to deceptive behavior. Embracing the lie and creating a convincing reality can enhance one's ability to deceive effectively. Pathological liars excel at convincing themselves of false narratives, reinforcing their lies with unwavering conviction. Committing to the end. Maintaining commitment to a fabricated story, even when faced with skepticism or accusations of dishonesty, is crucial in preserving the illusion of truth. By standing firm in the face of doubt and refraining from deviating or confessing, the liar can bolster credibility and dissuade further scrutiny. Traps to watch out for. Deception is a well-known tactic, prompting individuals to develop strategies to test honesty. Awareness of common tricks used to detect lies is essential in navigating potential pitfalls. While these tricks can expose deceit, adept liars can circumvent them by remaining vigilant and skillfully evading detection. Look me in the eyes. Challenges to maintain eye contact during deception can unnerve liars, potentially leading to slip-ups or inconsistencies. Anticipating requests to maintain eye contact and rehearsing responses can help liars appear more confident and convincing in their deceit. Volatile conundrums. Volatile conundrums, designed to elicit admissions of lying, can catch deceivers off guard. Thorough research and preparation can help liars avoid falling into these traps, enabling them to navigate challenging questions and maintain the illusion of truth. Asking you for details. Requesting detailed information is a common tactic to test the veracity of a story. By proactively offering detailed responses and committing these details to memory, liars can enhance the credibility of their deception and deflect suspicions of dishonesty. Chapter 8. Conceal your actions. Maintaining discretion is paramount when delving into the realm of dark psychology. Transparency in manipulation and deception undermines the effectiveness of these tactics. To wield dark psychology successfully, one must master the art of concealing intentions and actions, ensuring operations remain covert and undetected. Discretion in manipulation. Manipulation thrives on secrecy and subtlety. Direct requests are preferred over covert influence, as overt manipulation strips individuals of autonomy and control. Avoiding detection while manipulating others is essential to preserve the element of surprise and maintain authority. Deception and discretion. Deception hinges on concealing the truth and masking true intentions. Transparency in deceit compromises the effectiveness of lies, necessitating discretion to uphold the facade of honesty. Concealment is key to successful deception, preventing exposure and safeguarding the integrity of fabricated narratives. Psychological warfare and stealth. In psychological warfare, overt strategies invite countermeasures and defenses from adversaries. Maintaining discretion in tactics and maneuvers is crucial to catch opponents off guard and secure strategic advantages. Surprise attacks and covert operations enhance the element of surprise, confounding opponents and ensuring tactical superiority. Stealth and mind control techniques. Mind control techniques, from dark CBT to kamikaze mind control, demand utmost stealth and subtlety. Concealing intentions and actions is vital to prevent resistance and maintain control over individuals' thoughts and behaviors. Subliminal methods, while potent, require careful execution to evade detection and manipulation. The poker game of discretion. View dark psychology as a clandestine poker game where discretion is your greatest asset. Life becomes a strategic game where individuals are pieces to be maneuvered. Conceal your strategies, maintain a composed demeanor, and safeguard your dark psychology arsenal to secure victory. Revealing your hand prematurely risks defeat and exposes vulnerabilities. Consequences of indiscretion. Failure to exercise discretion in dark psychology can lead to detrimental outcomes. A tarnished reputation, strained relationships, and jeopardized objectives are common repercussions of indiscretion. Exposure as a manipulative individual erodes trust and credibility, hindering future success in employing dark psychology tactics. Wisdom in dark psychology usage. Discernment is essential in navigating the realm of dark psychology. Exercise caution in selecting when and how to deploy manipulative techniques. Dark psychology's potency demands judicious application, reserving its use for situations where direct methods prove ineffective. Prioritize direct communication and reserve manipulation as a last resort for intractable scenarios.
BetterHelp has been revolutionary in connecting people to mental health services.
Using BetterHelp can be as easy as opening your laptop or your phone and clicking a button.
Strategic battle selection. Evaluate the significance of engaging in psychological warfare and manipulation. Not all battles warrant the investment of time and energy required for victory. Prioritize battles that align with long-term goals and significance, avoiding unnecessary conflicts that detract from personal growth and well-being. Truthfulness over deception. While deception may seem expedient, truthfulness remains a powerful tool. Reserve lies for situations where honesty jeopardizes significant outcomes. Consider the long-term implications of deceit and weigh the consequences of maintaining falsehoods. Truthfulness fosters trust and credibility, mitigating the need for elaborate deception. Prudent dark psychology application. Exercise restraint in employing dark psychology tactics to avoid diminishing their efficacy and risking reputational damage. Use dark psychology judiciously, reserving its use for critical scenarios where control and influence are imperative. Employ discretion and moderation to maximize the impact of dark psychology while safeguarding personal integrity and relationships. Destroying evidence and gaslighting techniques. Covering your tracks and erasing evidence is crucial in evading detection and maintaining control in dark psychology endeavors. By eliminating traces of manipulation and deception, you can operate discreetly and avoid incrimination. Employing gaslighting techniques further enhances your ability to sow doubt and confusion, reinforcing your dominance over victims and deflecting accusations. Destroying evidence. Efface all evidence of your actions to prevent detection and incrimination. Avoid leaving paper trails or digital footprints that can be used against you. Conduct deceitful activities in person rather than through traceable mediums like emails. Steer clear of recordings and witnesses to minimize the risk of exposure. Gaslighting strategies. Gaslighting serves as a potent tool to instill doubt and uncertainty in victims, undermining their perceptions and reality. Initiate gaslighting early in relationships to establish control and manipulate perceptions. Deny recent conversations, dismiss concerns as imagination, and sow seeds of doubt to weaken the victim's confidence and credibility. Undermining credibility. Discredit victims by portraying them as unreliable and unstable to others. Highlight their flaws and mistakes to diminish their credibility and cast doubt on their accusations. Provoke outbursts in public settings by subtly triggering emotional responses, tarnishing their reputation and credibility in the eyes of others. Deflecting blame. Shift blame onto the victim by deflecting guilt and responsibility for your actions. Justify your behavior by portraying it as a necessary response to the victim's actions or character flaws. Employ guilt and shame to manipulate emotions and redirect focus away from your actions. Defense strategies. Prepare a robust defense strategy in anticipation of potential exposure. Craft persuasive arguments to justify your actions and present them in a favorable light. Deflect guilt onto the accuser, trivialize the severity of your actions, or employ blatant denial to challenge accusations and maintain innocence. Trivializing actions. Minimize the impact of your actions by trivializing their significance and downplaying their wrongness. Dismiss accusations as oversensitivity or misinterpretation, shifting blame onto the accuser and making them question their perceptions. Trivialization can undermine the victim's credibility and diminish the seriousness of their accusations. Creating a facade. Construct a facade to conceal your true intentions and actions. Present a distorted version of events that obscures your manipulative tactics and portrays your actions in a more favorable light. Fabricate innocent motives or misrepresent your behavior to mislead others and maintain a facade of innocence. Scenario planning. Anticipate various scenarios and develop alternative strategies to support your defense in different situations. While you cannot predict every outcome, preparing for likely scenarios enhances your readiness to counter accusations and maintain control over the narrative. Focus on the most probable scenarios to bolster your defense strategy effectively. Chapter 9. Initiate communication and persist. Observation reveals that proficient conversationalists tend to amass a larger social circle. By taking the lead in dialogue, you project an image of authority, confidence, and extroversion. This initial impression is pivotal in shaping perceptions. Therefore, it is imperative to speak first and assertively without yielding to interruptions. In group settings, it is advantageous to commence speaking at the outset. This proactive approach captures attention and distinguishes you in the participant's memory. Direct focus. Intense concentration is remarkably flattering. When you focus intently on an individual, investing all your energy in them, you convey a sense of genuine interest and appreciation. People relish feeling valued and captivating, thus fostering positive sentiments. Establishing this flattering rapport cultivates friendships.
Real quick, sorry to get you on the toilet. Can you tell the difference between these two links? And for the record, they are different. You're just not supposed to be able to tell.
Eliminate distractions during conversations. Refrain from diverting your gaze to your phone unless urgent. Avoid drifting attention or glancing at others. Maintain eye contact and concentrate attentively on the individual. Demonstrate active listening by nodding periodically and posing inquiries to signify profound interest. Refinement in seduction. The aforementioned strategies can be adapted for seductive purposes. The distinction lies in incorporating a sensual or romantic dimension when engaging in seduction. Employ the aforementioned tactics while integrating the strategies in this segment. Pupilometrics. Pupilometrics involves leveraging your gaze to evoke seductive bedroom eyes, exuding allure and evoking a melting response in the observer. Bedroom eyes hold particular sway over men. Achieve this effect by relaxing the eye area or dilating your pupils, signaling intense attraction. Dimming the lighting enhances pupil dilation. Captivate attention. Capturing attention is paramount. Accentuate your attributes to achieve this. For women, subtle actions like leaning forward, accentuating cleavage, or donning revealing attire draw focus to your physique. Engage in gestures like playing with your hair or pouting. Men can emphasize facial hair, flex muscles, or highlight physical features with fitted clothing. Direct attention towards your sexuality and physique for intimate encounters. To convey more than physical allure, emphasize your positive qualities and the value you offer. Showcase compassion by highlighting involvement in charitable causes or exhibit affluence by flaunting a luxurious lifestyle and career achievements. Avoid excessive self-promotion as it can deter others. Casually mention commendable aspects about yourself and engage in dialogue to evade appearing conceited or self-absorbed. Establish an ambience. Atmosphere plays a pivotal role in the seduction process. Cultivate a sensual ambience to evoke openness to intimate interactions. Tailor the environment to set a mood conducive to seduction. Seducing someone amidst harsh lighting in a bustling workspace pales in comparison to a dimly lit room with candles and soft music. Certain settings are more conducive to seduction. Ideally, opt for romantic venues like upscale restaurants or scenic natural locations. Craft an inviting and sensual atmosphere to facilitate the seduction process. Adapt to existing surroundings when necessary. Home environments offer flexibility for enhancing sensuality. Dim lights. Opt for candlelight over harsh illumination. Silence electronic devices, and introduce soft music. Utilize plush fabrics like velvet, aromatic candles, or incense with enticing fragrances such as vanilla or jasmine. Curate an environment that stirs desire in your subject, characterized by comfort, gentleness, and pleasant scents. Minimize distractions and unappealing elements. Avoid scenarios like watching unsuitable shows or being interrupted by work-related calls. Disable distractions like television, switch your phone to silent mode, and communicate your unavailability to maintain focus on the seduction process. Stimulate the senses. Enhance your visual and olfactory appeal to captivate the other party. This explains why individuals in certain professions wear provocative attire to evoke desire in potential clients. While excessive exposure is unnecessary, strive to present yourself visually appealingly. Maintain good hygiene, wear quality fragrances, dress elegantly, and groom meticulously. Utilize your voice to engage the senses. Women often prefer deeper voices, while men lean towards higher pitches. Incorporate music and sounds to create a sensual and calming atmosphere. Employ touch to arouse the senses. A soft blanket draped over a couch can induce relaxation. For instance, tease strategically. Incorporating subtle hints of sexuality or romance can plant suggestive thoughts in the individual's mind. Employ teasing and insinuations to cultivate a highly sensual atmosphere during seduction. Through nuanced gestures and expressions, subtly introduce the notion of intimacy. Engage in playful actions like stroking objects or using your tongue provocatively. These gestures exude sensuality and subtly introduce eroticism into the recipient's thoughts. Non-sexual activities like sensual massages, intimate cuddling, or oral stimulation can tease without immediate intercourse, leaving a tantalizing promise of future encounters. Offer a memorable experience with the allure of more to come. Tease through light-hearted banter or innuendos. Make playful references or jokes with sexual undertones. Tease by hinting at intimacy without immediate gratification, maintaining intrigue and anticipation. Keep the individual intrigued and engaged. Harness the power of touch. Subtle physical contact can heighten the sensual atmosphere. Lightly place your hand over theirs during conversation. Tenderly touch their lower back upon approach or drape your arm around their shoulders. Maintain prolonged eye contact while briefly clasping hands during introductions. Let your fingers linger when passing items, allowing a moment of connection. Touch their neck while admiring their jewelry, trailing your fingers along their skin. Run your fingers through their hair. Certain body areas are particularly responsive to touch, including the lower back, hands, feet, neck, earlobes, and inner arms. Stimulating these regions can evoke immediate arousal. Physical touch fosters a desire for further interaction, accelerates bonding, and intensifies sexual attraction. Utilize touch to solidify connections swiftly. Embrace audacity. Timidity pales in comparison to the allure of audacious behavior. Boldness and directness often yield greater success in seduction than reservedness. Embrace boldness and shamelessness, even a hint of risque behavior. Shocking your subject can ignite sexual attraction.
Drowning in influencer marketing chaos? Not sure where to begin? At Popular Page, we have over 100.
Pursuing desires assertively is an appealing trait that draws others in. Express your intentions unabashedly, articulating your desire for intimacy. Establish a conducive atmosphere beforehand. Once the individual is captivated, displaying signs of amusement, physical engagement, or leaning towards you, introduce explicit details about your desires. Share risque jokes and employ sexual innuendos. While some may react disapprovingly, you are subtly implanting thoughts of intimacy. Embrace your audacity and provocativeness, as these qualities can be enticing, even if feigned indifference is displayed. Your boldness serves as the cherry on top, adding an intriguing layer to the interaction. Chapter 10. Crafting an impenetrable mask. Engaging in dark psychology implies a recognition of your darker inclinations. However, this acknowledgement should not evoke guilt, as every individual harbors a shadow side. Some opt to suppress this facet, missing out on the latent power it holds. Conversely, by delving into and enhancing your dark side, a realm of advantages unfolds before you. Human nature is inherently competitive, favoring those willing to transgress moral and ethical boundaries to ascend. By embracing this approach, success becomes attainable. Failure and stagnation only loom if you falter in adopting a ruthless and unapologetic pursuit of your desires. Nevertheless, societal norms necessitate a semblance of adherence to prevailing moral standards. Deviating from these norms risks harsh judgment and social ostracism, hindering likability and support. The efficacy of your dark psychology tactics diminishes if met with disdain and avoidance. Hence, constructing a facade becomes imperative to veil your dark intentions. Concealment behind an intricate and captivating mask is the key to navigating the realm of dark psychology. So, how does one fabricate this charming and deceptive facade to deceive the masses? What image must you project to the world? How can you obscure your true motives and convince others of your benevolence and altruism? Deception. Strategic falsehoods can bolster your public image. Employ deception to craft a favorable perception of yourself. However, ensure your fabrications are artful and not overt lies. Mislead others to enhance your standing without risking exposure. Strive to present a polished version of yourself, accentuating strengths while downplaying weaknesses. A positive outward persona garners favor and enhances interpersonal success. Consider a scenario where you aim to impress on a date despite lacking a prestigious job. Rather than outright falsehoods, embellish your job description using language that magnifies its significance. Denial. Innocence can be feigned through denial. Merge deception and denial to project an aura of incorruptibility, deflecting suspicions of wrongdoing. Recall the manipulation chapter's discussion on playing the victim card. Embrace this tactic by disavowing any transgressions and assuming the role of an innocent victim to rationalize your actions. Alternatively, feign ignorance of the moral implications of your deeds. Portray mistakes as inadvertent errors, followed by contrition and remorse. deny immorality, and adopt the guise of a repentant sinner. Such displays evoke sympathy and forgiveness, fostering admiration despite past missteps. Flatly deny any allegations leveled against you. Express shock at disparaging accounts and counter with narratives discrediting detractors. Disavow involvement in past misdeeds to maintain an aura of innocence. Confidence. Confidence is pivotal in constructing a convincing and likable facade. It serves as the linchpin for garnering favor and admiration. Individuals gravitate towards those exuding self-assurance and assertiveness. By projecting confidence, you draw others towards you, reinforcing the efficacy of your facade. Note the popularity of vain and narcissistic individuals, attributed to their unwavering confidence and imperviousness to external influences. Emulate this demeanor to cultivate a captivating persona. Confidence need not be innate. It can be simulated. Feigning confidence gradually instills genuine self-assurance. Convince others of your abundant confidence, even if it is initially lacking. Adopt confident body language and articulate speech to exude assurance. Direct communication, unwavering eye contact, and assertiveness convey transparency and integrity, fostering trust and admiration. Extend your confidence to exude a hint of cockiness. While contrary to modesty, a charmingly cocky demeanor can enhance your allure. Embrace self-assurance, unabashedly boasting about yourself while complimenting others. Engage assertively, refusing rejection, and refraining from self-deprecation. Confidence aids in self-justification, reinforcing your belief in your worthiness and the righteousness of your actions. Boldly pursuing your desires without guilt or hesitation, under the guise of righteousness, can sway perceptions in your favor. Act confidently in your convictions, persuading others of your moral rectitude. Conclusion. You have completed the journey through Dark Psychology 202. The insights you have gained are undeniably potent, offering you a roadmap to exert control over others. Armed with this knowledge, you stand poised to attain your desires from any individual without hindrance. In a world where obstacles and adversaries abound, Dark Psychology equips you with the tools to navigate through challenges and secure your objectives. You now hold the key to infiltrating the minds of others, implanting thoughts, and compelling compliance. Your influence will be unparalleled, rendering others powerless to resist your allure. Moreover, your newfound prowess extends to managing adversaries, ascending in professional hierarchies, and forging unbreakable bonds.
Build a thriving community and monetize with memberships and pay-per-view. With built-in AI tools, save time and create engaging content. Don't just dream it. Customize your platform. Build a community. Grow your revenue. Take control of your content. Try Fan Hero free for 14 days and see what it's like to own your community. Fan Hero, your community, your rules.
Why can't you stay organized? I've experienced this myself, and it's called chronic impulse control, where you prioritize short-term actions like gaming and social media until it's the end of the workday, and you still haven't gotten anything done. And I'd waste the day prioritizing my short-term pleasures over my long-term goals. So let me show you how I solved that. See, this isn't like any other tool. After using it, I had the most productive month of my life. Sorry, that's my impulse control. But thanks to this tool, I am now in control of my impulsive ideas. All I have to do is brain dump my to-do list, add my deadlines and how long it will all take, and Motion takes care of the rest. I basically just wake up and do what Motion tells me, and so should you. Literally last Monday I spent 10 minutes setting it up, but in that first week alone I gained 11 hours in missed productivity gains. So try out Motion and unlock your dream life.
By mastering the art of manipulation and persuasion, you can shape your destiny and command respect in all interactions. The ability to befriend or seduce anyone opens doors to endless possibilities. Networking becomes a strategic advantage, propelling you towards success through meaningful connections. Cultivating a reputation of trust and likability ensures smooth navigation through social landscapes with minimal resistance from detractors. Should the need arise for deception, your adeptness in lying without detection, as elucidated in Chapter 7, positions you as a master of deceit. Your covert skills and discretion will shield you from scrutiny, enabling you to maneuver undetected and evade repercussions. While knowledge is indeed powerful, the ethical application of dark psychology rests in your hands. Harness this influence for positive ends, fostering healthier relationships, affecting organizational change, and guiding others towards righteousness. Your intentions will shape the impact of your actions, determining whether you wield this power for good or ill. Exercise caution in wielding this newfound power, maintaining a veil of stealth and discretion as outlined in Chapter 8 and 10. Avoid over-reliance on dark tactics, reserving them for situations where no alternative exists. Strategic deployment and judicious use will preserve the efficacy of these methods while safeguarding your reputation. As we part ways, remember that with great power comes great responsibility. Embrace this power judiciously, shaping your life in alignment with your aspirations. Your choices will define the legacy you leave behind, so tread carefully and use your influence wisely. Farewell, and may your journey with dark psychology empower you to sculpt a future of your design. Thanks for watching. Don't forget like, share, and subscribe.
Meet Dialpad AI Sales, a new way to sell with real-time intelligence that empowers your sales team at every step. Reach customers and prospects in a click from LinkedIn, Salesforce, Outreach, or the app. Plus, our built-in AI assistant is here to help. During calls, it recognizes keywords and surfaces relevant info. This can include pricing, competitive insights, and more. Managers can also customize these real-time recommendations to help with objection handling. While on the call, view the latest Salesforce activity tied to the contact you're chatting with. No app switching required. You can also log calls and set call dispositions, all in the same place. When a prospect isn't picking up, pre-record a voicemail message and share it in a click. Dialpad AI also creates automatic call summaries, search transcripts, play recordings, and add notes. Plus, it's easy to coach your sales teams from anywhere. As a manager, use QA.
Welcome to Wisdom Matrix 1111. Today, we'll dive deep into the laws of human nature by Robert Greene, chapter by chapter. This book is packed with invaluable lessons on psychology and strategy that can help you in all areas of life. It's one of the most profound books on understanding ourselves as humans, and I can't wait to explore it with you all. So, let's dive in. The Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene, summarized and presented by Wisdom Matrix 1111. Chapter 1. The Law of Irrationality. Have you ever wondered why sometimes, out of the Welcome to Audiobook Vision. Today we're diving into DAVO Manipulation Techniques audiobook. Before we get started, don't forget to hit subscribe, like this video, and share it with others who are hungry for change. And for those of you looking for something extra, check out our channel membership for exclusive content and perks tailored just for you. Let's dive in. Imagine this. You've just summoned the courage to confront someone who's hurt you deeply, perhaps a friend, a partner, or a colleague. Your voice trembles as you share your truth, expecting accountability, or at the very least, a willingness to listen. But instead of understanding, you're met with a cold, cutting response. That never happened. Before you can catch your breath, they lash out, questioning your motives and even your sanity. Why are you making this up? What's your problem? they demand, flipping the narrative so skillfully it's as if you're suddenly the one on trial. And then the final blow. They claim to be the real victim, painting you as the aggressor. Your head spins. You question everything, your memory, your intentions, even your worth. In the blink of an eye, the truth has been twisted beyond recognition, and you're left feeling isolated, guilty, and unsure of yourself. This manipulative tactic has a name: DARVO, deny, attack, and reverse, victim and offender. It's not just a pattern of behavior, it's a calculated strategy used by abusers to deflect responsibility and silence those they've hurt. DARVO is like a performance, a cruel, finely tuned script designed to leave the victim disoriented and powerless, and it works. Why? Because DARVO exploits some of our deepest vulnerabilities, our desire for harmony, our fear of conflict, and our innate tendency to doubt ourselves in the face of confrontation. Victims are left carrying the weight of misplaced guilt, while perpetrators walk away unscathed, often with sympathy from others. But here's the truth. You're not alone, and you're not powerless. This book is here to help you unravel the tangled web of DARVO. Together, we'll dive into its psychological underpinnings, uncover the emotional toll it takes, and learn practical strategies to stand firm in your truth. Whether you're someone who's experienced DARVO firsthand, a friend or ally wanting to offer support, or a professional navigating these dynamics, this book is your guide to clarity, strength, and empowerment. It's time to take back the narrative. It's time to expose the truth. And most importantly, it's time to reclaim your voice. Let's begin this journey together.
Since when has your mom been so carefree?
Enjoy the confidence of filing with H&R Block's 100% accuracy and maximum refund guarantee. Maybe a little too much confidence.
Chapter 1. Understanding DARVO. The Dark Side of Psychological Manipulation. DARVO is more than a set of behaviors. It's a calculated strategy designed to obscure the truth, dismantle trust, and maintain control. At its core, DARVO exploits the vulnerabilities of human relationships, leveraging emotional responses to achieve a sinister goal: silencing the victim and preserving the abuser's power. The acronym itself reveals the method's structure. Deny. The perpetrator outright rejects any allegations or responsibility, casting doubt on the victim's account. Attack. The focus shifts to the victim as the perpetrator questions their motives, character, or stability. Reverse. Victim and offender. The roles are flipped, painting the abuser as the victim and the true victim as the aggressor. This three-pronged approach is alarmingly effective in a variety of contexts, from intimate relationships to workplace conflicts and public scandals. The manipulative brilliance of DARVO lies in its ability to exploit cognitive biases and emotional responses, leaving victims feeling confused, unsupported, and invalidated. The psychological foundation of DARVO. Darvo's success hinges on its ability to manipulate perception. Denial casts the first seed of doubt, creating uncertainty about the victim's narrative. This doubt is compounded when the abuser attacks, introducing fear and defensiveness into the equation. By the time roles are reversed, the victim is often too emotionally drained to continue asserting their truth. The strategy also capitalizes on societal dynamics. In many cultures, victims, especially those confronting authority figures or loved ones, are conditioned to doubt themselves or fear retribution. Darvo amplifies these fears, making it an especially potent weapon in maintaining the status quo. Examples in everyday life. Darvo isn't confined to extreme cases. It permeates everyday interactions. A partner denies neglecting emotional needs, then accuses their significant other of being overly demanding. A colleague denies sabotaging a project, attacks the whistleblower's competence, and claims they're the one being unfairly blamed. These scenarios highlight the universality of Darvo and its capacity to disrupt relationships across all spheres. Why Darvo persists. The perpetuation of Darvo is rooted in power dynamics and the human instinct for self-preservation. Perpetrators use this tactic to avoid accountability, protect their reputation, or maintain control. In some cases, they may not consciously recognize their behavior as manipulative, having internalized these patterns over time. The role of empathy and guilt. Victims often possess high levels of empathy, making them susceptible to Darvo's emotional manipulation. The abuser exploits this trait, using guilt as a tool to disarm and silence. Understanding this dynamic is crucial for breaking the cycle and reclaiming agency. The need for awareness. Recognizing Darvo is the first step toward dismantling its power. By understanding its components and psychological underpinnings, we can begin to counteract its effects and foster environments where truth and accountability prevail.
I'm a software engineer at Amazon, and I learned how to code on Udemy. I got 2 courses. They were both taught by Dr. Angela Yu. Without Udemy, I could not have gone from being an unemployed musician to a software engineer. It's crazy to think that that's possible, but I did that on Udemy.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, contracts, PDFs. To stay focused, I use a free Google Chrome extension called Speechify. It's like the voice of the internet.
Speechify can read to you in the highest quality digital voices available anywhere.
I get a play button everywhere. So if I click play on email, it reads. If I click play on a PDF, it reads. If I have physical books, I take a picture, it reads.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramming for an exam the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or you're reviewing a dense legal document that could change your life forever. Or you're proofreading your thesis one last time before you submit it to make sure there aren't any errors. No matter what you have to read, we could all use a second pair of eyes to help us retain information and put our best foot forward. Enter Speechify, a reading assistant powered by artificial intelligence and deep learning, and designed consciously for students and working professionals who want to get more done. Speechify.
This chapter sets the stage for a deeper exploration into each aspect of Darvo, uncovering the nuanced tactics that make it so effective and so destructive. Chapter 2: The Power of Denial. Why abusers reject responsibility. Denial is the first and perhaps most devastating weapon in the DAVO arsenal. It's where the abuser lays the groundwork to dismantle the victim's truth. By denying their actions or intentions, they force the victim into a reality that feels foreign, isolating, and deeply unsettling. Denial isn't just an act of refusal. It's a calculated strategy designed to erase accountability and sow seeds of doubt. Imagine gathering every ounce of courage you have to confront someone about their harmful behavior. You carefully lay out the events, recount the pain, and brace yourself for what you hope will be a moment of understanding, or at the very least, acknowledgement. Instead, you are met with flat-out denial. That never happened. You're imagining things. I would never do that. These words, sharp and dismissive, hit harder than the original harm, leaving you questioning your own memory, your own feelings, your very reality. Why denial is so potent? Denial is more than a simple rejection of facts. It's an emotional assault. When someone denies your experience, they are effectively telling you that your perspective is invalid. This invalidation can be profoundly destabilizing, especially if the perpetrator is someone you trust or rely on. Parents, partners, friends, colleagues, these are the people we expect to listen and care. When they deny wrongdoing, it feels like betrayal wrapped in cruelty. The power of denial lies in its ability to create confusion. For many victims, the immediate reaction is self-doubt. Did I misunderstand? Am I overreacting? Could I have been wrong? This spiral of doubt keeps victims trapped in a mental labyrinth, unable to confront the truth head-on because they've been made to question its very existence. Denial as a defense mechanism. At its core, denial serves two purposes for the abuser: self-preservation and control. By rejecting responsibility, they protect their image and avoid consequences. Whether they are trying to salvage their reputation or maintain their authority, denial is their shield against accountability. But denial also functions as a tool of control. If the victim begins to question their own perceptions, they become less likely to speak out or seek help. The abuser gains the upper hand, cementing their narrative as the truth while silencing any dissenting voices. How denial erodes trust. In relationships, trust is built on a foundation of honesty and mutual respect. When denial enters the picture, it acts like a wrecking ball, shattering that foundation into irreparable fragments. Victims often describe feeling disoriented, as though the ground beneath their feet has been pulled away. It's not just the act that hurts. It's the refusal to acknowledge it. This erosion of trust extends beyond the immediate relationship. Once denial has shaken a victim's confidence, it can affect their ability to trust others. They may hesitate to share their experiences, fearing more rejection or disbelief. The ripple effect of one person's denial can damage the victim's sense of security in the wider world. Gaslighting and denial. A lethal combination. Denial often works hand in hand with gaslighting, a manipulation tactic designed to distort the victim's reality. When someone denies an action and simultaneously provides evidence to the contrary, the victim becomes ensnared in a web of confusion. For example, an abuser might say, "I never yelled at you. If I had, you'd have a recording, wouldn't you?" This not only denies the truth, but also undermines the victim's confidence in their ability to perceive events accurately. The emotional impact of denial. The emotional toll of denial is profound. Victims often experience confusion, the dissonance between their memory and the abuser's claims creates mental chaos. Anger, being dismissed and invalidated, sparks frustration and rage, though many victims suppress these feelings. Isolation. Victims may withdraw from others, believing that no one will believe their story. Shame. Denial shifts blame onto the victim, leaving them feeling responsible for the situation. These emotions, compounded over time, can lead to anxiety, depression, and a diminished sense of self-worth. The victim becomes trapped in a cycle of pain, unable to break free because the abuser's denial keeps them tethered to the past. The role of society in perpetuating denial. Societal norms often exacerbate the power of denial. Phrases like, "It's their word against yours," or "maybe you're just being too sensitive," reinforce the abuser's narrative while undermining the victim's truth. In some cases, cultural or institutional dynamics may actively discourage victims from speaking out, making denial an even more effective tool for the perpetrator.
Build a thriving community and monetize with memberships and pay-per-view. With built-in AI tools, save time and create engaging content. Don't just
Breaking through denial. Countering denial begins with recognizing it for what it is, a manipulative tactic designed to protect the abuser and discredit the victim. Here are some steps to reclaim your truth. Trust your experience. Your feelings and perceptions are valid. Even if someone denies their actions, it doesn't negate your reality. Document everything. Keep a record of incidents, including dates, times, and details. Written evidence can serve as a powerful counter to verbal denial. Seek support. Talk to trusted friends, family members, or professionals who can validate your experiences and provide perspective. Stay grounded in facts. When confronted with denial, focus on what you know to be true. Avoid being drawn into debates or emotional arguments. Empower yourself. Recognize that denial is a reflection of the abuser's fear, not your worth. Reclaiming. Your narrative denial may be the abuser's first move, but it doesn't have to be the last word. By standing firm in your truth, seeking support, and documenting your experiences, you can begin to dismantle the power of denial. Remember, your reality matters, your voice matters, and no amount of denial can erase the truth of what you've endured. This chapter has explored the devastating impact of denial in the Darvo cycle. In the next chapter, we'll dive into the second phase, attack, where the abuser shifts the focus from themselves to their victim, escalating the manipulation to new levels. Stay strong. The journey to understanding continues. Chapter 3. The sting of attack, when the victim becomes the target. The second phase of Darvo, attack, feels like stepping into a storm after barely surviving the earthquake of denial. Once the abuser has rejected responsibility, they pivot with unsettling precision to attack the very person they have wronged. This shift is not accidental. It's a deliberate strategy meant to discredit, intimidate, and silence the victim. Being attacked by someone who has already caused harm is a profoundly jarring experience. It's not enough that they deny your reality. They must now dismantle your credibility, character, and resolve. The attack phase often feels like betrayal, wrapped in cruelty. a targeted effort to twist the knife deeper into wounds that have barely begun to heal. The anatomy of the attack. When abusers attack, their tactics vary, but the goal remains the same. Shift the focus away from their actions and onto the victim. Some common strategies include character assassination. They may accuse the victim of being unstable, overly sensitive, or vindictive. You always blow things out of proportion, they might say. No one else thinks you're credible. Questioning motives. The abuser often insinuates that the victim has ulterior motives. You're just doing this to ruin my reputation, or you're trying to get attention. Public shaming. In some cases, they may involve others, spreading rumors or painting themselves as the innocent party, while casting the victim as unreasonable or even dangerous. Emotional manipulation. They might use guilt or pity as weapons, accusing the victim of causing unnecessary drama or stress. Each of these tactics serves to destabilize the victim, creating an environment where speaking out feels not only futile, but also perilous. The emotional cost of being attacked. The attack phase is designed to provoke a deep emotional response. For many victims, this stage feels like an assault on their very identity. The pain is not just in the words, but in the underlying message. You don't matter. Your truth doesn't matter. Victims often describe a whirlwind of emotions during this phase, including confusion. The sudden shift from denial to aggression leaves them questioning their understanding of the situation. Anger. The injustice of being attacked for simply speaking the truth can be overwhelming. Fear. The intensity of the attack can create anxiety about what the abuser will do next. Will they escalate? Will they involve others? Self-doubt. Repeated attacks can erode confidence, making the victim wonder if they are in the wrong. This emotional toll is not incidental. It's the intended outcome. The abuser wants the victim to feel too overwhelmed to fight back, too unsure to speak up. Attack as a shield. The attack phase is not just a response, it's a preemptive defense. By going on the offensive, the abuser creates a narrative where they are the wronged party. This role reversal allows them to gather support, often from unsuspecting bystanders who may be swayed by their charisma or manipulative tactics. Consider the co-worker who accuses you of harassment after you report their inappropriate behavior, or the partner who tells mutual friends you're controlling when you confront them about their lies. These attacks are carefully crafted to shift, focus, and gain sympathy, leaving the victim isolated and doubted. The role of allies in the attack. One of the most devastating aspects of the attack phase is how abusers often enlist others to amplify their narrative. Friends, colleagues, or family members may unwittingly or willingly become accomplices. They might repeat the abuser's claims, challenge the victim's version of events, or urge the victim to let it go for the sake of peace. For the victim, this secondary betrayal is a double-edged sword. Not only are they facing attacks from the abuser, but they are also losing the support of those they thought they could trust. The victim's fight to stay grounded, enduring the attack phase, requires immense strength and resilience. Here are strategies to weather this storm. Recognize the pattern. Understand that the attack is part of a larger manipulation strategy. This awareness can help you separate their behavior from your worth. Document everything. Keep detailed records of every interaction, including dates, times, and specific comments. Evidence is your ally. Lean on trusted support. Seek out people Who will listen without judgment, whether they are friends, family members, or professional counselors? Stay focused on the facts. Avoid engaging with personal attacks. Reframe the conversation to focus on the issue at hand, not the abuser's distractions. Protect your emotional well-being. Practice self-care, whether that means journaling, meditating, or seeking professional therapy. Your mental health is paramount. Breaking the cycle of silence. The abuser's goal in attacking is often to silence the victim, but your voice is more powerful than their words. Speaking your truth, whether to trusted allies, professional authorities, or even yourself, is an act of defiance against their manipulation. In time, the lies they spin will unravel. The truth has a way of surfacing, even in the face of relentless attacks. Remember, their aggression is a reflection of their fear, not your value. They attack because they cannot face the truth. Finding strength in vulnerability. While the attack phase is harrowing, it can also be a turning point. Many victims find that enduring these assaults reveals a wellspring of inner strength they didn't know they had. Every time you stand firm, document your truth, or seek support, you are reclaiming power that the abuser hoped to steal. This chapter has delved into the emotional and psychological toll of the attack phase. In the next chapter, we'll explore the final and perhaps most insidious phase of Darvo, reversing the roles of victim and offender. This phase completes the abuser's attempt to control the narrative, but with awareness and preparation, it's a cycle you can break. Keep going. You are stronger than you know.
Collaboration is key for team success. With ClickUp, you can easily manage your team's tasks and timelines.
Chapter 4. Reverse Victim and Offender, the Ultimate Manipulation. Imagine the pain of having your truth dismissed, then compounded by being painted as the villain in your own story. This is the final and most devastating phase of Darvo. Reverse Victim and Offender. By this stage, the abuser has already denied their actions and attacked your character. Now they don the cloak of the victim, flipping the narrative to make you seem like the aggressor. This tactic is more than manipulation. It's psychological warfare. The role reversal. Turning reality. Upside down, when an abuser reverses the roles of victim and offender, they aim to rewrite the story entirely. This phase can feel surreal and deeply disorienting. You're no longer just defending your truth. You're forced to fight against a false narrative that casts you as the perpetrator. The abuser might say things like, "You're the one who's been harassing me. I'm the real victim here. Why are you trying to ruin my life? This is emotional abuse. I can't believe you would attack me like this after everything I've done for you." These statements are often delivered with feigned vulnerability or outrage, designed to evoke sympathy from others while isolating you further. Why role reversal works. The success of this tactic lies in its ability to exploit human empathy and social dynamics. Most people instinctively want to protect the person they perceive as vulnerable. By positioning themselves as the victim, the abuser taps into this instinct, drawing attention and support away from you. In some cases, the abuser's performance can be so convincing that even you may begin to doubt your reality. This is especially true if others buy into the false narrative, leaving you feeling alone and unsupported. The emotional impact of reversal. The reverse victim and offender phase hits like an emotional wrecking ball. Victims often describe feelings of betrayal. Watching others believe the abuser's lies can feel like a profound betrayal. Helplessness. Fighting against a false narrative can seem impossible, especially when the abuser controls the social dynamics. Shame. Being painted as the aggressor can lead to feelings of guilt, even when you know you've done nothing wrong. Isolation. As others rally around the abuser, you may feel increasingly isolated and unheard. This phase is designed to break your spirit. The abuser's goal is to make you give up on your truth, your fight, and sometimes even yourself. Examples of role reversal. Consider the partner who cheats but claims you're too controlling for questioning their behavior, or the co-worker who undermines you but accuses you of being difficult to work with. In these scenarios, the abuser flips the narrative, making it about your supposed flaws while erasing their own wrongdoing. One of the most heartbreaking examples comes from survivors of domestic violence. An abuser might claim, "I hit them because they provoked me," or "they're the one making me feel unsafe." These statements not only distort reality, but also weaponize the victim's own pain against them. Breaking free from the reversal trap. Surviving this phase requires a blend of resilience, strategy, and support. Here's how to protect yourself. Stay rooted in your truth. It's easy to feel gaslighted during this phase, but remember, their lies do not define your reality. Journaling your experiences or revisiting evidence can help ground you. Seek objective support. Involve trusted third parties who can see through the manipulation. This might include therapists, legal professionals, or unbiased friends who understand the situation. Focus on facts, not emotions. The abuser wants to provoke an emotional reaction. Staying calm and factual in your responses can help dismantle their narrative. Document the reversal. Keep records of conversations, texts, or actions that demonstrate the abuser's attempts to switch roles. This documentation can be invaluable if you need to defend yourself in a legal or professional setting. Recognize the pattern. Understanding DARVO as a manipulation strategy can help you see through the abuser's tactics and regain your sense of control, reclaiming your voice. The abuser's role reversal is designed to silence you, but your voice is your most powerful weapon. Speaking out, whether to a trusted confidant, a counselor, or even in a private journal, is an act of defiance against their manipulation. You don't have to fight this battle alone. Reaching out to support networks, whether online communities, advocacy groups, or local organizations, can provide you with the strength and resources to stand firm. Finding strength amid chaos. The reverse victim and offender phase is the climax of the DARVO cycle, where the abuser throws everything they have into maintaining control. But here's the truth they can't erase. You survived their denial, endured their attacks, and you are still standing. Every time you refuse to be silenced, every time you assert your truth, you chip away at the false narrative they've built. This phase may feel like the darkest moment, but it is also a turning point. With awareness, support, and resilience, you can reclaim your story and begin to heal.
You're listening to KABC in Los Angeles. We've got clear skies, a perfect 68 degrees. What a day to live in LA.
As we move to the next chapter, we'll explore how to counter DARVO as a whole, breaking free from its grip and rebuilding your life on your terms. You are not alone in this fight, and your journey toward truth and empowerment is just beginning. Chapter 5. Breaking Free from DARVO. Strategies for reclaiming your power. When you're caught in the whirlwind of Darvo, deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender, it can feel like you're trapped in a storm with no shelter. Each phase chips away at your sense of reality, your confidence, and your voice. But even in the darkest moments, there's hope. Breaking free from Darvo is possible, and reclaiming your power is within reach. Acknowledging the reality of Darvo. The first step in breaking free is recognizing the manipulation for what it is. Darvo thrives on confusion, guilt, and self-doubt, making it crucial to name the tactic when you see it. This acknowledgement isn't just about intellectual understanding. It's about emotional clarity. When you realize that the abuser's actions are calculated, you begin to see that their narrative isn't your truth. It's a smokescreen designed to hide their behavior. This recognition is the foundation upon which you can rebuild your sense of self. Rebuilding your inner strength. One of Darvo's most insidious effects is its ability to make you question your worth and your instincts. To break free, you must reconnect with your inner strength and trust your perceptions again. Here's how: validate your feelings. Your emotions are valid, even if others try to dismiss them. Whether it's anger, sadness, or confusion, acknowledging your feelings is a crucial step toward healing. Write them down, speak them aloud, or share them with someone you trust. Reconnect with your truth. Darvo seeks to distort your reality, but your truth remains intact beneath the layers of manipulation. Reflect on what you know to be true about yourself and the situation. Journaling or speaking with a counselor can help you process your experiences and reaffirm your reality. Focus on what you can control. While you can't control the abusers, actions you can control your responses. Prioritize actions that protect your well-being and align with your values. This might include setting boundaries, seeking legal advice, or simply taking time to rest and recharge. Building a support network. Breaking free from Darvo often requires support from others. Surrounding yourself with people who believe in you and validate your experiences can provide the strength and perspective you need. Seek allies trusted. Friends, family members, or colleagues can serve as your allies in this battle. Choose people who have shown loyalty and understanding in the past. Professional support therapists, counselors, or legal advocates can offer expert guidance to help you navigate the complexities of Darvo. They can also provide tools to strengthen your emotional resilience and practical strategies to counteract the abuser's tactics. Online and community resources. Joining support groups, whether online or in person, can connect you with others who have experienced similar situations. Sharing stories and strategies can be incredibly empowering and remind you that you're not alone. Setting boundaries with the abuser. Once you recognize the abuser's tactics, it's time to establish firm boundaries. These boundaries aren't about changing their behavior, they're about protecting your peace. Limit communication. If possible, minimize interactions with the abuser. Use written communication when necessary, as it provides a record of exchanges and reduces opportunities for manipulation. Stay firm, and consistent abusers often test boundaries to see if they can manipulate you further. Be clear and consistent in enforcing your limits, even if it feels uncomfortable at first. Prepare for pushback. Expect the abuser to escalate their tactics when you assert boundaries. This is a sign that your actions are working. They're losing. Control. Stay strong, and don't let their resistance deter you. Navigating the emotional fallout. Breaking free from Darvo can feel like an emotional roller coaster. You may experience relief, anger, grief, and everything in between. Allow yourself to feel these emotions without judgment. They're part of the healing process. Practice self-compassion. Be kind to yourself as you navigate this challenging time. Celebrate small victories and remind yourself that healing is a journey, not a destination. Engage in healing practices, activities like meditation, exercise, art, or spending time in nature can help you process emotions and find peace. Experiment with different practices to discover what resonates with you. Recognize your strength. Every step you take toward freedom is a testament to your resilience. Acknowledge your courage and perseverance, even on the days when progress feels slow. Reclaiming your voice and power. The ultimate goal of breaking free from Darvo is to reclaim your voice and power. This process involves redefining your narrative and taking steps toward a brighter future. Speak your truth. Whether it's to a trusted confidant, a therapist, or even a wider audience, sharing your story can be incredibly liberating. It's a way to take back control of your narrative and challenge the abuser's lies. Set new goals. As you distance yourself from the abuser's influence, think about what you want for your future. Setting new goals can help you focus on growth and empowerment. Celebrate your freedom. Breaking free from Darvo is a monumental achievement. Take time to celebrate your progress and honor the strength that brought you to this point. A new chapter begins. As you step away from the shadows of Darvo, you'll begin to see the world and yourself with newfound clarity. You are not defined by the manipulation you endured. You are defined by your courage, your resilience, and your ability to reclaim your power. The road to healing may be long, but every step you take is a victory. Remember, you are not alone, and support is always within reach. In the next chapter, we'll delve deeper into the tools and techniques that can help you rebuild your life and thrive beyond Darvo. This is your story, and it's time to write the next chapter on your terms.
I mean, it's crazy to think about it. Like, it used to cost millions to advertise on TV, and now, because of streaming, even with $50, I mean, you can advertise on TV. You can advertise between your favorite TV shows. You can advertise on live sports game, NHL, NBA, whatever. Just for $50. I mean, any brand can do it. It's a game changer. It's a massive game changer. Any brand should be advertising on TV right now, and should.
Saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tidy and tight. Get auto insurance that fits your budget and your needs. Save up to 10% when you bundle auto and renter's insurance. Get a quote today. USAA.
Chapter 6. The Healing Journey. Rebuilding Your Life After Darvo. The scars left by Darvo run deep. They are not just physical or external, but emotional, mental, and spiritual. Yet, every scar is a testament to survival, a marker of the battles you've fought and the strength you carry. Moving beyond Darvo isn't just about escaping its clutches. It's about healing, rediscovering yourself, and rebuilding a life filled with peace, joy, and authenticity. Healing is not linear, nor is it uniform. It's a deeply personal journey that ebbs and flows. Some days will feel like triumphs, others will feel like setbacks, but every step forward, no matter how small, is progress. Recognizing the need for healing. The first stage of healing begins with acknowledgement. Acknowledging what you've endured, the harm it caused, and your need for recovery. This isn't about assigning blame to yourself. It's about recognizing the wounds so you can tend to them. Darvo thrives on silence and suppression. By bringing your experience into the light, whether through journaling, speaking with a trusted confidant, or seeking therapy, you take the first step in breaking its hold. You declare to yourself and the world, I deserve to heal. Building a foundation of self-compassion, Darvo often leaves its victims with lingering feelings of guilt, shame, and self-doubt. Rebuilding your life requires nurturing self-compassion. To counteract these destructive emotions, forgive yourself. Understand that what happened was not your fault. The manipulation was intentional, calculated, and not a reflection of your worth or intelligence. Forgive yourself for any perceived mistakes. You did the best you could in an impossible situation. Speak kindly to yourself. Replace self-criticism with self-affirmation. When negative thoughts creep in, counter them with affirmations of your strength, resilience, and capacity to heal. Practice daily self-care. Small acts of self-care, like taking a walk, enjoying a favorite meal, or practicing mindfulness, remind you that you are worthy of love and attention, even from yourself. Rediscovering your identity. Darvo often strips its victims of their sense of self. Reclaiming your identity is a vital part of the healing process. Reconnect with your passions. Think back to the hobbies, interests, and dreams that made you feel alive before Darvo. Revisit them, even if it's just for a few minutes each day. These activities are more than distractions. They're pathways back to your authentic self. Set boundaries. Reclaiming your identity also means setting boundaries to protect it. Boundaries are acts of self-respect that safeguard your emotional and mental space. Explore new horizons. Healing is an opportunity for growth. Take up a new hobby, learn a new skill, or challenge yourself in ways that affirm your resilience and capacity for change. Embracing vulnerability and trust. One of Darvo's cruelest effects is how it erodes trust, not only in others, but also in yourself. Rebuilding trust takes time and courage, but it's essential for healing. Trust yourself. First, start by rebuilding trust in your own instincts and judgment. Reflect on the moments when your gut warned you about something. Even if you didn't act on it, those instincts were valid. Open up. Gradually. Sharing your story or emotions with others can feel terrifying after experiencing Darvo, but vulnerability is a gateway to connection. Start small, with people who have shown unwavering support, and let those relationships reaffirm your faith in humanity. Accept imperfection. Trusting others doesn't mean expecting perfection. It means recognizing that while people are flawed, most are also capable of kindness, understanding, and growth. Finding strength in your story. Your story is powerful, not because of the pain it holds, but because of the resilience it reveals. Sharing your story, whether with a close friend, a therapist, or even a wider audience, can be a transformative experience.
Tasty Trade. Best broker for options trading. Investopedia 2024. Best online broker for options trading. Forbes 2024. #1 desktop options trading platform. #1 desktop futures trading platform. #1 options trading. Stockbrokers.com. Make your move. Tasty trade.
Own your narrative. Darvo seeks to rewrite the story to cast the perpetrator as the victim and you as the villain. By reclaiming your narrative, you assert your truth, inspire others. Your journey can serve as a beacon for others trapped in similar situations. By sharing your experience, you create a ripple effect of empowerment and awareness. Celebrate your strength. Every time you share your story, you weaken the power Darvo once held over you. You affirm your survival and your capacity to thrive. The role of professional help in healing. While self-guided healing is powerful, professional support can provide additional tools and perspectives to deepen your recovery. Therapy. Therapists trained in trauma and abuse recovery can help you unpack the effects of Darvo and develop strategies for moving forward. Support groups. Connecting with others who've faced similar experiences can remind you that you're not alone. Their stories and insights can provide hope and practical advice. Legal and financial guidance. If your experience with Darvo involved legal or financial repercussions, seeking professional advice can help you navigate these challenges and regain control, creating a future of freedom and joy. Healing after Darvo isn't just about mending the wounds. It's about building a life that honors your worth and dreams. Set goals that excite you. Whether it's pursuing a career ambition, traveling, or simply finding daily moments of joy, set goals that affirm your right to happiness. Practice gratitude. Gratitude doesn't dismiss your pain, but acknowledges the beauty and growth that coexist with it. Celebrate the people, experiences, and moments that have brought light into your life. Keep moving forward. Healing is an ongoing process. Some days will be easier than others, but every day is a chance to grow stronger and more grounded. A life beyond Darvo. As you step into this new chapter, remember that you are not defined by what happened to you. You are defined by your courage to heal, your determination to grow, and your capacity to love yourself and others despite the darkness you faced. This journey isn't just about surviving, it's about thriving. It's about rediscovering joy, peace, and purpose. And most importantly, it's about embracing the beautiful, unshakable truth of who you are. In the next chapter, we'll explore how to turn the lessons of your healing journey into tools for advocacy, awareness, and creating a safer world for others. Because your story, your strength, and your resilience can change lives, including your own. Chapter 7. From Survivor to Advocate, Using Your Voice to Create Change. Surviving Darvo is an act of profound courage. It demands resilience, self-reflection, and a refusal to let the manipulative tactics of an abuser define your identity. But what comes after survival? For many, the journey doesn't end with personal healing. It evolves into a mission to help others, to raise awareness, and to prevent the cycle of abuse from perpetuating. This chapter is about transforming your pain into power, not just for yourself, but for others who may still be struggling in silence. The power of your story. Your story holds immense power. It is not just a tale of suffering, but a testament to human resilience and the triumph of truth over manipulation. By sharing your experience, you can do more than just unburden your soul. You can inspire hope, offer guidance, and ignite change.
Most Planet Fitness clubs are open 24 hours, so you can work out whenever. Save when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month.
Breaking the silence. Darvo thrives in secrecy. The more voices that speak out against it, the less space it has to operate. Sharing your story disrupts the cycle of manipulation by exposing its tactics and consequences. Inspiring others. Your courage can serve as a beacon of hope for those still trapped in the shadows of abuse. Hearing your journey may give someone else the strength to take their first step toward freedom. Shaping narratives. By reclaiming your narrative, you challenge the lies that Darvo perpetuates. You set the record straight, not just for yourself, but for the countless others who've been silenced by similar tactics. Advocacy as a healing tool. Becoming an advocate for others can be a deeply healing process. It allows you to channel your pain into a purpose that transcends your personal experience. Building empathy. Advocacy requires you to connect with others on a profound level, fostering empathy and understanding. This connection can be transformative, reminding you that you are part of a community of survivors. Finding purpose. Advocacy gives your pain meaning. It transforms what once felt like a senseless ordeal into a force for good. By helping others, you reclaim a sense of control and agency over your life. Creating impact. Whether it's through storytelling, education, or direct support, advocacy allows you to make a tangible difference. Knowing that your efforts have helped someone else is a powerful affirmation of your strength and value. Ways to advocate. Advocacy takes many forms. You don't have to be on a stage or write a book to make a difference. Small, consistent actions can create ripples of change. Education and awareness. Workshops and talks. Share your experience and educate others about Darvo in community centers, schools, or workplaces. Social media. Use platforms like Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok to spread awareness and provide resources. Blogging or writing. Create articles or posts that break down Darvo tactics, offer guidance for victims, or share your personal journey. Support groups. Start or join a support group for survivors. These groups provide safe spaces for sharing, healing, and empowerment. Offer mentorship to individuals just beginning their journey out of abuse, providing the wisdom and support they need. Advocating for systemic change. Policy advocacy. Push for changes in laws or workplace policies to protect victims and hold perpetrators accountable. Partnerships with organizations. Collaborate with non-profits, shelters, or advocacy groups to amplify your impact. Everyday advocacy. Challenge dismissive attitudes or victim-blaming behaviors when you encounter them. Offer a listening ear to someone who may be experiencing Darvo, letting them know they are not alone. Facing the challenges of advocacy. Advocacy is not without its challenges. Speaking out can sometimes trigger painful memories, attract criticism, or bring resistance from those who don't understand Darvo. Dealing with resistance. Remember that ignorance and denial are often defense mechanisms. Stay focused on your message and don't take resistance personally. Equip yourself with facts and clear examples to counter misinformation. Protecting your emotional health. Set boundaries for how and when you engage in advocacy work. It's okay to take breaks and prioritize self-care. Seek support from fellow advocates or therapists who understand the emotional toll of this work. Staying resilient. Advocacy requires perseverance. Not every effort will yield immediate results, but every step contributes to the larger fight against abuse. The ripple effect of advocacy. One of the most rewarding aspects of advocacy is its ripple effect. The awareness you raise, the support you provide, and the systems you challenge all contribute to a culture that is more informed, empathetic, and resistant to abuse. Changing perceptions. As awareness of DARVO grows, more people will recognize its tactics and refuse to be complicit in enabling abusers. Empowering others. Your advocacy can inspire a chain reaction, empowering others to speak out, seek help, or become advocates themselves. Creating safer spaces. By challenging harmful dynamics in families, workplaces, and communities, you contribute to environments where abuse is less likely to thrive. A vision for the future. Imagine a world where DARVO no longer succeeds, where victims are believed, abusers are held accountable, and manipulation loses its grip. This vision may feel far away, but it starts with individuals like you. By turning your experience into advocacy, you are helping to build that future. In the next chapter, we'll explore how to maintain your momentum and continue growing as a survivor and advocate. Together, we'll look at strategies for sustaining your strength, finding joy, and leaving a lasting legacy of empowerment and change. Chapter 8. Thriving Beyond DARVO. Reclaiming Your Power and Legacy. The journey of surviving DARVO and breaking free from its manipulative grasp is nothing short of heroic, but surviving is just the beginning. Thriving is the ultimate goal, a state where you live with a renewed sense of purpose, joy, and empowerment. Chapter 8 is about embracing the life that lies beyond the pain, building a legacy of strength, and reclaiming your narrative as one of triumph and transformation. The power of reclamation. Reclaiming your power after experiencing DARVO isn't merely about returning to who you were before. It's about becoming someone even stronger, more self-aware, and deeply aligned with your values. Owning your story. The narrative of DARVO might have tried to rewrite your reality, but your truth is yours alone. By embracing and sharing your story on your terms, you redefine your identity as a survivor and thriver. Your story, once a source of pain, becomes a wellspring of wisdom. Every lesson learned equips you to navigate life with clarity and confidence. Redefining your identity. The labels forced upon you, overreactor, troublemaker, or crazy, are not your identity. Reject them. Instead, embrace titles like advocate, resilient, and leader. Take time to explore who you are outside the shadow of manipulation. Rediscover passions, values, and dreams that may have been stifled during your struggles. Building a life rooted in empowerment. True empowerment comes from creating a life that honors your worth and aligns with your aspirations.
Build a thriving community and monetize with memberships and pay-per-view. With built-in AI tools, save time and create.
Setting healthy boundaries. Boundaries are your armor against future manipulations. They define how you allow others to treat you and protect your emotional well-being. Practice saying no without guilt. It's an act of self-love to prioritize your needs and energy. Investing in your growth. Seek out opportunities for personal and professional development. This might mean pursuing education, mastering new skills, or embracing hobbies that bring Joy. Therapy or coaching can continue to be valuable tools, offering guidance as you navigate this new chapter. Cultivating supportive relationships. Surround yourself with people who uplift, respect, and value you. These connections provide the emotional foundation you need to thrive. Be intentional about identifying red flags in relationships. With your new awareness, you're better equipped to spot and avoid toxic dynamics. Finding joy after Darvo. Rediscovering joy is an essential part of healing. It's about reclaiming moments of happiness and building a life filled with positivity, embracing the little things. Joy often lives in the small, everyday moments, a walk in nature, laughter with a friend, or the peace of a quiet morning. Practice mindfulness to stay present and fully experience these moments, celebrating your wins. Every step forward is worth celebrating, no matter how small. Whether it's setting a boundary or taking time for self-care, acknowledge your progress. Keep a journal to document your victories and reflect on how far you've come. Exploring new adventures. Let curiosity guide you to new experiences. Travel, try a new hobby, or meet new people. Each experience adds depth and excitement to your life, your legacy of strength. Your journey has equipped you with unique insights and strength. Now, you have the opportunity to leave a legacy that empowers others and contributes to a better world. Mentoring others. Share your wisdom with those just starting their journey. Your guidance could be the lifeline they need to keep moving forward. Whether formally or informally, mentoring fosters connection and healing for both you and those you help. Raising awareness. Continue to educate others about Darvo and manipulative tactics. Use your voice to challenge misconceptions and promote understanding. Collaborate with organizations or initiatives that align with your mission, amplifying your impact. Creating positive change. Advocate for policies or programs that protect victims and hold perpetrators accountable. Your experience can shape a more just and compassionate society. Engage in creative outlets, writing, art, or public speaking to share your message and inspire change. Embracing the future. The scars of Darvo may remain, but they are not your defining feature. They are reminders of your resilience, proof that you have endured and emerged stronger. Now, the future stretches before you, a blank canvas waiting for the vibrant colors of your reclaimed life, forging a new path. Your journey is uniquely yours, and it doesn't have to follow a predetermined script. Forge a path that reflects your values, passions, and dreams, living authentically. Authenticity is the antidote to manipulation. By living true to yourself, you reject the narratives others try to impose on you and embrace the freedom of self-expression. Fostering hope. Let your life be a testament to hope and healing. Even in the face of darkness, light can be found, and when shared, it grows. A final reflection. As you close this chapter of your journey, know that you are not just a survivor. You are a thriver, a warrior, and an advocate. You have reclaimed your power, redefined your narrative, and discovered the depths of your strength. The legacy you leave is one of resilience and hope, showing others that even in the face of Darvo, a brighter future is possible. The story doesn't end here, it's just beginning. Take each step forward with courage, confidence, and the knowledge that you have already overcome so much. Now, it's time to thrive. Conclusion. The triumph of truth and resilience, emerging from the shadow of Darvo, is no small feat. It is a journey that tests the very essence of who you are, challenging your courage, your strength, and your ability to hold on to the truth in the face of relentless manipulation. But as you stand here now, on the other side of the storm, you embody the ultimate victory, the triumph of resilience, authenticity, and empowerment. Darvo seeks to distort reality, to rewrite your narrative into one of doubt and confusion. It preys on vulnerability and sows chaos, leaving you questioning your own worth and sanity. Yet, through awareness, determination, and the unwavering pursuit of truth, you have dismantled its power. You've reclaimed your voice, your identity, and your right to live free from manipulation. This journey was never about returning to who you once were. It was about becoming someone even greater. You are not defined by what was done to you, but by how you responded, how you fought back with integrity and rebuilt yourself with love and care. Each scar tells a story of battles fought and won, and each step forward is a testament to your unbreakable spirit. As you move into this new chapter of your life, remember that you are more than a survivor. You are a force of change.
Yes.
Your experiences have given you a depth of understanding and empathy that few possess. With this knowledge, you can inspire others, challenge injustices, and create ripples of awareness that reach far beyond your own circle. Let your journey be a beacon of hope for those still trapped in the cycle of manipulation. Show them that healing is possible, that the truth cannot be silenced, and that light will always overcome darkness. Whether through your actions, your words, or simply the way you carry yourself, you have the power to make a difference. The road ahead may not always be smooth, but it is yours to claim. Walk it with confidence, knowing that you've already conquered some of life's greatest challenges. Embrace the freedom, the joy, and the endless possibilities that come with breaking free. You are a warrior of truth, a guardian of your own story and a symbol of hope. This is your life, and it belongs to you, untainted, unshaken, and beautifully yours. Go forward boldly, for the best is yet to come. Thanks for everyone here. Don't forget to hit subscribe, like this video, and share it with others who are hungry for change. And for those of you looking for something extra, check out our channel membership for exclusive content and perks tailored just for you.
Hey. All right. That was fun. I enjoyed that. I dropped a few links to these books for you. I'm going to make just a little bit of comments before I, so let me tell you something. I am really enjoying the whole dark manipulation, CBT, any type of anything that is teaching all of you about paying attention to people around you in or situations. I think I feel like the Black Woman Guide series, which I'm very proud of. This is a project that I did not expect it to turn into what it did, but it did. And the thing is, the number one thing for me is that there is manipulation all around. We understand manipulation when we become mothers. We understand manipulation when we just end up becoming adults in this world. Okay? We understand that we've got, and we learn not to get got anymore. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Right? That type of thing. And you get back up and you do it again. And I'm saying this to say, because this is where I had to learn to not be so hard on myself. If any moment in your life where you walk away, any moment in your life where you had a feeling, you knew something wasn't right, and you still kept going until it blew up in your face, and then you walked away, you need to understand, you need to applaud and be proud of yourself. There are people right now, people in their life, they have no clue the level of manipulation. They have no clue how much this person don't like them. They have no clue how toxic this person is in their life. They have no fucking clue. They have no clue that the person in their life is absolutely fucking destroying them as we speak right now, destroying everything about them. You have to understand that. But you standing here, you listening to this show right now, need to understand, if you have a story of being manipulated, if you have a story of being swindled or fooled, if you have a story of being tricked, if you have a story of being bullied or having a story, because bullying don't have to be so much of like fucking fuck with you while you're at your locker type height, the shit that they show on TV. Bullying is deeper than that. We know that. Any type of smear campaign, if you experienced any of that, and you're right here in this moment on this show, you're good. You made your first step. I learned this about life. I don't get mad at the fact, goddamn, it's been 6 hours, y'all. Did y'all know that? I did not know that. I don't get mad at the fact of somebody did something. I recognize what they did. And after I recognized what they did, then I ran and I did something different, or I blocked them or whatever. And I get mad at myself, the fact that they did that and I let it happen and I allowed it and this, that, and the third. But one thing I don't get mad about the situation is because I got rid of the situation. I got rid of the person. And that's what's key. Your intuitions do not tell you to cut off people for no reason. Your intuition does not tell you to block people for no reason. It could be them gossiping about you, saying something about you. Okay? And your intuition may just pick that up. Just that one little moment, just pick that up. And that's enough for you to get rid of that person. People know what they do. So even if you block them, you cut them off, deep inside of themselves, they know why that happened to them. Don't think that they don't. And the one who are clueless, then they have to look inside themselves. There's nothing you can do about that. That's not even for you to worry about. And it may just be something in your spirit that's doing precaution. Get the fuck away from this person. And you need to listen to that too. Because it's very important to listen to that. You're not being told to not fuck with this person or talk to this person. Yeah, I'm going to be moving around. Not to be dealing with that person for no reason. Okay? It's with absolute reason that your spirit is picking that shit up. When I tell you this shit. Okay? Now, notice that he said the same thing. Now, mind you, that was my first time listening to all of those audiobooks, by the way. Okay? I was sitting here taking mental notes, as I hope you were taking physical notes and mental notes yourself. He said, in the Darbo, he said, journal and record everything. Keep everything on record. That's what he said, right? He also said, journaling. And I was so happy to hear that. I was so happy to hear that. Like, happy. Because when I tell you something, you got to journal. You got to journal. And you know what else? You got to keep up with everything. And it may sound odd. And it may feel odd. You got to journal everything. Trust me when I tell you. Trust me when I tell you. Also, why do you journal? Okay? You journal because the journaling is the memory. The journaling is the learning, not just the memory, but the journaling is also where you learn. Okay? See, by journaling down, such and such and such and such did such and such that day. And on this day, such and such and such and such did such and such on that day. And such and such and such and such said this, and I said that, and I felt like this, and I was having this kind of day. It's your own form of manipulating too. And that is the key to most of these manipulation series. Is they're teaching you how you can manipulate too. Did anybody else catch on to that like I did? Damn, that burger is perfect. Oh, it's not trying to make the perfect burger, but it's perfect. By you sitting down, making a book, journaling, writing down people, places, and things, right? While you sitting down with your journal, right? And you sitting here and you keeping on record shit and people in your lives, that's your form of manipulation. That's your form of playing chess in your life. What is this person like? How does this person approach me? I met this person today. This person at motherfucking Outback gave me free hush puppies. And this is what they look like. I didn't catch their name. Next time I make sure I look at their goddamn name tag. They gave me free hush puppy. This is how they looked at me. This is what they said. That's you playing chess. You get it? That's all you playing chess. Anyway, while I munch down on my kimchi and burger, I did have some videos that I did want to play, but I'm only going to play it because I'm going to give my little self a little, I know you probably going to probably be like, why the fuck?
Did you know you can use AI to create voiceover audio?
Because I just did.
Natural Reader. AI voice
to you. And I don't say that to say that you should be paranoid by this. I say that to say that you have influence even over your haters. Oh, excuse
All right, I'm
me.
going to go ahead and just play this. Hold on, y'all.
Yes, I feel like above Ruby's TV. Yes, I feel like I go through this at every job. If they're not gossiping about their steady giving size up looks or ignoring you, happening at my new job. Yeah, the workplace is a place where those kind of things happen often, and it's because you have a lot of people in such close proximity to one another. So of course you're going to have different people that might look at you. They have issues with you for some reason, and then in the workplace, it seems like you don't even have to really talk to people that much in order for them to have some kind of issue with you. Actually, sometimes it's because you don't talk that much. That's the reason why people have issues with you. And that's the reason why, for me, being in the workplace, for the most part, I just do my job and go home. You try to associate, you try to, for me, the most important part is as long as you acknowledge people when you come in as a whole. For me, I'm not going to walk around, hey, Susie, hey, Jim, hey, Keisha. No. When I say good morning or hello, that's a universal hello for whoever's in the room. After that, I'm done. I'm getting into my job so I can go home. You don't really need to perform. I've said this before, but we don't feel the need to perform for people, especially not on the job. For what? You know, unless you genuinely have a relationship with that person or you click. I had a few coworkers at multiple places that I clicked with automatically. So we would talk. It's like, hey, you know, stuff like that. But some people, it's just like, how you doing? Good. All right. What's on the schedule for today? All right. Let me know if you need help. And go to your end and do your job. You know, like who has time for that? No. I'm like so done with the workplace. I feel like mentally I've already tapped out of the workplace, and I would never put down going to a 9-to-5 job. I'm just starting to feel like for me, I just don't want to do it no more. Like I love YouTube, I love helping women, I love being on here, but I'm going to be honest with you always. I also like the fact that I get to sit here and talk to you, and I ain't got to go deal with that stuff. So, you know, still get paid, and I don't have to deal with Susie, Jimmy, and Jack talking about a water cooler. I had to quit a job because of a bunch of mean girl clicks. And see, that's what, okay, water with the X. That's what we're not going to do, though. Like, I understand in these workplaces, it can be very trying on your patience to deal with these bullies and jealous people and, you know, people that might have little issues with you at the workplace, but do not let people run you away from your coin. Like, we're not letting people run us away from our money. Now, if you have options and you need to be somewhere else, you know, you do that. But under no circumstances, and this is like a mother moment, I'm sorry, but if you need to be there for a time while you figure out your next move, you're going to have to learn how to not let these envious, jealous, bully-type mentality women with the bully mentality at your job, get under your skin. And most of the time, and this is where, like I've said in other videos, while femininity for a woman, you should lean into that and operate and lead with that. But in the workplace, you have to put on that queen feminine energy where you are going to be the woman in that workplace who just doesn't take any stuff. And you don't have to walk around saying it with your chest. You don't have to walk around, you know, yelling and being aggressive and all of that. But you're going to have to learn how to look women directly in their eyes and say what you need to say about your job or whatever it is. You're going to have to be comfortable going into those same cubicles or having a meeting or having a discussion with the women who you know might not like you, with the women who you know sit there and gossip about you. The only way to combat that and to overpower that in the workplace is to get into their space. There have been many times, and I know that might sound weird, but in the workplace, that is where if the women, they're there for money too. So they have no choice. Like, you have no choice but to be around them. They have no choice but to deal with you. So you knowing that they don't like you, you need to come into their space more often and ask those questions. You know, they're there to work and make them work. As a woman, as a feminine woman, as a confident but assertive woman, in the workplace, you have to show them that you're still like, you know what they're doing and you don't care. You're there to get your money. You're not going to let anything distract you from doing what you came to do. And I think a lot of times, you might not like to hear this, but a lot of times you let jealous people and bullies win by just tapping out, by just leaving. In your real life, in your everyday life, yes, leave. In my personal life, if somebody rubs me the wrong way, I'm not saying like the first time interaction, miscommunication. I mean, if somebody's toxic, jealous, negative, I just know it. I'm getting away from them in my everyday life. But when it comes to work, in this time, just realistically, a lot of people cannot afford to just up and run every time somebody rubs them the wrong way. So you're going to have to show yourself to be a confident but assertive feminine woman, and don't let them run you away from your money. No, especially if you want to be there. Now, if you don't want to be there, then leave. But no, don't give them that much power. That's just the way I see it. And I would tell my...
Any job I ever had that had all that shit going on was a ghetto ass job. That's the only time I ever gone through shit like that. But work world is work world, you know what I'm saying? But only if you're in a ghetto ass fucking job, then you're gonna have a lot of problems. I'm gonna tell you right now. Get ready. I'm just happy that I'm not in no ghetto ass job anymore. I'm in an actual adult job. Like, where adults are adults and it's not no foolishness. Because when you have ghetto ass jobs, there's more arguing, more drama. If some goddamn penis shows up and show his face and he looks, I guess, charming enough, next thing you know, two stupid bitches is fighting over him. Like, while he got fucking child support up the fucking ceiling to pay. Stupid shit. Stupid shit. Alright, so let's get back to what I was saying. Oh, got that nice burger and kimchi up in my belly. We did that. I do eat meat, like, find myself eating like beef, steak, like, I think these are good meats to eat. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, I'm starting to feel like eating anything that's chicken or anything like that, I might have to lay off of it. Even though my blood type say I'm not supposed to eat chicken, but I never like really like I've used my blood type diet and it like actually works. It really actually does work. But anyway, let's get back to the show. Okay. Here we go. So the main thing then is journal, record, write down. Met this person today. This is what they look like. This is what they did. Walked outside, talked to this person. He looked like this. This is what they said. This is what they said. This is what they did. The guy that just came to fix my window, I'm not strong enough to pick up this window because I'm like, damn, I feel weak as fuck. He was like, no, you're a woman, you can't. I'm not saying that women are not strong enough. It's just I knew what he was saying because he was big brolic at the top, short and stocky. You know what I'm saying? And he could just lift the windows. He had the strength to just do it. Because I watched how he did it with his hands. I was like, I can't do that shit. Like, that's why I couldn't lift that window. Trust me. I've done things where I have to use my muscle and lift things and pull things, and I've done a great job with it. But when it comes to windows, it's kind of scary. It's kind of like leery for me because it's like if I pull it too hard, if I push this, I'm gonna break this, you know. And then when he described what kind of window it is, I was like, oh, okay, these one of them old school goddamn windows. Okay. So even that type of interaction. Okay. What is it about this person? When you looked in their face, what did you see? What comes off charming about this person? What is likable? You see what I'm saying? You journal these things down. Okay? This person here. What is this person life style? This person's experience. What does this person always talk about? What kind of relationship does this person have in their life? What kind of relationships do they attract in their life? Who do they talk about the most? It sounds a little insane, right? And it can sound a little, psychopathic. But trust me when I tell you this. Okay? Just hear me out. You don't gotta trust me, just hear me out. Doing that is so you can learn yourself. You can learn the people you're around and how you interact with them on a day-to-day basis. You can learn your mistakes. You can learn your weaknesses, which is your mistakes. You can learn what kind of people do you find yourself to put your guard down with. Who am I more kind to? Who am I less afraid of? See what I'm saying? Who do I trust? Who in my family do I trust? You go all the way down the line, from your family life to your personal dating life. What was this relationship like? Why did I trust this person? What was I emotionally going through? Check in again with your mental health. Check in again with therapy. Check in with your procrastination, with your lies, and even the things you tell the truth about. Check in. Because you're checking in with yourself, regardless. Regardless, okay? Because why? Why? What is the main purpose of checking in with yourself? This is how you don't allow yourself to be a victim of dark manipulation. So that when you find yourself if you find yourself being about to be trapped and becoming one of dark manipulation, you can be aware of what the fuck is going on. I am starting to pay attention to the relationships that children attract when they go into the world after being around certain adults in their lives, or having certain adults around in their lives, and what kind of relationships they attract when they go outside. You understand what I'm saying? I pay attention to what kind of males can come into the lives of certain type of women. I pay attention to that. Because I have children. And I'm going to pay attention to what kind of relationships they attract in their lives through how they're being raised. What my daughter attracts in her life through how she's being raised. Because there's a lot of women out here, not only are they being used, their daughters attract using relationships as well. Their daughters attract abusive relationships as well. Excuse me. Excuse me. Damn it. I was trying to catch my water. Now, you write things down. You pay attention. You listen. You sit down and you do these things so that you can put it into practice. Now, if you take the books that I put up here and you want to use them against somebody, that's on you. I can't control that. But I'm here for the ones who have experienced the manipulation and the abuse of others, who have gone through the narcissistic abuse all of their lives and is healing as an adult. I'm here to encourage therapy. I'm here to encourage even antidepressants. Just make sure you know what you're getting into before you get in them. I'm here to encourage that. Being okay with being alone. Being self-sufficient. Healing. Doing what you need to do for yourself. Focusing on yourself. Because here's the thing. You can focus on yourself. You can be into yourself. And then along comes a spider. Then along comes a snake. Then along comes a goddamn manipulator. trying to take from you. You have to be careful. Because even in being alone, still, I encourage, goddamn, practice knowing people, talking to people. I encourage being in people's faces. I did the lonely thing. I did the book reading thing. I did be in my own world. But it's another ball game when you have to go outside and face people, talk to people, interact with people. Then when you're talking to people online, it's a different ball game. You got people their whole entire lives has been dating online and meeting people online, not in their real world. I got a mixie of both. I got a big mixie of both. Most people who I met in person was online, and I've probably seen them online before, but it's a mixie of both for me. And I tell my stories all the time. I tell my stories of manipulation all the time and what I've learned. And one thing is, it starts with you. I'm not here to make you a victim. I'm not here for you to be like, whoa, it's me. Because no, you're not a victim. Now, in the case of anything that entails SA, you are definitely a victim, right? Especially you is at an age or in a space or a compromised position where someone betrayed your trust or hurt you that way, then no, you are definitely a victim. Let me make that clear. But in cases that you have the choices you have made since you begin to hit adult life, people you have met, people you hung around with, people you talk to, you're not a victim. This whole series plays itself. It walks with itself. It's like I'm telling a story and my characters are telling me the story they want me to tell. And writers understand what I'm saying. We don't really make up our characters. Our characters come to us. And that's a writer's thing. And that's what the Black Woman's Guide series is all about. It is something that's just all coming to me. And as time prevails, the big, huge purpose may come to me to why I'm doing this and why I'm talking about these things that I'm talking about. Now, while as public speakers, we're talking to ourselves, in this case, this project is beyond me. Way beyond me. I want to address something else. Black women are emotionally manipulated mostly through history. The history is where Black women get manipulated the most. Black women, you are being manipulated by divestors as well, on a very deep level that you may not even see. But I'm here to tell you that it's a situation with those zealot divestors is that they get to you where it's like the president of Mexico, right? I watched a lot of debates and lectures, right? I've seen some fucking hilarious ones, and I've seen ones that were very serious and they got a little ugly. But every debater does this. I was actually talking about this at work. Every debater does this. Maybe she needed to hear that. They always get to you emotionally, right? Here's what I noticed. The person that goes first do what they do, but the person who goes second always brings some emotions. Donald Trump said the Gulf of America the Gulf of Mexico is no longer that, it's the Gulf of America. And the Mexican president said, well, let's look at America. And she went and she showed the fentanyl crisis. And I know that video she showed, that was literally the video in California. And we all know that California, Texas, Arizona, California are all Mexico. All that part is Mexico that America stole from them. So I thought this was, I was like, okay, this is clever. So she started it with showing fentanyl and how people in America is fucking zombied out their mind. Now, we all know about drug use in many Spanish cultures. And we all know that the best weed comes from Spanish, right? But even the same thing that will be used against her own culture, if not worse, which probably came from her culture or worse, she still jumped back at Trump and said, well, look at America. Even if her country bought it from America, that's what she did, right? And then what she did is she touched emotionally, and then she got into the logics, which she started talking about the history of the Gulf of Mexico and how it's not possible geographically for it to be the Gulf of America because of its location and all these different things. And it was beautiful. Well, let me tell you what them zealot divestors do to you. See, first of all, they know niggas, they study nigga culture very well. Very well. They put their heads together to build their platform. Okay? Now listen. They get to you starting with laughter, kicks and giggles. Then they get to you by emotionally showing you things like the femicide and stuff. And of course, that's really sad. So that's why they don't show it no more. But they already did what they needed to do to get to you emotionally, so they don't have to use the femicide. And the lady who used the femicide, they used her enough and her platform enough to disregard her, because now they can do what it is that they really want to do and show what they really want to show. So you have to understand how the game is getting played here, right? It's chess moves, and it's a slow game, okay? And therefore, they're playing it very slow. This is why with the zealot divestors, you notice that when they get to you emotionally, now they're starting to get emotionally to the callers. So any woman who says anything about, well, all men are fucked up, they gaslight and say, well, it's giving black men didn't love me, so no man is worthy of anything. That's gaslighting, because that's not what the woman said. When one woman says, I don't see the black man as my enemy, and before she can get into explaining or get into any logics, she gets Spartan, she gets kicked off, right? Very interesting. Study the Spartans and the Athens and the history of that. Matter of fact, in the law of irrationality, in the laws of human nature by Robert Greene, that was the first story that he told. Okay? So you have all of these ways of manipulation to the point that the divestors, the zealot divestors, because there's a difference, they're going to make you feel like you're not worthy because, or being in their circle, or being a divestor because you have birthed black children by a black male already, and that's their target anyway. They built such a good circle that you have to pay to hear what they have to say, so much that they can see, you can see who's subscribing to your channel. So much if you pay to go back there to listen, take their shit and go on your show, they're going to know who you are. So it's it's also a way of keeping an eye. Okay? So you have to pay attention to these things. And this is why I say, write shit down. Because if you write these things down, you will be able to catch the very things that I'm talking to you about. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Another thing, you have to keep in mind You don't know who people are in these chat rooms. You don't know their gender, you don't know their age, you don't know nothing. So don't be fooled by what people are showing you in that chat room. Don't be fooled by who's typing what in the chat room. Don't be fooled by, you can click on the name and you can see all the comments that they made in other channels. That don't mean shit. You don't know who's who and who's watching who. You can have a whole chat room where there are nothing but males in there. There is nothing but white males in there, or any other race of males monitoring. You don't know. Also, I'm not advocating for people showing their faces, but there's going to be more drama and more disrespect when a person never shows their face online. Listen to me. There's going to be more drama and there's going to be more disrespect when a person does not show their face online. Okay, I want you to understand it. I'm going to be moving around again. Why? I'll give you a story to why after I close my window. Because we not going to walk. Don't nobody walk past this way, but we ain't taking no chances, right? Party line. The best and the smartest troll was the one who no one ever knew what they looked like. The one who never showed their face. That was the smartest troll. The smartest troll was always somebody nobody really know, even if they were the gender that they said they were. Because you have trolls that, yes, they do. That's why they're a troll. They will lie about their gender. There was once a woman who pretended to be a male for a long time until they exposed that that was a woman. And I was like, I don't believe that's a woman. That's a dude. Like, no, that's a woman. Anyway. Oh, boy. So the troll had always was the most powerful one on the line, on the party line, because the troll was the one no one knew what their face looked like. Right? No one knew. This is the same concept with these people online. Number one, there are people that said behind the scenes, they've seen these people, they said they're all fat. I don't believe nothing till I see it. That's just me. I don't believe nothing until I motherfucking see it. And that's just me. Okay? They also have expressed, because this is what I want you to understand, people. You got to question everything and everyone around you. All right? You do. You got to question everything and everyone around you. Why is this person approaching me? Why does this person trust me with this information? Right? Why does this person want to be my friend? Right? Why does this person think that I can share this information? Why does this person want to tell me this? You got to start looking at things like that, especially when you are dealing with people online. Okay? Hear me out. Why do I qualify? Why is my information so legit? Huh? Why is my information so legit? Because I've been online. I'm a millennial. I've been online since a teenager. I've been dealing with online people since I've decided to get up and fucking host a radio show. I've been online dealing with people because that's how I was building most of my friendship, was through people online who I felt had common interests as me. That isolated type of living thing I did. That's why I qualify to talk about this shit. And also, I've been studying esoteric occult information for years. People lie a lot. People lie about, and I have trolled as well. People lie a lot about how they look, what their lives are, what's going on. This is the land of lying. Okay, you think out there in this world is this right here is the land of lies and fantasy and untruths. There are people who I've watched have very fucked up lives, very fucked up, and they meet people online, and I would sit back and I would shake my head like, I really feel bad for anybody who meets this person online, because they kind of walking into a fucking nasty ass booby trap. I hope they don't take themselves to this person's house. Mm-hmm. And I would notice that they had trifling people around them as well. And there's a lot of other things that I would notice. I would notice these type of people had a bunch of scamming shit going on. Let me tell you something. Anybody who comes from a household of drug addicts and drug users or any of that sort, I need you to hear me closely, are all manipulators, liars, and fucking scam artists. Because even as a child, even as a teenager, you're going to get got. A crackhead has no boundaries. A crackhead, alcoholic motherfucker has no boundaries. But a crackhead's boundaries is bar none. How I'm going to get my money? How I'm going to lie to you? How I'm going to cry to you? How I'm going to fucking cause problems in your life? I'm going to fucking do it. And the children who are the product of that fucking crackhead, I don't give a fuck how good of a life they get. I don't give a fuck how much grandma raised them. I don't give a fuck if you put them in a mansion. They still got that crackhead kid fucked upness. It ain't gonna stop. It ain't gonna stop. Oh shit, I need to write this shit down. I need you to understand that. So places like online are their motherfucking playground. Do you hear me? A bitch life in and out the shelter. A bitch life couch to couch, going back to the one series. A bitch life, some always breaking down, crashing, falling apart. That's an untrustworthy bitch. Do you hear me? She's untrustworthy. Something ain't right There's some lying, deceit, something going on with her. And I promise you that shit every time. They are very good at talking to people. They're very good at being charismatic. They learn these things. See, I had to survive around crackheads, alcoholics. I was with an alcoholic. I was alcoholic myself for a little while. But it was my grandmother that made me stop. Okay? It was her. And the reason why, because she saw her own alcoholism and she got afraid. Of herself. And it made me stop drinking. And the thing about it is, when you come from that type of environment, that's the only way that you know how to survive. When online, you can be who the fuck you want to be. You can be who the fuck you want to be. You can lie about what the fuck you want to lie about. And you be behind a fucking trash can. Getting abused in your relationship. When somebody says to you, well, I never hear you talk about this and I never hear you talk about that. That's their way of trying to get you to talk about it. Don't do it. You have to be able to catch it while you can. And motherfuckers like that hate quiet people because they don't come from a place of silence. They know that to them, silence means that you're plotting. Silence means that you're up to something. Silence means that I can't read you. They hate silence. You need to stay away from people like that. I got 10 minutes, 1 minute, y'all. I doubt if you coming at 3:30. You okay, India? I'm back. I'm being serious. You got to understand that if you're going to say, I'm going to be a zealot divester, right? Or anything that you get into, what purpose does it serve? I had one artist, oh man, I miss him. His name was David something. Incredible artist. In his Patreon, he showed his sketchbook, his notes. He showed everything in his art. He talked to me. He answered questions. He helped me out with my art. I even shared with a friend the things he told me, who was also a great artist as well. those type of Patreons hold a purpose for yourself. You're not wasting your money, right? But if you get to, you know, like I play The Sims hardcore, right? I haven't played in a while. But when I played The Sims hardcore, this Patreon I go to was beneficial to me. Like, yeah, I need your stuff. I need your exclusive. I need this and that. What do you need as a Patreon being a zealot divester? What do you need a Patreon for that for? To get exclusive videos of comical shit and porn and shit? To get talked about celebrities and other people and fucked up relationships and that? What are you really doing it for? What is this person's true? What is this person's true purpose of doing what they're doing? And do you know what that person looks like? Do you even know how that person is fucking living? How closely associated have you got to this person to know this information that they put out here is worthy of your time? The information I do is worthy of your time. It really is. You get something out of it. You get books out of it. You get a space where you can go do the field work on your own out of it. When you come over here, you don't get foolishness and bullshit. You get things that are useful. So how is stuff like that going to be useful for you? You can go read a book on, do they recommend these things to you? Because I don't ever hear it. But they damn sure make mockery of spiritual things, such as tarot cards, oracle cards, and these different things. They make mockery of that. They make mockery of chakras and healing and meditations. They make mockery of these things. So what is the foundation? You gotta be, spirituality is important. Meditation, yoga, sitting down with yourself, self-reflecting. These things are very important to do. So how? Tell me how. Bella, does this benefit you? I'm being for real. And that's what you got to pay attention to. That's the number one thing you have to pay attention to. You know why? Because your time is money. That money you put into a Patreon, you can put that into a book or audible.com. You can go put that into the library and get a book. Barnes and Nobles, if you got one still around, that you could sit down, read a book and take notes and put it back and go back and get it if nobody bought it already. You can go on YouTube and go talk and actually look at real therapists and psychologists to talk to you about certain things and topics. You can go get your own. So why are you entertaining this? How does the person treat people who's a part of their program? That's another thing you gotta look at. Till y'all learn, people who mistreat people very badly, that's a part of their show, that's a part of their program, that's a part of their Patreon, that's telling you something. That's a motherfucker that got some shit to hide. And why are they attacking the same people that support them? And what happened to all the people around them that support them, and why did they go away? Gotta pay attention to that too. Gotta pay attention to that. But I tell y'all all the time, that you pay attention to what's going around people. But you got to look at yourself. Why are you so want to be a part of the zealot divestors? Why do you want to be a part of that? Why do you need to get on a Patreon for that? Why you need to go behind the scenes for that and listen to that? It's just nothing but a news report. Somebody just going back and putting videos and stuff back up of somebody else and making fucking commentary of it. That's some fucking journalists. That's news reporting. Okay, Pornhub, you can get a video of some celebrity fucking. We can all get that. But what is the purpose? And that is where you can get through the dark psychology and the manipulation of what's going on around you. And I'm here to tell you their agenda. Their agenda is that they do not want Black women birthing children with anything that's classified as a melanated or Black man or Black male, however you want to say it. As long as a non-Black male birthing children with a Black woman, that's what the fuck they want. And that's around the world. Because they don't want Black children through the dick of a Black male to be born anymore. That is the true agenda of those zealot divestors. And you know what else is their agenda? They want you all to be married to these men and under their whim. And low-key a slave to these fucking men. That part. Why are they going against male-centered women? That right there told me something. Well, if it's supposed to be about women's empowerment, right? Then what is it? Because see, you gotta look at what are they destroying? What are they trying to knock down? They knocked down BWE. They knocked down all the spiritual women. They knocked down anything that entails Black history. They knocked down everything so much that they're on Trump's side, that everything that he's erasing, that they're like, well, it's over. Why are they trying to get that knocked down? And these are supposed to be Black women that are telling you to empower yourself. Well, they don't use the word empower, but they want you to focus on yourself, and it's not about dating. That's a fucking lie. Because then why do you have a problem with women being males decentering men? And why is decentering men bullshit? And why is there suddenly so much aggression when you talk, so much hate and nastiness when you talk? You have to pay attention to the manipulation. You have to pay attention to the artistry of the manipulation. That's not the agenda. The agenda is what I just said. Prove me wrong. And this is why you have to know, well, what is your purpose of wanting to divest? And what do you define divestment to be for you? And then you do divestment the way that you do it. You don't have to come on the platforms and talk. You don't have to tell nobody shit online. Fuck them. If you choose to go in the chat room and tell your story or share something, be cautionary about that. But I encourage, read fucking books, go to therapy. There's plenty of therapists and psychologists online for free. BetterHelp. I encourage all that. But not once do I ever sit here and be like, listen to me, and try to bully you into listening to me. Not once do I bully people. Not once do I kick. Like, no. Especially if you're supporting me, I'm not going to do that. You got to realize what you are getting into. You can be literally talking to somebody who's a foster care kid. Who's a foster care kid. You can literally be talking to a group of people, you know, like the FBI sent what's your name to infiltrate the Black Panther. You could be having somebody to infiltrate anything for Black women empowerment, period. Because it goes that deep. When someone tells you, how do I say this? Like, I'm focusing back on you, okay? You have to look at yourself, and you have to look at why you want to be a part of this, or why you want to be a part of something that involves this. This is the stuff that you have to tell yourself. Okay? Why do you feel the need to go to sit here, pay out your money to listen to motherfuckers talk in the background? That is the art of their manipulation. The 48 laws of power don't make yourself available all the time. That's what they do. Let me give you some of this, and let me go back into my Patreon behind the wall for those of you who want to listen. It's the game. And then they sit there and ask you for donations. And because they got your mind hating black males so good, because you already have those feelings, that's why you're over there. That's how they play with your emotions. How Doja Cat get over here? That's how they play with your emotions. When she says, well, when these black males do it, you know, they ask for donations. So what's the problem when we do it? They put their donations across the thing. See that? You done got hooked once again with the lies and the deceit. Dude, I just want to pull an example of deceitfulness. Why so angry? Why so much emotions? Why so much? Well, if you want to do this and you want to do that, then you're going to get this. If you decide to vote the Democrat, this is what you voting for. And oh, if you divested, you can't be a liberal and be divested. I just don't agree with that. It's all of this trying to tell you how to live your life shit. Have you noticed that? It said it. You've seen the audiobook. It says anybody that does that to you, that's manipulating. That's not okay. Nobody should be telling you how you should be eating. Unless you come to learn, unless you say, I want to learn to eat better, and they start sharing with you about the best way that they learn to eat better, then you come over there. But no one should be like, no, this is how you should be eating. This is how you should be voting. And no, you shouldn't be fucking with this. That's cliquey and culty. Or they use that we word. We don't fuck with that. We don't do this. We don't do that. They use that shit. Oh, I've been one time story say perception. Like, oh, I hate the word perception. Okay. That's stupid, but okay. How you going to hate something that is? So you have to stay logical. And you have to stand on your logics. And you have to be stubborn in your logics. This is how you don't get moved by people. I sat down and I said, what is it about the divested women that is so triggering to everybody? Why do they trigger people so much? Because they get you emotionally. They get you emotionally because you know there's truth in what they're saying. But anybody can pull something and find truth in it. Do you understand that? But it's about you who decides what it is that you want to do. And it's about what I decide what it is that I want to do. No matter how much I grab that information, that's how you don't get pulled like a puppet. By having your own mind. That is the key. That's how you don't get pulled this way and that away by people. And if you feel like you are, then you need to get away and sit down with yourself and again, check in with your mental fucking health. No one should be moving you like that, especially at your precious adult age or just any you just kid. You shouldn't be moved like that. Something internally is imbalanced. Something internally is knocking back and forth inside of you. It's not that person. They're just reflecting that for you. See, you read these type of books and journal for this purpose alone. You read these type of books to put it into practice in your day-to-day life. This is why you read these kind of books. You sit back and you look at the people who have played a part in your life, who has played parts in the manipulation in your life. This is what you do. Should have just had her take me. You look at, you write everything down because writing gives you the entire picture that you need. You get what I'm saying? So let me give you an example. Let's use work, right? Oh shit, she texted me? Uh-oh, he texted me. Where he at? Shit. You go to work, right? And while you go to work, you sit here. Oh, okay. He's on his way now. And you find out you sit down, excuse me, let me get together. You write down your coworkers, right? Call it the burn book. You sit down and you really observe the coworkers you talk to the most, the coworkers you don't talk to, and then you sit around and write down the coworkers. Don't do this while you're at work, please. Do this while you're at home, and only keep this book at home. Do not take it nowhere. That's why it's the burn book. And you sit down and you write down everything that you observe about these coworkers. You sit down and you write down what they look like and what kind of personality they have, why you like them, why you don't like them, why you talk to them, why you don't. You sit down and you do that. This is your day-to-day life that you're looking at, right? Just work is always that place of practice. And you sit down with that because it gives you the bigger circle. It circumnavigates the story. It circumnavigates you and what's around you and what you attract and where you are a liar and a manipulator and a deceiver, or where you are honest. You see what I'm saying? It's for you to measure these things out. Because through people is how you do learn yourself, whether you want to accept that reality or not. Okay? You also get this burn book because I want you to just hear me out when I say this. You're going to recognize a pattern about yourself. Well, why do I trust this person at work? Why do I do for this manager? Why do I have a loyalty to this manager? Why do I only find myself closer to people in the higher ups? Or you do that because you're learning yourself and you're building yourself. Because through that, you realize this is what I need to do to better my life. This is how I need to work out. These are the things that I need to change. These are the things I need to be mindful of. I talk about this a lot at work. Matter of fact, I talk about it too much and I need to stop talking about it so much at work. I'm too vulnerable about this at work. You see? This is why you write these things down, because it begins to open up what you need to open up for yourself. This is kind of, then it gets into your personal world. Well, this is my landlord. This is the maintenance men that come around. And this is what I get from them. And this is my relationship. See, it's like, I want you to do this. And then online is the perfect social experiment. Like, my goodness, online is like the perfect social experiment. Okay? And I want you to examine that. Examine people. I got people out here I subscribe to online because they're the perfect example of what I'm talking about here. I got people online that I watch because I go through the Facebook Lives a lot. And I examine and read. And you know what I have come to before I get ready to bounce up out of here? You are a person that's online. You subconsciously need some kind of validation for something that you are running from and or hiding in your motherfucking life. If you're not getting on that fucking camera or that microphone and you're not teaching something, if you're not giving somebody something that they can go home with and utilize, if there's nothing fulfilling about you on that camera and on microphone, You need validation. You need subconscious fame. Every person who sits around on that camera and do all these reports about celebrities and stuff, depending on which one they want to focus on for the day or for their time in their life, they're jealous and they're fucking envious. And there's a seething, jealous, and envious way that these people do it. And I promise you, the burn book is for personal people in your world. You could even put online people, right? But I suggest the burn book be for personal people. Online people be for your analysis, study, outside experiment thing. Unless you follow that person, then they can probably go in the burn book, right? But the point I'm making is, you will begin to see that. See, the next book I'm going to study from, I can't stream it here, only in the background, is the book on jealousy. The psychologist studied jealousy in her 40s. This woman is damn near 60, 70 years old now. Do the math. And I went through at least 5 books on jealousy. And when I heard her introduction and compared to everybody else, she said, why are you listening to me? Because I've studied jealousy since my 40s. And I've studied the psychology of it. So I'm reading her book. You see how she's qualified? Shit, maybe she lied about it. I doubt it. I do. But you see how she's qualified. So therefore, I will listen to her book on jealousy. And I will learn from her book about it. Because that's something I have learned to see about people online. Because I watch people live all the time. I don't just go into intuition. It ain't all about intuition. I go about what my eyes see as well. I'm learning to do that more. I go to the physical. But, before it gets into that intuitive shit. Sometimes I don't like to get intuitive. I don't like to go deep like that with people. I like to just go by what I see. How you dress. What's your background? Where you going? Where you walking to? How you announcing that you would. Everybody got this thing where they want to keep it real. And I think that that's a problem. I need to know that I'm real. You need to see my picture. You need to see I'm a real person. No, you need validation. And you coming up here to criticize and judge everybody else's life because yours is so fucked up. Yours is so fucked up. And you know it's fucked up. And that's why you walking around here fucking around on everybody else's life. Because your shit fucked up. That's the facts. That's the fucking facts about every single last one of them. I promise you, go look for yourself. Watch how people say, this person inspired me, and I watch them, and watch how they be the same motherfucker to put them down. I hear loud music and criticize them. Hold on. That motherfucker shit bump. Okay, that's somebody else on the highway. Damn. If they on the highway with that shit, that ain't even a highway. They on the lane with that shit. God damn. That was music. That's illegal. I guaranteed you that same person that they, this person be the same motherfucker they end up criticizing, having beef with, and arguing with. Because it's all jealousy and it's all envy. Every single bit of it. Every fucking time. There's books, there's things, there's psychologists, therapists, there's people, there's yourself that can study the very things that I'm talking about. I'm just a resource page. And I'm just going to share my experiences and the things that I've been through. The more I've been living my life, the less I don't give a fuck about showing my face online. But if you fucking just happen to see my social media and you know that that's me, then you go on that side and you over there. But other than that, I don't care for anyone to know what the fuck I look like. And that's why I wiped myself offline. I did that years ago. And I did that because, first of all, it don't look like that no more. I'm not in that phase of my life no more. I don't care to even think about that part of my life no more. And then on top of that, some people say I still look the same from high school, which is funny to me. But on top of that, I don't see no purpose of my face being out there if it's not attached to something I've written, something I've done. I'm very big about that. And so I wipe out my social media a lot. And I mean a lot. So much that even my Facebook page, even though that's for my creative side stuff, which is all the same thing, but that shit getting erased and put down because I'm just like, what my face being shown for? It ain't a fear thing. It's just like, for what? What's my face being shown for? And it get taken down. Because the more I'm living life, the more I'm focused on myself, the more I'm grounding myself, the more I'm focused on my finances, the more I'm finding myself to not give a fuck about anybody knowing what the fuck I look like online. The more I don't give a fuck. If you want to get to know me, then here I am in the real world. And if this is the world that you know me in, this is the world you're going to stay to know me in. That's just me. Anybody I fuck with outside of this, we all have a purpose of why we talk to each other. And that's not very often. Well, one, I do talk too often. But other than that, we got a purpose to why we talk to each other. Damn, come on. Hello? You here? You in the front? All right, I'm pulling out right now. I'm ready. All right, y'all, I'm out.